Welcome to Quiet Universe, where we take a step back from the chaos of everyday life and dive into the mysteries that time has buried. Tonight, we're talking about something that feels both distant and eerily close to home: extinction. It's one of those words that carries a certain weight, something final, something irreversible, but also something that isn't just a relic of the past. Because extinction isn't just about the dinosaurs or the dodos or the mammoths that once roamed the frozen earth. It's happening right now, in real time, and most of us barely notice. But before we get to that, let's go back, way back, to a time when the earth itself was still figuring things out, before the continents settled, before the oceans had chosen their borders, when life was an experiment in survival and nature was ruthless with its failures. Because extinction isn't a new phenomenon, it's as old as life itself. Species have always come and gone, some leaving behind bones and mysteries, others vanishing so completely that we'll never even know they existed. 5 times in Earth's history, life has been hit with a mass extinction so severe that it wiped out nearly everything, resetting the planet in ways that we can only begin to understand. And now, scientists believe we might be standing on the edge of a 6th. So, what really causes extinction? Is it just bad luck? A stray asteroid at the wrong time? A sudden ice age? A predator that was just too good at its job? Or is it something more deliberate? Something caused by creatures smart enough to invent machines, but careless enough to let entire species disappear? As we explore the most fascinating, terrifying, and downright bizarre creatures that have been lost to time, we'll also ask the bigger questions. What does it mean to lose a species forever? Is there anything we can do to stop it? And perhaps the strangest question of all, could some of these animals still be out there, waiting to prove us wrong? Get comfortable, because this is going to be a long one. Welcome to the story of the animal kingdom's lost legends. Welcome to the world of extinction. Extinction is one of those quiet inevitabilities that no species truly anticipates until it is too late. It isn't some dramatic, singular event, but rather a slow, creeping process, sometimes spanning thousands or even millions of years, where life fights to hold on, only to be swept away by forces far beyond its control. It's the end of a lineage, the closing of a chapter in Earth's ever-changing story, and no matter how dominant or widespread a species might seem, history has shown that survival is never guaranteed. There was a time when massive creatures, unlike anything we see today, roamed the planet, thriving in ecosystems that seemed indestructible. Yet, they are gone, their bones left behind as the only whispers of their existence. The planet has witnessed this cycle not once, not twice, but 5 times in cataclysms so severe that nearly all life was wiped away, leaving behind only the lucky or the incredibly adaptable to rebuild what was lost. If you were to stand on Earth just before any of these great extinctions, you wouldn't necessarily see a world in crisis. The forests would still be dense, rivers would still flow, and creatures would still hunt, unaware of the silent countdown ticking away. And then, gradually or suddenly, everything would shift. The Ordovician-Silurian extinction, the first of these planetary resets, came when life was still mostly confined to the oceans, an era where bizarre invertebrates ruled the seas. But a brutal and unforgiving climate shift, the waxing and waning of ice ages, sent the world into chaos, draining the oceans, suffocating marine life, and taking with it nearly 85% of all species. Imagine existing in a world where water is your lifeblood, only to find it retreating, locking itself away in glaciers while you struggle to breathe, to move, to survive. The ocean, once teeming with life, became a graveyard. Life, stubborn as always, clawed its way back, evolving into newer, stronger forms, only to be blindsided once more. The Devonian period was a time of strange fish, early forests, and the first creatures daring to leave the water. But something, perhaps a combination of climate change, volcanic eruptions, and oxygen depletion, choked the life out of the seas again. Coral reefs, which had flourished for millions of years, collapsed, never to fully recover to their former glory. Entire species vanished, while the survivors had to evolve or disappear. It's difficult to imagine what it must have been like, watching your world grow barren, realizing that the food you relied on was no longer there, that the ocean you swam in was turning against you. Then came the worst of them all, the Permian Triassic extinction, the Great Dying. This wasn't just a catastrophe, it was annihilation on a scale Earth has never seen since. Over 90% of all species were wiped out. Forests withered, oceans became toxic, and the very air may have been lethal. Massive volcanic eruptions in what is now Siberia released so much carbon dioxide that the planet became a suffocating, overheated wasteland. Picture a world where everything that once flourished is now decaying under a sky thick with poison, where the few survivors cling to existence in a place that no longer welcomes them. If there was ever a time when life came closest to losing its battle, this was it. Yet, even after such devastation, life found a way to rebuild, filling the empty spaces left behind. The age of reptiles began, great beasts rising in the wake of disaster, ruling the land, the sea, and the sky. The Triassic-Jurassic extinction, though not as catastrophic as the one before it, still served as a brutal reminder that nothing is permanent. It was a world in transition, where early dinosaurs were just beginning to gain dominance, but then, in another violent shift, nearly 80% of species vanished. Some blame volcanic activity again. Others suspect a massive release of methane or drastic climate change. But whatever the cause, it cleared the stage for what was to come. The golden era of the dinosaurs. For millions of years, they thrived, growing to sizes and forms that still capture human imagination today. They ruled unchallenged, filling every niche imaginable, from towering carnivores to armored herbivores, from flying giants to creatures that swam in prehistoric seas. They were invincible, until they weren't. The Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction is the one everyone knows, the one that ended the reign of the dinosaurs with a finality so absolute that only a few fragile remnants of their lineage survived. The asteroid impact, the wildfires, the nuclear winter-like conditions. It was a moment of instant destruction followed by a drawn-out, agonizing collapse of ecosystems. Some creatures probably lived long enough to witness the world go dark, to feel the cold creeping in, to search desperately for food that was no longer there. In the end, it was the small, the unassuming, the adaptable that inherited what remained, leading to the mammals that would one day shape the world in ways no other species ever had. Extinction is often painted as a dramatic, singular event, but the reality is that it happens in stages. First, the ecosystems unravel, then the food chains collapse, and eventually, what once thrived becomes nothing more than a fossil buried beneath layers of time. It is easy to look at these past events as distant, as if they belong to a world separate from our own, but Earth does not play favorites. The same forces that wiped out nearly all life 5 times before are still at work, still shaping the future. The only difference is that this time, the greatest threat isn't an asteroid or a supervolcano. It is us. Extinction isn't some rare, unnatural event. It is, in many ways, the rule rather than the exception. Most species that have ever existed are gone. Their time on Earth nothing more than a fleeting moment in the grand timeline of life. But the reasons they disappear vary. Sometimes, nature simply decides it is time for a reset, wiping the slate clean through slow, inevitable forces or sudden, catastrophic upheavals. Other times, extinction isn't a slow fade but a brutal, deliberate push, and in the modern world, that push often comes from humans. The difference between natural extinctions and those caused by human activity isn't just a matter of speed or scale. It's a question of inevitability versus choice. In the natural world, extinction is just another consequence of change. Environments shift, climates fluctuate, continents drift, and species that once thrived find themselves struggling to adapt. A species might disappear because its food source vanishes, its habitat turns against it, or a new predator enters the equation. Evolution is a slow, merciless process, rewarding adaptability and punishing those who can't keep up. Some extinctions unfold gradually, like the disappearance of megafauna as ice ages came and went, each shift in temperature pushing them further toward the edge. Others happen with terrifying speed, like the mass extinctions that wiped out nearly all life in single catastrophic blows. Volcanoes erupt, releasing so much carbon dioxide and methane that the planet suffocates in its own heat. Asteroids strike, throwing debris into the sky, plunging the world into darkness and starvation. These extinctions are, in many ways, indifferent. They do not target, they do not discriminate. They simply happen, leaving only the most resilient to rebuild. Then there's the other kind of extinction, the kind that isn't an accident of nature but a direct result of one species tipping the balance too far. Humans don't just influence their environment, they shape it entirely to suit their needs, often at the expense of everything else. In the past, early human hunters played a role in wiping out countless species, from the mammoths that once roamed vast plains to the massive flightless birds that were too slow to escape. But as civilization advanced, extinction moved from occasional collateral damage to something far more systematic. Forests were cleared, rivers were poisoned, animals were hunted not just for survival, but for sport, trade, or convenience. Species that had adapted for millions of years to a particular way of life suddenly found themselves in a world that no longer had a place for them. Unlike natural extinctions, human-caused ones don't allow for recovery. They happen too fast, too relentlessly. A species wiped out by an asteroid might have distant relatives that evolve to take its place, but when humans drive a species to extinction, they often destroy entire ecosystems along with it. The passenger pigeon, once so numerous that its flocks darkened the sky for hours, was gone in the span of a few decades, hunted out of existence for no reason other than excess. The dodo, a bird that had no natural fear of predators, was wiped out simply because it was too easy to kill. The Tasmanian tiger, a carnivore that had survived countless environmental changes, was eliminated not by nature, but by deliberate extermination efforts. Unlike an asteroid impact or an ice age, these weren't random disasters. They were choices. And now, as the sixth mass extinction looms, the difference between natural and human-caused extinctions has never been clearer. Species are vanishing at a rate unseen since the last great planetary die-off, not because of shifting climates or massive eruptions, but because of habitat destruction, pollution, overfishing, and the relentless expansion of human industry. Coral reefs, the backbone of marine biodiversity, are collapsing not from natural cycles, but from rising temperatures and acidifying oceans. Amphibians, some of the most ancient survivors of past extinctions, are disappearing because of diseases spread by human activity. Large mammals, from elephants to rhinos, are being pushed toward extinction not because they can't survive in nature, but because they are being slaughtered for ivory, for trophies, for land. The fundamental difference between these two kinds of extinction is that one is unavoidable, the result of a planet that never stops changing. The other is entirely preventable. The idea that a species can simply be erased because of greed, carelessness, or short-sightedness is something that nature never accounted for. Earth has always been a brutal place, a world that rewards the strong and the adaptable. But even the most well-adapted species cannot survive when the very foundation of their existence is being destroyed beneath them. The only question left is whether this particular extinction event will end like all the others, with life eventually recovering, reshaping itself into something new, or whether this time, the damage will be too great to undo. Extinction has always been a part of Earth's story, an unavoidable consequence of a world that never stops changing. But what's happening now is something different. In the past, species vanished because of forces beyond their control. Climate shifts, volcanic eruptions, asteroid impacts. But today, species are disappearing at a rate that defies anything seen before, and the cause isn't a natural disaster or a slow evolutionary process. It's us. The signs are everywhere, from forests that once teemed with life now reduced to barren landscapes to oceans that should be filled with the songs of whales, but instead echo with an eerie silence. The balance that has kept life going for millions of years is unraveling, and with every species that vanishes, the world becomes just a little emptier, a little more fragile, a little closer to something it was never meant to be. Scientists call it the sixth mass extinction, a phrase that should sound like something out of prehistoric history, but instead describes the very moment we are living in. In the past, these extinction events took thousands, sometimes millions of years to unfold, But this one is accelerating at an alarming pace, happening within a single human lifetime. Species that have survived ice ages, meteor impacts, and mass volcanic eruptions are now being wiped out in decades, sometimes even years. Amphibians, which have outlived the dinosaurs, are disappearing due to habitat destruction and climate change. Birds, whose ancestors watched the last mass extinction reshape the world, are vanishing as deforestation and pollution strip them of places to live. Large mammals, the last remaining echoes of an ancient world where megafauna roamed freely, are being hunted to the brink of oblivion. It's not a slow, natural process. It's a collapse. There's something haunting about knowing that so many creatures, some of which were once so abundant they shaped entire ecosystems, are now nothing more than names in a history book. The passenger pigeon, once numbering in the billions, now exists only as preserved specimens in museum cases, its flocks that once stretched across the sky for miles reduced to a memory. The dodo, a bird that lived in peace on an isolated island, was wiped out simply because it never learned to fear what it had no reason to fear. Us, the Tasmanian tiger, a creature that looked like something from another time, was hunted into extinction not for survival, but because people saw it as a threat, a nuisance. These animals weren't just wiped out by nature's indifference. They were systematically erased by human actions, choices, and neglect. And yet, for all the loss, the question still lingers. Why should it matter? Why should we care about animals that are already gone, about species that have no place in the modern world? The truth is, extinction is never just about one species. It is about everything connected to it. When a species disappears, it takes with it an entire web of relationships, unraveling ecosystems that have existed for thousands, sometimes millions of years. Predators lose their prey, plants lose their pollinators, entire food chains collapse. Coral reefs, home to countless marine creatures, are dying not just because of rising temperatures, but because the delicate balance of life within them is breaking apart. Forests, which once depended on certain animals to spread their seeds, are struggling to regenerate. Everything in nature is connected, and every extinction weakens those connections, making the world a little more unstable, a little less capable of supporting life, including our own. But beyond the ecological consequences, extinction is also about what it says about us, about the kind of world we are creating. To let species disappear without a fight is to accept that destruction is inevitable, that our ability to take is greater than our willingness to protect. It means living in a world where the beauty and diversity of life is something we only read about in old books or see in faded photographs. It means accepting that the sound of a bird's song, the sight of a great whale moving through the ocean, or the presence of a wild predator in its natural habitat is something future generations may never experience outside of virtual reconstructions and museum exhibits. There is something deeply unsettling about knowing that we have the power to erase entire species, to permanently alter the course of life on Earth, yet so often we choose not to act. The sixth mass extinction is not a distant event unfolding over millennia. It is happening now, in real time, with every forest cleared, every river polluted, every animal hunted beyond its ability to recover. The only question is whether we will continue to let it happen or whether we will finally realize that the loss of these species is not just a loss for the natural world, but a loss for us, for the planet we call home, for the future we are shaping with every decision we make. 1. The first extinct animals we know of. The idea of extinction may seem like a modern crisis, something tied to the destruction we see around us today, but it has been part of life's story from the very beginning. Long before humans ever walked the earth, long before the first forests, the first fish, even the first complex animals, extinction was already shaping the world. The earliest creatures to disappear were not the mighty dinosaurs or the strange mammals of the Ice Age, but life forms so ancient and so different from anything alive today that it's difficult to even imagine what they were like. They existed in a world unrecognizable to us, a planet that was still figuring itself out, an Earth where the atmosphere was poisonous to anything that breathes oxygen, where the sun barely penetrated thick clouds of gas, and where the oceans, lifeless for billions of years, were just beginning to stir with something new. The first extinctions weren't dramatic, at least not in the way we think of them now. There were no sudden asteroid impacts, no catastrophic volcanic eruptions, just small, unseen changes that set off a chain reaction that would determine which life forms survived and which vanished forever. Some of the earliest known organisms, the stromatolites, built structures in shallow seas, creating oxygen as a byproduct of their existence. In doing so, they unknowingly set in motion one of the first major extinction events in Earth's history. Oxygen, which makes life possible for us, was toxic to the vast majority of the microbes that had thrived in an oxygen-free world. The Great Oxygenation Event, as it's now called, wiped out countless species, altering the chemistry of the entire planet. Life, for the first time, had changed the world so dramatically that it had killed off its own predecessors, and in doing so, it made way for something new. As time went on, extinction became a recurring theme in Earth's history. The first complex animals appeared in the oceans, strange, alien-like creatures with soft bodies, unlike anything we see today. The Ediacaran biota, a collection of bizarre life forms that thrived before the Cambrian Explosion, vanished without a trace, leaving only fossilized imprints in ancient rocks. It's still unclear why they disappeared. Perhaps they were outcompeted by the more complex and mobile creatures that followed, or perhaps environmental changes wiped them out. What is clear is that extinction was already playing its role as nature's great filter, deciding which species would go on to shape the future and which would be left behind. Then came the Cambrian period, an explosion of diversity unlike anything before, a time when life experimented with countless body plans, some of which became the ancestors of today's animals, while others disappeared entirely. Creatures like Anomalocaris, a predator unlike anything seen before, with large, grasping appendages and massive eyes, ruled the seas. Trilobites, armored arthropods that would dominate for hundreds of millions of years, first appeared, along with early relatives of modern fish. But even in this flourishing of life, extinction remained a constant. Many species that thrived in the Cambrian were gone by the time the next period began, victims of environmental shifts and competition that made survival a brutal and relentless struggle. Life has always been fragile, always teetering on the edge of survival. The first extinct animals we know of were not wiped out by human hands, nor were they victims of some single, sudden disaster. They were part of a cycle that has played out over and over, a pattern where new forms of life emerge, flourish, and then fade away, sometimes slowly, sometimes all at once. But unlike those early extinctions, the crisis unfolding now is not a result of natural shifts in the planet's climate or the slow grind of evolutionary pressure. The species disappearing today are not being replaced by something better suited to the environment. They are vanishing because we are destroying that environment faster than they can adapt. The earliest extinctions shaped the world, but the extinctions happening now threaten to unmake it. The difference between then and now is that today, we have the power to stop it, but whether we will is still uncertain. Long before the world was filled with the familiar shapes of fish, reptiles, and mammals, before even the first creatures with shells or bones had begun to dominate the seas, there was a time when life looked utterly alien. The Ediacaran period, stretching from about 635 to 541 million years ago, was a world of soft-bodied organisms that defy easy classification, a lost chapter in life's history where the rules of survival were still being written. These creatures, known as the Ediacaran fauna, were unlike anything that came after them, strange forms that seemed to exist in a space between what we recognize as animals and something entirely other, something so disconnected from what we know that their disappearance still feels like an unsolved mystery. For hundreds of millions of years before this period, life had been limited to microscopic bacteria and single-celled organisms, slowly evolving in the shadows of a world that was barely hospitable. But then, almost as if life itself decided to experiment, something changed. The oceans, once filled only with drifting microbes, began to harbor creatures that were larger, more complex, and, for the first time, visible to the naked eye. These early organisms didn't have hard shells, teeth, or even recognizable limbs, but they were the first attempt at something beyond the microscopic. a step toward the explosion of life that would follow in the Cambrian. They were strange, flat, sometimes leaf-shaped, sometimes resembling quilted cushions pressed into the ocean floor, with bodies that seemed to lack the clear divisions of head, limbs, or even mouths. Some of them, like Dickinsonia, looked almost like oversized fingerprints imprinted on a stone, their ribbed bodies hinting at some kind of movement, though how they fed or reproduced is still a mystery. Others, like Sprigina, had segmented forms that seemed vaguely similar to later arthropods, but without any clear evidence of legs or a hardened exoskeleton. Tribrachidium was another oddity, a creature with a bizarre threefold symmetry, something almost unheard of in later animal life. These organisms, whatever they were part of a world where nature was still figuring things out, where evolution had not yet settled on the designs that would dominate the future. Some of them might not even have been animals in the way we understand them today. They could have been something else entirely, a completely separate experiment in multicellular life that led nowhere, a path of evolution that simply ended. And then, just as mysteriously as they appeared, they vanished. By the time the Cambrian Explosion reshaped the oceans with predators and creatures with hard shells, the Ediacaran fauna were gone, leaving behind only fossilized imprints in ancient seabeds. No one knows exactly what happened to them. Maybe they were outcompeted by the new forms of life emerging in the Cambrian, unable to survive in a world that was rapidly becoming more aggressive, more mobile, more filled with creatures that hunted and fought for survival. Maybe they were too specialized for an environment that changed just enough to make their way of life impossible. Or maybe they were simply an evolutionary dead end, an entire branch of life that flourished briefly before fading into obscurity. There's something unsettling about these vanished organisms, about the idea that an entire world of life existed and then disappeared so completely that not even a trace of their lineage remains in the creatures alive today. Unlike the dinosaurs, which still have living relatives in birds, or Ice Age mammals whose genetic legacy lingers in modern species, the Ediacaran organisms are truly lost, a glimpse into a version of life that might have become dominant in an alternate timeline, but instead left nothing behind except fossils that don't quite fit into any category. They are a reminder that extinction isn't just about losing species. It's about losing entire possibilities, entire directions that life could have taken but never did. Their disappearance was part of nature's endless process of trial and error, but unlike the extinctions happening now, it wasn't caused by the reckless destruction of their world. Today, the creatures vanishing from our planet are not strange, unrecognizable experiments from a forgotten age, but species that have survived for millions of years, only to be wiped out in the blink of an eye by a force far more destructive than anything nature has ever unleashed before. The disappearance of the Ediacaran fauna was not an isolated event. It was just one of countless extinctions that had already shaped life on Earth long before anything recognizable as a fish, a bird, or a mammal had appeared. Extinction has always been an inseparable part of evolution, not just a tragic end, but a necessary force that clears the way for whatever comes next. In those early oceans, where life was still in its infancy, the reasons for extinction were as simple as they were brutal. Climate change, competition, and predation, forces that would continue to shape the future of the planet in ways no species could anticipate. The world of those early organisms was nothing like the stable, predictable Earth that humans have grown used to. The climate shifted unpredictably, sometimes plunging the planet into deep freezes that turned entire oceans into sheets of ice, sometimes warming so much that the seas became almost uninhabitable. Even slight changes in temperature or oxygen levels could mean disaster for species that had evolved to survive in very specific conditions. Some of the first waves of extinctions were likely caused by these shifts, wiping out organisms that couldn't adapt fast enough, leaving behind only the ones that happened to be lucky enough to tolerate the new world they found themselves in. Life, at that point, wasn't resilient. It was fragile, clinging to existence on a planet that was still volatile and unpredictable. But climate alone wasn't the only force shaping these extinctions. Life itself was becoming its own worst enemy. The first living things existed in a world where survival meant simply existing, floating in the water, absorbing nutrients, and reproducing. But as life became more complex, as new forms of movement, feeding, and survival strategies developed, competition became unavoidable. The Ediacaran organisms, for example, may have been wiped out not because they were particularly weak, but because they belonged to a time when nothing hunted, nothing chased, and nothing devoured. When the Cambrian period began, life became something different. Predators appeared, creatures with eyes to spot their prey, claws to grasp them, and jaws to tear them apart. Anomalocaris, one of the first true predators, likely tore through soft-bodied organisms with ease, turning the ocean from a passive world of drifting life forms into a battleground where only those that could defend themselves, escape, or evolve quickly enough would survive. This shift was not just about individual creatures fighting to survive. It was a complete restructuring of life on Earth. The ones that couldn't compete, the ones that couldn't adapt to this new, aggressive world, disappeared. Some organisms responded by developing armor-like shells, spines, or faster movement, while others were simply outcompete and faded away. Evolution became a relentless arms race, and extinction became the price of failure. The early species that vanished were not necessarily weak. They were simply creatures that belonged to a different kind of world, one that no longer existed. Extinction has always been a process of replacement. One species disappears, another takes its place, shaping the next stage of life on Earth. But in the modern world, that balance has been shattered. The forces that once drove extinctions over millions of years are now unfolding at an unnatural speed, with species disappearing not because they lost the evolutionary race, but because their entire world is being erased. The early extinctions reshaped life, but the extinctions happening now are doing something different. They are unraveling the very fabric of ecosystems, leaving gaps that will not be easily filled. Life has always found a way to continue, but for the first time, it is not nature deciding which species survive. It is us. The creatures that vanished in those early extinctions left behind only impressions in rock, ghostly imprints of forms that no longer exist anywhere in the living world. Unlike later extinct animals whose bones can be pieced together, whose structures still make sense in the context of modern life, these organisms are something else entirely, a strange and almost alien reminder that evolution does not follow a straight path. Among them were Dickinsonia and Charnia, two of the most enigmatic creatures from an era when life was still an experiment, before the familiar arms race of predators and prey had even begun. Dickinsonia was one of the largest and most distinctive of these early life forms, an oval-shaped creature with a ribbed, segmented body that looked almost like a flattened fingerprint pressed into the ocean floor. It had no clear head, no obvious limbs, and no mouth, at least not one that can be recognized in any fossil. It was one of the earliest attempts at a multicellular organism that grew beyond microscopic size. Yet despite its prominence in the fossil record, its exact nature remains elusive. For decades, scientists debated whether it was an animal, a fungus, or even a type of giant, prehistoric bacteria, something so fundamentally different from later life that it couldn't even be classified under known biological kingdoms. Recent studies suggest that Dickinsonia was indeed an animal, one of the earliest, absorbing nutrients directly through its body as it lay anchored to the seabed, feeding on whatever organic matter it could soak up. But its complete disappearance suggests that whatever survival strategy it relied on was not built for what came next. When the Cambrian Explosion introduced creatures that could move, hunt, and reshape the ecosystem, Dickinsonia and its kind were left behind, unable to adapt to a world that was becoming faster and more dangerous. Charnia, on the other hand, belonged to an even more mysterious category of life, one that seems to have no modern equivalent. It looked like a gently curving, fern-like structure attached to the ocean floor, resembling a plant more than an animal, yet it lived in deep waters where sunlight could not reach, meaning it couldn't have relied on photosynthesis. Its body consisted of a repeating pattern of frond-like segments, as if it had been built using a blueprint that nature later abandoned entirely. Unlike Dickinsonia, which at least has some connection to later animals, Charnia belongs to a category of life that has no known descendants. It existed in an ecosystem where movement was unnecessary, where survival meant simply being, and it thrived in an era before the concept of predation had even been introduced to the oceans. But that was exactly the problem. These organisms belonged to a time when the ocean floor was a stable, passive environment, where life did not yet need to compete, to move, or to develop defenses. When the rules of existence changed, when creatures that could swim, hunt, and dig into the seabed began to take over, life forms like Dickinsonia and Charnia had no place left. They were relics of a slower, more static world, and evolution does not favor those who cannot keep up. They disappeared, leaving behind only their strange, symmetrical shapes pressed into stone, echoes of a time when Earth's first complex life forms flourished for a brief, fleeting moment before being swept away by the relentless tide of natural selection. What makes their extinction so fascinating is not just that they vanished, but that they represented an entirely different way of existing, one that never had the chance to evolve further. If the conditions of their time had continued, if the world had not shifted toward the fast-paced chaos of the Cambrian, perhaps life would have taken a completely different path. Perhaps, in another version of history, Earth would not be filled with animals at all, but with strange, immobile organisms filtering nutrients through their bodies in vast, silent oceans, completely unaware of the concept of movement, of sight, of the need to flee or chase. Instead, they were erased by a new kind of life that would go on to shape the world as we know it, leaving behind only the imprints of a forgotten, failed experiment in evolution. The disappearance of creatures like Dickinsonia and Charnia was not just the loss of a few strange organisms, but the beginning of a much larger pattern. One where life itself was no longer a passive existence, but something shaped by change, destruction, and survival. The simple, slow-moving forms of the Ediacaran period were replaced by a new kind of life, one that could move, sense, and react. This shift wasn't just a minor adjustment in the history of biology. It was the birth of competition, of ecosystems where species could no longer afford to exist in isolation. The rise of multicellular life wasn't just about organisms becoming bigger. It was about them becoming more complex, more specialized, and ultimately, more vulnerable to extinction. For hundreds of millions of years, Earth had been a world of single-celled simplicity, a place where bacteria and microscopic organisms dominated the oceans without much change. But eventually, something shifted. Maybe it was the increased availability of oxygen. Maybe it was a genetic breakthrough that allowed cells to work together in ways they never had before, or maybe it was just a matter of time. Either way, life took a leap forward, and the first true multicellular organisms began to spread. At first, these new creatures were little more than colonies of identical cells sticking together for mutual benefit, but soon, they evolved into forms with specialized structures, ones where different parts of the body had different jobs: feeding, moving, sensing, and responding to the world. This was the beginning of everything that would come after, from the first simple animals to the vast, complex ecosystems of today. But evolution does not favor stability. As soon as these new forms of life emerged, so did the forces that would wipe them out. The first mass extinctions were not caused by the sudden arrival of predators or the violent struggle for resources. Those pressures came later. These early extinctions were much more chaotic, driven by forces that no organism could possibly prepare for. Environments changed rapidly, global temperatures swung unpredictably, and the delicate balance that allowed life to exist was thrown into turmoil. Volcanic activity could choke the atmosphere, ice ages could freeze entire oceans, and shifts in the chemical composition of the seas could turn once thriving habitats into dead zones. The first great die-off, the Ediacaran extinction, was a silent and total erasure of the strange life forms that had once flourished in those early oceans. Creatures like Dickinsonia, which had survived by absorbing nutrients from the seabed, found themselves in a world that no longer supported their way of life. Perhaps the rise of mobile organisms outcompete them, stripping away their food sources, or maybe a change in ocean chemistry made their survival impossible. Either way, they were gone, leaving no descendants, no traces beyond their fossilized imprints in ancient rock. Then came the Cambrian Explosion, a burst of innovation unlike anything before, a time when evolution seemed to accelerate at an unnatural pace. This period introduced the first true predators, the first armored creatures, the first complex interactions between species that weren't just passive survival, but active struggle. Trilobites scuttled across the seafloor, armored and alert, their compound eyes scanning for danger. Creatures like Anomalocaris, with their massive, grasping appendages, hunted with an efficiency that had never existed before. Suddenly, life was no longer just about existing. It was about surviving in a world that was now filled with threats. But just as quickly as this explosion of life began, it was met with destruction. The first major extinction of the Paleozoic era, the late Cambrian Extinction, wiped out entire groups of organisms that had only just appeared. The seas became unstable, oxygen levels fluctuated wildly, and many of the new, thriving species simply could not adapt. Some of the first reef-building organisms vanished, setting back the development of complex ecosystems for millions of years. The rules of survival were still being written, and many species that had once seemed successful were swept away by forces they could not anticipate. What makes these early extinctions so striking is that they were not the result of anything as dramatic as an asteroid impact or a volcanic winter. At least, not in the ways we usually think of them. These were extinctions caused by the instability of a young, chaotic planet, by the sheer unpredictability of Earth itself. The rise of multicellular life was never a smooth ascent. It was a series of breakthroughs and setbacks, of species appearing and disappearing in cycles of success and failure. The organisms that survived were not necessarily the strongest or the smartest, but the ones that could endure, the ones that could persist through constant upheaval. This pattern, life rising, life falling, life rising again, would repeat itself throughout history. The difference was that, as time went on, the stakes became higher. The creatures that emerged after these first extinctions were no longer passive organisms merely reacting to their environment. They were fighters, competitors, survivors. And with each new wave of extinction, the survivors would shape the world in ways that those who had come before never could. The first great die-off set the stage for everything that followed, proving that extinction was not an end, but a reset, a brutal and relentless filter through which only the most adaptable could pass. 2. The Cambrian Explosion and Extinctions. Extinction was never the final chapter, only a necessary turning point, and nowhere was this more apparent than in what came next. After the world was shaken by the first major losses of life, nature did something it had never done before. It didn't just recover, it exploded. The Cambrian Explosion wasn't just an evolutionary event. It was a revolution, a biological arms race where life abandoned simplicity and embraced complexity at a speed that had never been seen before and, arguably, has never been seen since. It was as if nature, having wiped the slate clean, had decided to fill it with every possible experiment, every form, every strategy for survival, all at once. Before this, for over 3 billion years, life had existed in a relatively static state. The oceans were filled with simple bacteria, algae, and sluggish multicellular creatures that drifted through their environments without any sense of urgency. The food chain was more of a food web, with organisms absorbing nutrients from their surroundings rather than actively hunting or fleeing. But during the Cambrian, something changed. Life became aggressive, mobile, aware. Creatures began to develop exoskeletons, armor, and defensive spikes, while others grew eyes, limbs, and grasping appendages. Predation became a defining force, and survival was no longer a matter of just existing, but of outmaneuvering, outlasting, and outcompeting. At the forefront of this explosion of life were the trilobites, the most successful early arthropods, scuttling along the ocean floor with their segmented bodies and complex eyes, watching for threats. Above them, massive predators like Anomalocaris, with their spiny, grasping limbs and circular, slicing mouthparts, became some of the first apex hunters, a nightmare for anything too slow or too soft-bodied. Worm-like creatures burrowed into the seabed to escape danger, while others, like Opabinia, developed bizarre adaptations. 5 eyes and a long, claw-tipped trunk, to sense and capture prey in ways never seen before. The Cambrian world was unlike anything before it, a place where species were no longer just drifting through time, but fighting for their place in the ever-changing ecosystem. But evolution's great leaps forward always come at a cost, and the Cambrian Explosion was no exception. Just as quickly as new species emerged, many vanished, unable to keep pace with the rapid changes in their environment. Some had bodies too fragile to withstand the pressures of a world now filled with predators, while others were simply outcompete, their slow, passive feeding methods no match for faster, more efficient creatures. And then there were the larger environmental shifts, the ones no adaptation could prepare them for. Oxygen levels fluctuated unpredictably, ocean chemistry changed in ways that wiped out entire groups, and periods of cooling and warming altered the balance of life. This era saw multiple extinction events, each wiping away experiments that had failed to adapt. Many of the strange, soft-bodied creatures of the earlier Cambrian, like the spongy, tentacled Deinonychus or the alien-looking Hallucigenia with its rows of spines, disappeared before they ever had a chance to become dominant. Even some of the hardiest species, like certain groups of trilobites, saw massive die-offs as ecosystems became harsher and competition grew fiercer. By the time the Cambrian period ended, many of the life forms that had once thrived in this chaotic, experimental world were gone, replaced by creatures that had learned to survive in the new reality. The Cambrian Explosion wasn't just about the birth of new life forms. It was about the first major test of survival, the moment when evolution stopped being a slow drift and became a race. The winners of this period shaped the future of life on Earth, setting the stage for everything that followed. The first fish, the first land creatures, the first mammals, and eventually, humans. All of them were made possible by what survived the Cambrian cycle of creation and destruction. It was the first great chapter in a story that would be told again and again, life rising in an unstoppable burst of diversity, only to be culled by forces beyond its control, leaving behind only those that could endure. The Cambrian world was a battlefield of evolution, where survival demanded strange innovations, and few creatures embodied this more than Opabinia. If there were ever an animal that looked as if it had been designed by a confused artist trying to combine mismatched parts, it was this one. With 5 stalked eyes perched on its head like a crown of mismatched lenses, a long, flexible trunk ending in a claw-like grasping appendage, and a body segmented and finned like a tiny, swimming centipede, Opabinia was unlike anything that had ever existed before, or since. It looked more alien than earthly, a creature built for a world that had only just begun to understand what a predator could be. In an ocean where most creatures were still getting used to the idea of movement, Opabinia was ahead of its time. While its soft, flexible body lacked armor or defensive spines, it had something just as valuable: vision. Its 5 eyes, independently moving and scanning, gave it an advantage over slower, less perceptive animals. While others crawled blindly along the seafloor, Opabinia could spot movement, detect threats, and search for food with precision. And when it found something, a helpless worm or a small, slow-moving prey, it used its most distinctive feature, its long, trunk-like proboscis, to snatch it up and pull it toward its hidden, backward-facing mouth. It didn't chase prey in the way later predators would, but it didn't need to. It was a patient hunter, a careful opportunist, using its bizarre anatomy to do what few others could. Despite its advantages, Opabinia was small, no longer than a human hand, and in a world that was becoming increasingly violent, being small and soft-bodied had its risks. Larger predators like Anomalocaris, with their powerful, spiked limbs and crushing mouthparts, could have easily made a meal of an unwary Opabinia. It relied not on brute strength, but on agility and awareness, slipping through the water with rapid undulations of its finned body, maneuvering in ways clumsier creatures couldn't. It was a reminder that in evolution, intelligence, even in its simplest form, could be just as powerful as physical strength. But like so many of the Cambrian's early experiments, Opabinia was not built to last. The same rapid evolutionary arms race that had made it special also made it obsolete. As time went on, predators became more efficient, prey developed better defenses, and the chaotic burst of life that had given rise to creatures like Opabinia slowly favored different, more specialized forms. Whatever pressures led to its extinction, it eventually vanished, leaving behind nothing but fossils. Faint impressions in stone that, millions of years later, would baffle scientists who struggled to understand just how this bizarre creature fit into the web of life. It is strange to think that an animal so utterly unique could have existed at all, let alone thrived for a time. Opabinia was an anomaly, an evolutionary detour that seems almost too odd to be real. Yet there it was, swimming through the ancient seas, scanning its world with 5 watchful eyes, grasping at life with an appendage that no other creature before or after would ever possess. In the grand story of evolution, it was a brief and fascinating experiment, a reminder that nature, especially in its earliest days, was never afraid to be strange. If Opabinia was a strange early experiment in sight and flexibility, then Hallucigenia was nature's fever dream. A creature so bizarre that for decades, scientists weren't even sure which way was up. It was as if evolution had briefly lost its sense of direction and decided to assemble a creature from whatever spare parts were lying around, resulting in something that looked more like a doodle in a mad scientist's notebook than a real, living thing. Small, worm-like, with long, rigid spines jutting from its back like the thorns of some alien plant, it seemed to defy all logic, as if it had been designed not for survival, but for confusion. When paleontologists first discovered Hallucigenia's fossils, they didn't just misinterpret parts of its anatomy. They got almost everything wrong. The initial reconstructions placed it upside down, with its spines acting as legs and its stubby little tentacle-like limbs positioned awkwardly in the air, as if it were walking on stilts and flailing for balance. It wasn't until much later that scientists realized the mistake. The spines were not its legs at all, but rather its defensive armor, meant to deter whatever hungry predators were lurking in the Cambrian seas. Its true legs, small and soft, extended beneath it, allowing it to scuttle across the ocean floor in search of food, though its exact diet remains something of a mystery. Hallucigenia was tiny, no longer than a finger, yet in a world where early predators were just beginning to refine their killing tools, even the smallest creatures needed a defense strategy. For Hallucigenia, those long, sharp spines were its best bet at survival. Any predator attempting to swallow it whole would have likely regretted the decision, the sharp protrusions making it a difficult and painful meal. But even with its armor, it wasn't invincible. The Cambrian was a time of rapid change, where survival meant keeping up with an evolutionary arms race that never slowed down. Hallucigenia, with its soft body and simple movement, was eventually outpaced by more advanced organisms that could move faster, adapt better, and defend themselves in more efficient ways. Despite its extinction, Hallucigenia left an enduring legacy, not in direct descendants, but in the evolutionary hints it provided about what life was experimenting with at the time. It belonged to a group of creatures distantly related to modern-day velvet worms, strange little invertebrates that still scuttle through rainforests today, though without the same dramatic spines. The fact that Hallucigenia ever existed at all is a testament to how wildly experimental early evolution could be, a period where nature seemed to be throwing every possible body plan into the ocean just to see what worked. Even now, when scientists look at its fossils, there is something almost unsettling about it, as if it were a creature not meant for this Earth, but for some alternate timeline where life evolved along an entirely different path. But the reality is even stranger. Hallucigenia was not an accident or an outlier, but a very real participant in the chaotic and unpredictable history of life. A reminder that for every familiar animal we know today, there were once dozens of creatures so strange they almost seem impossible. If Hallucigenia looked like an evolutionary experiment gone awry, then Anomalocaris was something else entirely. One of nature's first real attempts at crafting a predator, an animal built not just to exist, but to hunt. In a world where most creatures were small, soft-bodied, and completely unprepared for the concept of being chased down and devoured, Anomalocaris was a nightmare made real, an ancient leviathan that swam through the Cambrian seas as the undisputed apex predator of its time. And yet, for years, scientists had no idea what they were even looking at. When paleontologists first found its fossilized remains, they mistook its body parts for separate creatures. Its segmented mouth, with its circular rows of jagged plates, was thought to be a jellyfish. Its spiny, grasping front appendages were labeled as shrimp. Its sleek, torpedo-like body was considered to belong to some unknown sea worm. It wasn't until much later that they put the pieces together, quite literally, and realized they had all been looking at the scattered remains of a single, monstrous animal that had once ruled the ancient oceans. Anomalocaris was big, far bigger than most other Cambrian creatures. At nearly a meter in length, it would have dwarfed the trilobites and early arthropods that made up much of the ecosystem, slicing through the water with undulating, fin-like flaps that ran along the sides of its body. Unlike most of its prey, which either crawled along the ocean floor or drifted passively with the currents, Anomalocaris was an active swimmer, fast and agile, able to maneuver with precision as it closed in on its next meal. Its massive, stalked eyes, some of the most advanced visual systems of the time, would have given it an unparalleled ability to spot movement from a distance, while its long, spiny front appendages were designed to reach out, grab hold, and pull struggling victims into its terrifying, circular maw. That mouth, one of the most iconic features of Anomalocaris, was unlike anything that exists today. Instead of jaws that opened and closed in a typical biting motion, it had a ring of hardened plates that moved in a crushing, grinding motion, a macabre meat grinder capable of tearing through flesh and possibly even the armored exoskeletons of trilobites. Some fossilized trilobites have even been found with damaged, crushed shells that suggest they were unlucky victims of these prehistoric hunters. However, there's still some debate over whether Anomalocaris was truly capable of biting through hard shells, or if it preferred softer-bodied prey, using its powerful limbs to snatch up smaller creatures and swallow them whole. Despite its dominance, Anomalocaris was not invincible. The Cambrian seas were an evolutionary battleground, a time when new body plans and survival strategies were emerging at a rapid pace. While Anomalocaris was one of the first apex predators, it would not be the last, and the prey it once hunted so easily would eventually evolve better defenses. Harder shells, faster movement, and more complex survival strategies that would render early giants like Anomalocaris obsolete. As time went on, more advanced predators took over, and by the end of the Cambrian, this once feared ocean ruler had disappeared, its species lost to extinction. But for a brief moment in history, Anomalocaris was at the top, a creature unlike anything that had come before, an early glimpse of what the future of predation would look like. It was a prototype for everything that would come later, from the monstrous sea scorpions of the Silurian to the great white sharks of today. Proof that the arms race between predator and prey had already begun, and that nature, in its endless experimentation, had just started to sharpen its teeth. For all its dominance, for all its perfected predatory design, Anomalocaris and its strange Cambrian contemporaries were not built to last. The world around them, the seas they ruled with an iron grip, the ecosystems that seemed to revolve around their existence. All of it was shifting beneath them, slowly, imperceptibly at first, and then with a force that no species, no matter how fearsome, could resist. It wasn't a single catastrophe that wiped them out, no asteroid, no sudden cataclysm, but rather a gradual tightening of environmental pressures, an accumulation of small, relentless changes that pushed them, and so many others, into oblivion. Oceans that had once been warm and teeming with life began to change in temperature, currents shifted, and oxygen levels fluctuated in ways that proved disastrous for creatures that had never needed to adapt to such instability. What had been an explosion of evolutionary potential, a time when bizarre and experimental life forms flourished in ways never seen before, slowly gave way to something far less forgiving. The arms race between predator and prey was accelerating, and the creatures that could not keep up, those locked into ancient, inefficient body plans, were the first to disappear. Anomalocaris, with its unique but increasingly outdated hunting strategies, may have found itself at a disadvantage as new competitors arose, creatures that were smaller, faster, and better suited for survival in a world that no longer favored the slow-moving giants of the Cambrian seas. The trilobites, once helpless in the face of these massive predators, had begun to evolve tougher, more reinforced exoskeletons, their segmented armor growing thicker, their spines becoming sharper, turning them from defenseless prey into a challenge that even the great Anomalocaris may have struggled to subdue. Other animals, too, were adapting in ways that shifted the balance of power. Burrowing species that could escape detection, creatures with more efficient movement, scavengers that could thrive even in difficult conditions. And while these changes played out over millions of years, their impact was absolute. The environment itself was growing increasingly unstable, and as new life flourished, the old was being left behind. The Cambrian period, despite its reputation for evolutionary innovation, ended with a mass extinction, a great dying that swept away much of the strange and experimental life that had once defined it. Changes in the chemistry of the oceans, possibly linked to volcanic activity, shifts in sea levels, or even biological factors like the spread of oxygen-consuming organisms, created conditions that many species simply could not endure. The world had changed, and those that had ruled it for so long, those that had thrived in its ancient, unrecognizable seas, found themselves trapped in a losing battle against forces they could neither fight nor escape. And so they vanished, leaving behind only fossils, fragmented traces of an era so distant, so alien, that it might as well belong to another planet. Their remains tell a story of power and inevitability, of creatures that once held dominion over an oceanic world but were ultimately powerless against time itself. Evolution is merciless, a process that rewards only those who can keep up, and no matter how dominant a species may seem in its moment, it is always standing on borrowed time. Anomalocaris, Hallucigenia, Opabinia, the countless other strange and wonderful beings that once swam through those primordial waters, were all reminders that nature is not sentimental. It does not preserve, it does not look back, it only moves forward, leaving even the most fearsome and fascinating creations behind as it carves out the next chapter in the endless story of life and extinction. 3. The Age of Dinosaurs and Mass Extinctions. The seas of the Cambrian, once dominated by creatures like Anomalocaris, had given way to something new, something bigger, something far more complex than the world had ever seen before. Time moved forward in its relentless march, and as the oceans shifted and life evolved, the Earth itself transformed into a stage for one of the most extraordinary reigns of any group of creatures to ever walk, swim, and fly. What came next was an era that would define prehistoric life in the human imagination, a time when giants ruled land, sea, and sky. The Mesozoic era, the Age of Dinosaurs. It did not begin in glory. The world that preceded it had been shattered by another mass extinction, one that marked the end of the Permian, wiping out nearly all life in a disaster so severe that it remains the worst extinction event in Earth's history. But life, resilient and persistent, clawed its way back from the brink, adapting, diversifying, filling the empty world with new forms that would one day dominate it completely. The Mesozoic was divided into 3 great chapters, each one playing a part in the rise and fall of the dinosaurs. The Triassic came first, a time of recovery, of rebuilding. The Earth was still scarred from its past, but in the chaos, new life was emerging. The first dinosaurs were not the towering creatures of later periods. They were small, fast, opportunistic, competing alongside strange reptilian ancestors that still clung to dominance. Pangaea, the vast supercontinent that spanned the globe, made for a world where early dinosaurs spread quickly, but they were not yet kings. Crocodile-like archosaurs reigned over much of the land, marine reptiles ruled the seas, and the skies belonged to the first pterosaurs, distant relatives of the dinosaurs themselves. For millions of years, the dinosaurs were just another part of the ecosystem, but the Triassic, like so many years before it, did not last forever. Another mass extinction, though not as devastating as the one that came before, cleared the way for what would come next. Then came the Jurassic, the true beginning of the dinosaurs' dominance. With their competition wiped away, they flourished, evolving into the massive, diverse, and often bizarre creatures that have become the icons of prehistory. The world itself had changed. Pangaea had begun to break apart, opening new habitats, new opportunities, new evolutionary pathways. Forests of towering conifers stretched across the land, lush and humid, a paradise for the herbivores that now roamed in vast herds. And behind them, among them, always watching, were the carnivores, growing larger, more specialized, honing their skills as hunters and scavengers in a world that belonged to them. The long-necked giants, the sauropods, reached sizes never before seen in terrestrial life, their enormous bodies supported by powerful legs that carried them across entire continents. Stegosaurs, armored and spiked, adapted defenses against the hungry jaws of theropods that stalked them through the undergrowth. And in the skies, pterosaurs soared, some as small as birds, others with wingspans that rivaled the size of a small plane. And then, as if nature had not yet reached its peak in the art of creating the spectacular, the Cretaceous arrived. By this time, the dinosaurs had become more than just rulers of the land. They were everywhere, filling every niche, evolving into forms that were faster, stronger, smarter than anything that had come before them. The raptors, small, feathered, deadly, moved with intelligence that hinted at the future of birds. The towering tyrannosaurs, including the infamous Tyrannosaurus rex, became apex predators unlike anything that had ever walked the earth. The oceans teemed with massive marine reptiles, mosasaurs and plesiosaurs that hunted in the depths, while enormous pterosaurs like Quetzalcoatlus glided over the land, their wings casting shadows over herds of triceratops and ankylosaurs. The world was vibrant, thriving, bursting with life. But even at its height, even in its most perfect, awe-inspiring form, nothing lasts forever. The dinosaurs, after millions of years of absolute rule, were heading toward the end of their time. Something was coming, something that they could neither see nor prepare for. The Mesozoic era, which had begun in the wake of destruction, was racing toward another, final catastrophe. One that would end it all, not just for the dinosaurs, but for the very world they had shaped for so long. Even as the world of the Cretaceous hurtled toward an end it could never anticipate, the dinosaurs that roamed its lands were at the peak of their evolutionary brilliance. These were no longer the primitive creatures of the Triassic or even the titanic, slow-moving giants of the Jurassic. By the late Cretaceous, they had become something else entirely. Sleek, powerful, adapted to a changing world, each species sculpted by millions of years of survival, dominance, and the relentless drive of nature to refine life into its most efficient forms. And among these creatures, some would become legends, names that would endure long after the last dinosaur had vanished, as if echoes of their footsteps could still be heard through the bones they left behind. There was, of course, the undisputed king, the towering, fearsome, utterly magnificent Tyrannosaurus rex. No dinosaur has captured human imagination quite like it, the very embodiment of prehistoric power, its name alone enough to summon images of a world where nature had reached an apex in pure predatory might. At nearly 40 feet long, with a head the size of a grown man, filled with bone-crushing teeth that could pulverize anything unfortunate enough to be caught between them, Rex was more than just a hunter. It was a force, but it was also more than just the beast Hollywood had turned it into. The latest discoveries suggest it had keen senses, sharp intelligence, possibly even feathers in its early years before growing into the massive, muscle-packed predator that once ruled the forests and plains of North America. It wasn't the fastest creature. Its immense bulk made sure of that, but it didn't need to be. It was an ambush predator, a scavenger when necessary, a relentless survivor. And for a while, it truly was the king of its world. Yet, size wasn't everything. Not all dinosaurs relied on brute strength alone. Some were built for speed, for precision, for a hunting style that was all about strategy, coordination, and lethal efficiency. That was where Velociraptor came in, though the version of it that exists in most people's minds is more fiction than fact. The real Velociraptor was much smaller than its movie counterpart, about the size of a large turkey, but what it lacked in sheer size, it made up for in raw adaptability. It was built for the hunt, armed with a sickle-shaped claw on each foot, used not to slash, but to pin struggling prey down while it tore into them with its powerful jaws. And unlike the scaly monsters of pop culture, Velociraptor was covered in feathers, more bird than reptile in many ways, a glimpse into the evolutionary path that would one day lead to modern birds. It was likely a pack hunter, intelligent enough to work together, swift enough to take down creatures much larger than itself, and agile enough to survive in a world filled with dangers that loomed at every turn. But not all dinosaurs were hunters. Some were armored, built to withstand the very creatures that stalked them, designed not to flee but to stand their ground. Among them was Triceratops, a dinosaur that looked as if it had been sculpted by war itself. A massive frill of bones stretched out from the back of its skull, 3 great horns jutting from its face, a creature that could have been a walking fortress. It was one of the last great herbivores of the Cretaceous, roaming in herds across what would one day become North America, its powerful frame built to crash through dense vegetation as it foraged for food. But its horns weren't just for show. Paleontologists have found battle scars on fossilized Triceratops skulls, deep gouges and fractures likely made in fights with others of its kind, or, more dramatically, with its greatest predator, T. Rex itself. A fully grown Triceratops, weighing several tons, could have been more than just prey. It could have been a challenge, an opponent, a creature capable of driving its horns into the underbelly of a tyrant king. And yet, despite their power, their adaptations, their sheer dominance over the world they inhabited, none of it mattered when the skies darkened and the world turned against them. These creatures, so perfectly designed for survival in the age of dinosaurs, would never know what hit them. They would not see the end coming. They would never understand what was happening as their world collapsed around them, as fire rained from the sky, as the earth itself shook and the sun faded into a haze of dust and death. For millions of years, they had reigned. But nothing, no matter how powerful, lasts forever. But even the mightiest creatures to ever walk the earth could not fight against a world that had already decided their fate. It wasn't a single moment, a lone disaster that swept them away in an instant, but a slow, suffocating collapse that began long before the final catastrophe. The world they had ruled for millions of years was already shifting beneath their feet, its stability crumbling in ways they could neither see nor understand. Long before the asteroid came, the planet itself had started to betray them. Deep beneath the surface, something ancient and violent was awakening, a force that had reshaped the world before and would do so again. The Earth, in its ceaseless restlessness, had begun to crack open, and from those wounds came fire. In what is now India, an event was unfolding that would unleash destruction on a scale few things in Earth's history could match. The Deccan Traps, a vast volcanic province, began erupting with a fury that would last for hundreds of thousands of years, pouring immense rivers of lava across the land and pumping toxic gases into the atmosphere. It wasn't a single volcano, not the kind of event a creature could flee from, but a prolonged disaster, one that poisoned the air, choked the skies, and destabilized ecosystems all across the globe. The climate shifted, temperatures rose and fell in ways that disrupted food chains, oceans became more acidic, and the intricate balance of life started unraveling long before the final blow was struck. The dinosaurs could endure many things: cold, heat, scarcity, but they had never faced a world that was slowly, inexorably turning against them. Then came the moment that sealed their fate. 66 million years ago, something hurtled toward Earth at an unimaginable speed, an intruder from deep space on a path that could not be changed. It was a rock, nothing more than that, but it carried more power than all the volcanoes, all the earthquakes, all the storms the world had ever known combined. When it struck, everything changed in an instant. The impact was beyond anything the planet had experienced in hundreds of millions of years. A collision so violent it vaporized rock, sent shockwaves tearing through the atmosphere, and unleashed an explosion brighter than the sun itself. The force of the blast was enough to ignite wildfires across entire continents, send tsunamis racing across the seas, and hurl debris so high into the sky that it rained back down like molten glass. But it was what came next that truly ended the dinosaurs. The impact had carved a crater deep into the Yucatan Peninsula, a scar that would never fade, but the true devastation came from what it sent into the air. A choking cloud of dust, ash, and sulfur engulfed the sky, blotting out the sun in a darkness that lasted not for days or weeks, but for years. Without sunlight, plants withered and died, the great forests and plains turned to barren wastelands, and the herbivores that depended on them starved in a world that no longer had food to offer. With their prey gone, the predators followed, not in battle but in silence, their massive forms collapsing under the weight of an extinction they could not fight. Some creatures endured, the small, the adaptable, those that could burrow underground or scavenge what little remained. But the great age of the dinosaurs had come to an end. Not with a final battle, not with one last stand of a once mighty species, but with hunger, with cold, with a planet that had simply moved on. It had happened before, and it would happen again. The Earth does not mourn, does not grieve, does not pause to remember those that once ruled. It simply continues, reshaping itself in ways no creature can predict, giving rise to new life even as the old fades into dust. But the story didn't end there, not entirely. Extinction is never absolute in the way people imagine, never as clean and final as a chapter slammed shut. Life is persistent, slipping through the cracks of disaster, clinging to whatever small chances it can find, reshaping itself when everything else is falling apart. While the giants crumbled, something smaller, lighter, and more adaptable found a way through the darkness. In the aftermath of fire and starvation, beneath the choking sky where nothing grew, in a world where the old rulers had no place left to go, a lineage of creatures barely noticed in their time was already moving toward survival. They were fragile in appearance, almost laughably small in comparison to the beasts that had defined an entire era, but their size was their strength. What doomed the others? Their mass, their hunger, their inability to bend without breaking, meant nothing to these creatures. They had already learned to thrive in the shadows, already developed ways to outlast hardship. And so they did. They weren't the strongest. They weren't the most fearsome. They weren't the creatures anyone would have bet on, but they carried within them something that the world would not erase. Feathered, warm-blooded, and with a metabolism built for survival in the worst of times, they adapted while others fell. These small theropods, distant relatives of the great carnivores that had once ruled, had already been evolving towards something new long before the world changed. They had hollow bones that made them light enough to move quickly, feathers that could insulate them against the cold, beaks that let them eat whatever scraps were left when everything else had died. In a world where nothing was certain, flexibility was the only thing that mattered. And so, when the sky turned black and the land became barren, they didn't need vast forests to support their weight or an abundance of prey to sustain them. They needed only to be small enough to hide, light enough to move, adaptable enough to make do with whatever remained. While the asteroid had wiped out nearly everything, these creatures managed to hold on. They were not the last dinosaurs, but the first birds, creatures that had already been experimenting with flight long before the world ended. What began as an evolutionary advantage in one world became the key to survival in another. Over time, they spread, they changed, they flourished, not as remnants of something lost, but as the inheritors of something ancient. They are still here now, living among us in forms so familiar that people forget what they are. The pigeons in the city, the sparrows on the rooftops, the eagles that soar above forests, the penguins that waddle along icy shores. All of them, distant echoes of the creatures that once walked where no human ever would. When people think of dinosaurs, they imagine fossils, bones turned to stone, creatures locked in a past they will never escape. But the truth is, they never truly left. The dinosaurs that learned to change, to adapt, to slip past the grasp of extinction, are still here, watching from power lines, singing in the morning light, thriving in a world that was never meant for them. It's tempting to imagine that somewhere, in the depths of an untouched jungle or the shadowy waters of an isolated lake, something ancient still lingers, something that shouldn't be here, something that defied the odds and refused to vanish when the rest of its kind turned to fossils. The idea of lost dinosaurs hiding away in remote corners of the world is one that has fueled countless stories, whispers of creatures that never quite let go of their ring. After all, if birds, those delicate, fragile creatures perched on power lines, are living proof that not all dinosaurs disappeared, then why not something bigger, something that slipped through the cracks of time unnoticed? There have been stories, rumors passed down through generations, hints of something unexplainable lurking where no one expects. The legend of Mokelmbembe in the Congo Basin, described as a massive, long-necked creature moving through the murky rivers, has often been linked to the idea of a surviving sauropod, a relic from a time when the world was theirs. Sightings of strange, unclassified beasts in lakes and swamps, massive footprints found where no known animal should have walked, eerie calls from the depths of untouched wilderness. People have always searched for evidence that extinction does not mean absolute disappearance. But no matter how much the idea lingers, science has found no real proof that any of the great non-avian dinosaurs managed to endure past the cataclysm that ended their era. Survival would have been almost impossible. The world after the asteroid impact was a wasteland, choked in darkness, stripped of the plants that once fed the herbivores, leaving the carnivores to starve in turn. If anything had survived that initial devastation, it would have needed not just food but the ability to reproduce and maintain a stable population, something difficult for creatures so large. The environment was no longer built for them. The land had changed, the climate had shifted, and what had once been a thriving world for dinosaurs had become a place where smaller, quicker, and more adaptable creatures took over. And yet, if one looks at the deep ocean, at the creatures that have barely changed since prehistoric times, at the coelacanth, a fish thought to have gone extinct for 66 million years, only to be found alive in modern times, it's easy to understand why people wonder. Nature has a way of surprising us. While the evidence for surviving non-avian dinosaurs remains non-existent, the possibility that some ancient lineages managed to linger in ways we never expected is not entirely impossible. The dinosaurs as they once were are gone, but life is full of strange survivors, and history has shown that sometimes the past is closer than we think. 4. Megalodon and other extinct ocean giants. The weight of extinction is not always felt in the present. It stretches across time, leaving behind remnants of creatures that once ruled the seas, their bones buried beneath layers of history. The modern ocean still holds giants, from the great whales that navigate its depths to the massive sharks that cut through its waters. But there was once a time when even these titans would have seemed small in comparison. In an era when the ocean was home to predators of unimaginable size, one creature towered above them all. A shark so massive, so powerful, that even the largest living great white would have been nothing more than a fraction of its size. Megalodon was not just another shark. It was a force of nature, a predator that shaped the marine world around it, dominating the seas for millions of years before vanishing into the depths of prehistory, leaving only fossilized teeth as a testament to its reign. No living human has ever seen a megalodon, but the clues left behind allow us to piece together an image of what it once was. Its teeth, some the size of a human hand, reveal the scale of a creature that could have grown over 50 feet in length, with some estimates suggesting individuals that reached beyond 60 feet. A jaw large enough to swallow a person whole, a bite force unmatched by any predator in history, serrated teeth designed to carve through bone and flesh alike. This was not a shark that merely survived in its environment, it ruled it. It hunted whales, dolphins, and other large marine animals, a giant lurking in the deep, its mere presence enough to shape the behavior of other species. For millions of years, nothing could challenge it, nothing could threaten its place at the top of the food chain. And yet, despite its dominance, despite its unmatched strength, Megalodon disappeared, slipping into extinction in a world that had once belonged to it. The reason for its downfall was not a single event, not a sudden catastrophe that wiped it from existence, but a slow, relentless shift in the very fabric of the ocean itself. The world changed, temperatures cooled, and with them, the marine ecosystems began to shift in ways that even Megalodon could not withstand. The whales it relied on for food moved to colder waters, beyond the reach of a shark that thrived in warmer seas, forcing it to compete for smaller prey against rising numbers of great white sharks that were faster, more efficient hunters in this new world. The very oceans that had once allowed it to flourish now turned against it, leaving fewer and fewer places where it could sustain itself. A predator built for a time when the seas were different, Megalodon found itself unable to adapt quickly enough to the changes unfolding around it. One by one, the giants of its kind vanished, their bones sinking to the seafloor, their legacy reduced to scattered fossils hidden beneath the weight of time. But the ocean does not forget its past. Even now, in the depths where little light reaches, there are creatures that bear the marks of a world that once belonged to giants. The whales that still swim through the deep carry scars left by the bite of a predator that no longer exists. The great white sharks that prowl the coasts may have once darted through waters where Megalodon cast its massive shadow. And in the silence of the sea, where bones sink and disappear, the memory of the greatest shark that ever lived lingers. Not in flesh and blood, but in the shape of the world it left behind, an ocean forever changed by the giant that once ruled it. The ocean has always been home to giants, but long before Megalodon patrolled its depths, before the great whales rose to dominance, there were creatures that ruled the seas with an ancient, reptilian ferocity. Their world was not the ocean as it exists today, but a prehistoric expanse teeming with monstrous life, where the waters stretched over lands that no longer exist, where survival meant being more than just a predator. It meant being an apex force in an ecosystem of nightmares. And in this realm of prehistoric terror, there was no rival greater than the mosasaur, a creature that embodied the very essence of power and brutality, an evolutionary masterpiece of speed, strength, and cold-blooded precision. It was not just another marine reptile. It was something far more fearsome, a predator that would have made even the largest sharks of history seem insignificant by comparison. The bones of mosasaurs, buried for millions of years, reveal a creature that defied easy categorization. They were not dinosaurs, nor were they simple reptiles confined to the shallows. Instead, they were marine lizards, distant relatives of modern monitor lizards and snakes, but transformed by evolution into something truly monstrous. Some grew longer than a school bus, stretching beyond 50 feet, with powerful jaws lined with rows of conical teeth built for piercing flesh and crushing bone. Unlike the slow-moving sea creatures of today, mosasaurs were built for speed, their bodies sleek and muscular, their tails shaped for powerful propulsion, allowing them to strike with terrifying force. They were ambush predators, lurking in the depths, waiting for the perfect moment to explode upward in a burst of violence, their double-hinged jaws allowing them to swallow prey almost whole. But it wasn't just their size or their strength that made them terrifying. It was their absolute dominance over the prehistoric oceans. Mosasaurs were not passive hunters picking off weak or dying animals. They were relentless killers, consuming everything from fish and squid to massive marine reptiles, including other mosasaurs. Some fossil evidence even suggests they engaged in cannibalism, turning on their own kind when food became scarce. They were the undisputed rulers of their world, a force that nothing could challenge, until the very world itself began to change. Their reign lasted for millions of years, but it came to a sudden, cataclysmic end. When the asteroid struck, the one that ended the age of the dinosaurs, the ocean suffered just as much as the land. Fire rained from the sky, the seas darkened with debris, and the food chains collapsed in a matter of years. The mosasaurs, so perfectly adapted to the world they had dominated, found themselves trapped in a dying ocean. The prey they relied on disappeared, their young struggled to survive, and one by one, these sea dragons faded into extinction, leaving behind only their bones as proof that such creatures had once existed. But the ocean never forgets its kings. Even now, when divers descend into the depths where mosasaurs once hunted, there is a sense of something ancient lingering just beyond the edge of sight, a world still haunted by the memory of creatures that once ruled with teeth and power. The echoes of their existence can be seen in the way modern marine predators hunt, in the scars on the bodies of whales and sharks, in the fossils that surface from rock and time, whispering the story of an ocean that was once the hunting ground of real-life sea dragons. Long before the seas were patrolled by mosasaurs, before the monstrous jaws of Megalodon carved through the waters, there was another ruler of the deep, one that thrived in an oceanic world so ancient that even the continents above had yet to settle into their modern forms. This was a time when the land was still ruled by early dinosaurs, but beneath the waves, an entirely different kind of predator reigned supreme. Ichthyosaurs were unlike anything that came before them, reptilian creatures that had abandoned the land entirely, reshaping themselves into streamlined hunters that could rival even the most efficient marine predators of today. They were not dinosaurs, nor were they simple sea creatures struggling to adapt. They were built for the ocean in a way that no reptile before them had ever been, evolving into something eerily familiar yet entirely alien in its origins. Their bodies, fossilized over hundreds of millions of years, reveal a shape that bears an uncanny resemblance to modern dolphins, with torpedo-like frames, elongated snouts lined with sharp teeth, and massive eyes that suggest a world of deep-sea hunting in near-total darkness. Some were small and swift, no larger than a human, darting through prehistoric waters in search of fish and squid, while others grew to monstrous sizes, reaching over 60 feet in length, their powerful tails propelling them through the depths with an efficiency that rivaled even today's fastest sharks. Unlike their land-dwelling ancestors, they did not rely on lungs for prolonged dives, but instead developed the ability to hold their breath for extended periods, surfacing only when necessary, much like modern whales. But despite their dolphin-like appearance, ichthyosaurs were not mammals. They were reptiles through and through, cold-blooded hunters adapted to a world where survival meant domination. For millions of years, they flourished, evolving into countless forms, some built for speed, others for power, each perfectly designed for the role it played in the ancient seas. They gave birth to live young rather than laying eggs, a remarkable adaptation that allowed them to remain in the ocean indefinitely, never needing to return to land. Their world was one of abundance, where massive cephalopods and primitive fish filled the waters, and for a time, nothing could challenge their supremacy. But like all rulers of the deep, their reign was not destined to last forever. The world around them began to change, subtly at first, then with devastating speed. Shifting continents altered ocean currents, temperatures fluctuated, and the once thriving ecosystems that had supported them began to collapse. Competition with newer marine reptiles grew fiercer as mosasaurs and plesiosaurs emerged to challenge their dominance, forcing them to fight for survival in an ocean that was no longer their own. And then came the cataclysm, the environmental upheavals that triggered mass extinctions, wiping out not just the ichthyosaurs, but countless other creatures that had once ruled the earth. One by one, their species disappeared, their bones settling into the depths, their once powerful bodies reduced to fossils buried beneath layers of rock and time. Yet their story did not end with their extinction. Even now, their legacy lingers, imprinted in the very design of the creatures that followed them. The efficiency of their bodies, their method of movement, their strategies for survival. These were not lost, but were instead echoed in the forms of whales, dolphins, and other modern marine mammals that unknowingly carry the imprint of a reptilian lineage that vanished millions of years ago. And so, while the ichthyosaurs themselves are gone, their influence remains, an unbroken thread woven into the history of life on Earth, a reminder that even the mightiest rulers of the sea are never truly lost to time. Even the most dominant creatures of the past were not immune to the slow, unrelenting forces of change, the kind that does not strike with the immediacy of a single catastrophe, but instead unfolds over millions of years, an invisible war fought between shifting climates, evolving predators, and vanishing prey. The oceans that once belonged to ichthyosaurs, mosasaurs, and other colossal marine reptiles were not static realms frozen in time. They were dynamic, ever-changing environments where survival was not simply about being the largest or the most efficient hunter, but about adapting faster than the world itself could shift. And for those that could not keep up, extinction was inevitable. The downfall of these ancient titans was not a singular event, but a slow unraveling, a gradual erosion of their dominance that began with changes they could not control. Ocean temperatures fluctuated, altering the delicate balance of life that had sustained them for millions of years. The currents shifted, driving their prey to new depths, to unfamiliar waters, where hunting became more difficult, where the food sources they had once relied on began to dwindle. Some of these great reptiles may have tried to follow, venturing into new territories, but the competition waiting for them was fierce. By the time mosasaurs arrived, they were built for a different kind of ocean, one that had already begun phasing out the ichthyosaurs, creatures that had once ruled but were now becoming relics in a world that no longer favored them. The arrival of new predators meant new battles for dominance, ones that the older giants were no longer equipped to win. But competition alone was not the final blow. The climate itself became an enemy, transforming the oceans in ways that made survival increasingly difficult. Rising and falling sea levels reshaped coastlines, swallowed up nurseries, and disrupted breeding patterns. Entire food chains collapsed as species struggled to adapt, and those that relied on specific prey found themselves in a losing battle against scarcity. For the ichthyosaurs, already weakened by evolutionary stagnation, these changes sealed their fate, their once thriving populations dwindling until they were nothing more than shadows of their former selves. The mosasaurs, too, would eventually face their own reckoning, not from slow decline, but from the sheer devastation of a world-ending impact. When the asteroid struck, it did not discriminate between those that had been struggling for millions of years and those that had only just claimed their place at the top. It was the final, brutal punctuation mark in an extinction event that wiped out not only the last of the great marine reptiles, but nearly all of the dominant species of the Mesozoic era. The ocean did not simply empty overnight, but the creatures that had once ruled its depths were no longer there to reclaim their thrones. And in their absence, the seas changed again, filling with new life, new predators, ones that no longer resembled the ancient giants that had come before, but carried traces of them in their very existence. Evolution did not stop with extinction. It merely rewrote the script, crafting new creatures to take the place of those that had fallen. Though the bones of these lost giants remain, buried beneath eons of rock and sediment, their legacy persists in the way life has continued to adapt, in the unbroken chain that stretches from the past to the present. The forces that led to their disappearance have not vanished. They are the same forces shaping the planet today, the same invisible tides of change that determine which species thrive and which fade into history. What happened to them was not an anomaly, but a pattern, a cycle written into the fabric of life itself, an ongoing reminder that nothing, no matter how vast or powerful, is ever truly safe from the relentless passage of time. If the past has taught anything, it is that extinction is rarely a clean break but a slow vanishing, a disappearance marked by dwindling sightings, fragmented remains, and the lingering possibility that something, somewhere, might still persist in the shadows. Megalodon, the most formidable predator the oceans have ever known, does not have the luxury of fading into obscurity unnoticed. A creature that once reached nearly 60 feet in length, with jaws powerful enough to crush bone as effortlessly as paper, is not the kind of being that simply hides. And yet, the question lingers like an echo. Could it still be out there, lurking in the deep, beyond the reach of human eyes? The ocean is a place of secrets, a world where the unknown vastly outweighs the known, where entire ecosystems exist in darkness, undiscovered and undisturbed. It is easy to imagine something as vast as Megalodon slipping away into the abyss, retreating to depths beyond the reach of satellites and sonar, beyond the grasp of scientific certainty. After all, creatures once thought extinct have reappeared before, as if time had forgotten to erase them. The coelacanth, a fish that predates the dinosaurs, was pulled from the depths after being presumed lost for millions of years. If such a relic of ancient oceans could survive undetected for so long, then why not something larger, something that had once ruled with unmatched dominance? But size is both a weapon and a curse. A predator as immense as Megalodon does not simply exist. It must consume, and it must do so on a scale that would leave an undeniable mark on the modern ocean. The deep sea is not an infinite refuge. It is a place of scarcity, where food is not taken for granted but fought for in an environment of crushing pressure and eternal night. The prey that once sustained Megalodon, whales, large fish, and marine mammals, do not roam the abyss in numbers large enough to sustain such a predator. If it had somehow adapted, shrinking into something lesser, becoming a shadow of its former self, then it would no longer be Megalodon as it was known, but something else entirely, a new creature forged by necessity rather than legacy. The evidence against its survival is not just theoretical, but practical. The fossil record, which holds the fragments of its past, shows a species that declined as the oceans changed, as new predators emerged, as the climate shifted into something it could no longer master. Its teeth, some of the most durable remnants of any creature to have ever lived, stop appearing in younger sediments, vanishing from history as the species itself did. The absence of carcasses, bite marks on modern whales, or sonar signatures the size of a bus leaves little room for speculation. It is not just missing from the deep, it is missing from time itself. Yet, the mind resists certainty in the face of the unknown. The ocean is vast beyond comprehension, a liquid wilderness that swallows light, sound, and understanding. For some, the possibility of Megalodon's survival is not about logic, but about the romance of mystery, the allure of believing that something ancient and powerful might still be out there, just beyond the edge of discovery. But the ocean, for all its mysteries, does not rewrite the laws of biology. A predator that large cannot remain unseen forever. If it still roamed the deep, it would have left behind something more than just speculation. It would have left behind proof. And in the silence of its absence, the truth is clear. Megalodon is gone, not hidden, not waiting, but truly lost to the past, leaving only its legend to haunt the waters it once ruled. 5. The Ice Age Megafauna. Restoration is a chance to reclaim what was lost, but there are limits to what can be undone. Some species are gone in ways that no amount of effort can reverse, their existence confined to fossils, frozen remains, and the distant echoes of a time when the world was shaped by forces far older than civilization itself. The woolly mammoth was one of the last great survivors of an era when ice stretched across continents, when towering beasts roamed the tundra and steppe, adapted to a world of relentless cold. For thousands of years, they endured, their thick fur shielding them from the brutal winds, their curved tusks carving through snow to reach the frozen grasses beneath. They had seen climate shifts before, had lived through cycles of warming and cooling, had outlasted predators and scarcity, their herds passing knowledge from one generation to the next. But survival is not only a matter of endurance. Sometimes, it is about being in the right place at the right time, and when the world changed too quickly, even the woolly mammoth could not keep pace. Their decline was not sudden, not an instant catastrophe that wiped them from existence in a single moment. Instead, it was a slow retreat, a dwindling of herds that once roamed in vast numbers across Eurasia and North America, a struggle against forces that compounded upon one another. The warming climate at the end of the last ice age reshaped the landscapes they had once dominated, turning open tundras into dense forests, changing the very nature of the food they had relied upon for survival. Where once there had been endless expanses of grasslands and shrubs, now there were trees whose leaves could not sustain them, wetlands where their massive bodies could not easily traverse. Their range shrank, forcing them into smaller and more isolated populations, each group more vulnerable than the last. But the changing environment was not the only force working against them. There was another presence in their world, something they had encountered before, but never in such numbers, never with such relentless determination. Early humans had already begun to spread, hunting not just for sustenance, but for tools, for resources, for survival of their own. The mammoths were not just prey. They were a source of warmth, of shelter, of ivory that could be carved into weapons and art, into objects that would long outlast the creatures they were taken from. It was not that humans alone wiped them out. The relationship was more complex, a struggle between species caught in the same battle against scarcity. But as human populations grew, as hunting techniques became more efficient, as the last mammoths found themselves trapped between a changing climate and a relentless predator, extinction became inevitable. Some of them held on, long after their mainland relatives had disappeared. On Wrangel Island, a small, isolated population survived for thousands of years beyond their supposed end, lingering in secrecy on a remote Arctic refuge where the forces that had driven their kin to extinction were slower to arrive. But their fate was only delayed, not avoided. Inbreeding, resource scarcity, and the final encroachments of humanity sealed their end. until the last woolly mammoths disappeared from the earth around 4,000 years ago. So recent in history that they were still alive when the Great Pyramid of Giza was being built. Their bones remain, preserved in the permafrost, their stories reconstructed from frozen corpses pulled from the ice, their DNA lingering as a whisper of a species that once defined an entire era. But extinction does not leave room for second chances. No matter how well their remains are preserved, no matter how many scientists dream of resurrecting them through genetic engineering, the world they once knew no longer exists, and even if they could return, it would not be the same. Some things, once lost, are lost forever. The woolly mammoth's extinction was a reminder that even the most resilient creatures are not immune to the forces of change, that adaptation has its limits, that survival is never guaranteed. But the Ice Age was filled with more than just mammoths. It was a world of giants, of predators whose very existence seemed to defy time itself, none more iconic than the saber-toothed cats. With fangs like curved daggers, built not just to kill but to pierce, to carve deep into the flesh of their prey, they were creatures of precision and power. Yet, despite their fearsome appearance, the question lingers. Were they relentless hunters, or was their existence shaped more by opportunity, by scavenging, by taking advantage of the kills left behind by others? Their place in the Ice Age ecosystem was not as simple as a predator chasing down prey. It was a delicate balance of strength, patience, and survival in a world where nothing came easily. Saber-toothed cats were not built like modern big cats. Unlike lions and tigers, which rely on speed and agility to take down their prey, they were more robust, more muscular, with short, stocky limbs that suggest power over swiftness. Their massive canines were their defining feature, but those teeth were also fragile, prone to breaking if they struck bone, built for precision rather than brute force. A typical big cat today kills with a suffocating bite to the throat, using its strong jaw to crush windpipes and bring down prey quickly. But saber-toothed cats had weaker bite forces relative to their size. Their jaws were designed to open incredibly wide, allowing them to sink their fangs deep into soft tissue, piercing the arteries of large prey, cutting through muscle in a way that ensured a fast and fatal wound. It was not about overpowering in a prolonged struggle. It was about delivering a perfectly placed strike, about patience, about waiting for the right moment when the prey was already subdued, already vulnerable. That hunting style suggests something different from the high-speed chases of modern predators. Instead of running down prey, saber-toothed cats likely relied on ambush tactics, lurking in the undergrowth, waiting for large herbivores to wander too close before striking with devastating force. Their powerful forelimbs, much stronger than those of lions or tigers, hint at how they may have restrained their victims, pinning them down with sheer weight and muscle before delivering the killing blow. But even with this ability, their reliance on large prey may have made them more vulnerable to the changing world around them. Unlike scavengers, which could survive on scraps and adaptability, saber-toothed cats needed fresh kills, needed their specialized hunting techniques to work, needed an environment where massive prey was abundant and where the ecosystem supported their method of attack. Scavenging, while possible, would not have been their primary means of survival. Their teeth, so perfectly designed for slicing through flesh, were poorly suited for crushing bone, a necessary trait for an animal dependent on scavenging. Hyenas, for example, have immensely strong jaws built to grind down even the toughest remains, maximizing every part of a carcass. Saber-toothed cats lacked that ability. Their teeth could break if subjected to the pressures of gnawing on skeletons, suggesting that while they may have stolen kills from weaker predators or taken advantage of easy meals when available, they were not built to rely on scavenging as a primary means of survival. They were ambush specialists, hunters that thrived when the world was full of massive herbivores that could sustain them. But when those prey species declined, so too did their chances of survival. Their extinction, much like that of the mammoths, was not instantaneous. As the Ice Age ended, as the great megafauna disappeared, as the landscapes changed and the ecosystems they depended on collapsed, the saber-toothed cats found themselves without the world they had once ruled. Without their primary prey, without the abundance that had once allowed them to thrive, they could not simply adapt, could not switch to hunting smaller animals as easily as more generalist predators. Their strength, their precision, their very design became a disadvantage in a world where survival now belonged to those that could make do with less. The last of their kind faded away, leaving only bones and fossils, their presence still etched into the permafrost, their fangs a reminder of a time when power and precision were enough. Until the world changed, and they were not. The saber-toothed cats had ruled through precision, through power, through an ambushed predator's mastery of the hunt. But they were not the only giants that once walked the earth. There were others, creatures that seemed almost out of place in the brutal landscapes of the Ice Age. Creatures that moved not with the speed of a predator, but with a slow, deliberate confidence, relying not on razor-sharp fangs, but on sheer size and endurance. Among them were the giant ground sloths. Enormous, bear-sized relatives of the modern sloths that now cling to trees in the rainforests, a remnant of a lineage that had once been far more diverse, far more dominant. Unlike their small, arboreal descendants, these ground sloths were built for life on solid earth, their immense bulk carried by powerful limbs, their claws curved like scythes, their movements slow but unshaken, as if they knew that few creatures would dare to challenge them. They were unlike anything alive today. Some stood over 10 feet tall when they reared onto their hind legs, capable of reaching into the tallest branches with their elongated arms, stripping trees of their leaves with claws so large they could be mistaken for weapons. Yet those claws were not meant for killing. They were tools, adapted for gathering food, for pulling down vegetation, for defense against the rare predators bold enough to test their strength. Despite their lumbering appearance, they were not simple creatures. Their slow metabolism meant they could survive in environments that would have been too harsh for more energy-hungry animals, and their thick hides, reinforced with small bony plates embedded beneath the skin, acted like natural armor. Few predators would have risked attacking a full-grown giant ground sloth. Not even the formidable Smilodon would have taken such a challenge lightly. For thousands of years, they wandered the Americas, from the open plains to dense forests, thriving in a world of abundant food and minimal threats. They were ecosystem engineers, shaping the land as they fed, their movements carving pathways through vegetation, their feeding habits influencing the distribution of plants, their sheer presence altering the landscapes they inhabited. Some species dug massive burrows, tunnels large enough for a human to stand inside, places of refuge that would remain long after their creators were gone. They had no natural enemies strong enough to bring them down in significant numbers, no disease that wiped them out in an instant, no sudden catastrophe that removed them from the earth overnight. And yet, they vanished. Their end was tied to two forces: the shifting climate at the end of the Ice Age and the arrival of an enemy they had never encountered before. As temperatures changed, as the sprawling grasslands and forests they had depended on began to shrink, their populations started to dwindle. But it was the emergence of humans that delivered the final blow. To early hunters, a giant ground sloth would have been an irresistible prize. Massive, slow-moving, an easy target compared to the faster, more elusive prey of the Ice Age. The very things that had made them so successful for so long. Their size, their slow metabolism, their lack of natural predators, became weaknesses in the face of a species that did not fight with tooth and claw, but with fire, with strategy, with weapons that could bring down even the mightiest of animals. Cave paintings, ancient bones marked by cuts from human tools, the sudden disappearance of these creatures from the fossil record, all point to a species that was hunted until its numbers could no longer recover. Some of the last giant ground sloths survived in isolated pockets, much like the woolly mammoths that lingered on Wrangel Island. But extinction is relentless, and in the end, they too disappeared. Today, only their distant tree-dwelling relatives remain, shadows of a past where sloths were not just small creatures moving among the branches, but towering beasts that once shaped the very landscapes they lived in. The giant burrows they dug still exist, empty tunnels carved through the earth, a reminder that not so long ago, creatures of immense size and slow, deliberate power roamed where now only memory remains. The giant ground sloths had shaped the land with their immense presence, moving through forests and grasslands with a slow, unchallenged certainty their claws carving paths through dense vegetation, their feeding habits influencing entire ecosystems. They had endured for millennia, surviving the Ice Age's harshest winters, the shifting landscapes, the competition with other massive herbivores. Yet, for all their resilience, they did not survive the arrival of humans. Their end was not a sudden cataclysm, but a gradual disappearance, a slow dwindling until they were nothing more than remnants in the fossil record, their existence reduced to scattered bones and the empty burrows they had once inhabited. The question of whether humans were solely responsible for their extinction is a complex one, but the evidence is difficult to ignore. Wherever early humans spread, something happened to the great beasts of the land. The mammoths, the mastodons, the saber-toothed cats, the giant sloths. All of them had survived countless climate shifts before, but their last days coincided with the spread of a species unlike any they had encountered before. Humans did not simply exist within an ecosystem, they transformed it. With fire, they cleared forests. With tools, they carved bones, stripped meat, and hunted with an efficiency that no natural predator could match. With strategy, they worked together, communicating in ways that no Ice Age hunter had before, turning what had once been untouchable prey into something vulnerable. The giant sloths, for all their size, for all their natural armor, were not built for creatures that could attack from a distance, for weapons that could strike before they even saw their enemy. The first encounters may have been uncertain, a slow realization that these new predators were unlike any they had faced before. But humans did not need to kill them all at once. They only needed to take them down faster than they could reproduce, targeting the young, the weak, the slowest members of the herd. As hunting methods grew more advanced, the balance tipped further. In some cases, evidence of butchering marks on sloth bones suggests they were not just hunted, but possibly driven into traps, their slow reflexes making escape nearly impossible. Yet it was not only the hunt that doomed them. It was the ripple effect that followed human expansion. The fires that cleared forests for settlements, the overhunting of other herbivores that changed the food chain, the disruptions in migration patterns. All of it contributed to an environment that no longer worked in their favor. It is possible that some populations held on for centuries, hidden in isolated pockets where humans had not yet reached. But isolation is not survival. A species needs numbers, needs genetic diversity, needs space to roam and food to sustain it. One by one, those pockets collapsed. The last of the giant ground sloths vanished without ceremony, leaving behind nothing but the clues they had once existed. A few cave paintings, a scattering of bones, the great tunnels they dug, now empty. The same pattern played out across continents. The American megafauna, the woolly mammoths of the north, the giant kangaroos of Australia, the island species that had evolved in the absence of threats. Everywhere humans spread, extinction followed. There were always other factors. Climate shifts made survival harder. Changing landscapes placed pressure on populations. But humans were the final push, the force that took species already struggling and made their survival impossible. It was not malice, not a deliberate attempt to wipe them out, but simply the nature of human expansion. No predator had ever been like them. No creature had ever reshaped the world so quickly, so decisively. And once a species disappears, it does not return. No amount of regret can bring back what was lost. The great beasts of the past had fallen one by one, not in an instant, but in a slow, relentless decline, their fates sealed by forces they could neither understand nor resist. Some had vanished in the silence of an empty landscape, their final moments unrecorded, their bones left to be buried beneath layers of time. Others lingered in the memories of the first humans to tell stories, their forms etched onto cave walls, their existence reduced to nothing more than echoes. But extinction, once thought to be absolute, is no longer an unbreakable law. The idea that these creatures, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, could one day walk the earth again is no longer the stuff of fiction. With modern advancements in genetics, scientists now stand at the edge of something unprecedented, the possibility of undoing what once seemed irreversible. Cloning is not a simple process, and the barriers to reviving extinct species are immense. DNA, the blueprint of life, does not last forever. Time breaks it down, fragmenting the genetic code into unreadable pieces, making it nearly impossible to reconstruct an entire organism from what little remains. The best preserved specimens, locked in permafrost for thousands of years, still contain only damaged remnants of the past, incomplete sequences that must be patched together with the DNA of living relatives. For a species like the woolly mammoth, its closest surviving kin, the Asian elephant, becomes the foundation, a genetic framework upon which scientists attempt to rebuild what was lost. But a mammoth is not just an elephant with thicker hair and longer tusks. Its physiology, its adaptations to a frozen world, its interactions with its environment, all of it was shaped by a history that no longer exists. Even if a mammoth were recreated, it would not return to the Ice Age tundra it once roamed, but to a world that has moved on without it. The challenges are even greater for creatures that have no close relatives. The saber-toothed cats, the giant ground sloths, the massive flightless birds that once dominated islands. All of them are so far removed from any living species that reconstructing their genomes would be an act of near impossible precision. Even if the genetic puzzle were solved, cloning alone is not enough. An animal is more than its DNA. It is shaped by the world in which it grows, by the behaviors passed down through generations, by the instincts honed over millennia. A cloned mammoth raised by elephants would never learn the ways of its kind, never hear the deep rumbles of a herd that no longer exists, never migrate along ancient paths that have long since vanished beneath forests and cities. There is also the question of whether bringing them back is even the right thing to do. Some argue that de-extinction could restore lost ecosystems, that resurrecting keystone species like mammoths could reverse the damage caused by their disappearance, even slow the melting of the Arctic by reintroducing animals that once trampled down snow and maintained the grasslands of the north. Others warn that it is a distraction, that resources spent reviving the past could be better used protecting the species that still remain, the ones teetering on the edge of the same fate that claimed the megafauna before them. Even if a cloned species could survive, where would it live? The world has changed. The balance that once allowed them to thrive is gone. The idea of reversing extinction is intoxicating, a defiance of nature's finality, a way to atone for the losses that were, in many cases, of our own making. But nature does not rewind so easily. The creatures that once roamed the earth were not just collections of genes, but products of an ancient world, one that no longer exists. Science may one day bridge the gap between what was lost and what can be restored, but even if it succeeds, what returns will not be the same. It will be something new, something caught between past and present, an echo of what once was, shaped by a future it was never meant to see. 6. Giant birds that ruled the skies. Extinction has taken so much, erasing creatures that once dominated their worlds, leaving behind only fossils and fragments of what they were. But not everything lost was small, fragile, or unassuming. Some were built to rule, engineered by evolution to dominate their landscapes with an unshakable presence. Among them were the terror birds, towering predators that once stalked the open plains of South America, moving with a confidence that came from knowing nothing could challenge them. They were not just birds in the way we think of them today, not the delicate, winged creatures flitting through trees or scavenging in city streets, but something else entirely. They were power incarnate, reminders of an era when mammals had not yet taken full control, when the world still belonged to giants who ruled with beaks instead of teeth. Standing up to 10 feet tall, they were creatures of raw force, built for pursuit and precision. Their wings had long since abandoned flight, repurposed instead for balance as they ran down prey with astonishing speed. But it was their skulls that defined them. Massive, reinforced, armed with hooked beaks that could deliver bone-crushing strikes. They did not need claws or venom or the stealth of a jungle cat. A single downward blow from that beak could split flesh, shatter bone, and end a struggle before it had the chance to begin. They were the undisputed apex predators of their time, filling the role that big cats and wolves would later take, controlling the balance of their ecosystem through sheer dominance. For millions of years, they thrived, adapting, spreading, ruling. And then, as had happened to so many others before them, the world changed. The formation of the Isthmus of Panama connected North and South America, creating a land bridge that allowed species from the north to migrate south. With that invasion came new predators: big cats, bears, and canines, creatures that had evolved under entirely different pressures, bringing with them hunting strategies that the terror birds had never encountered. The balance shifted. Slowly, their numbers dwindled, their reign slipping away as the ecosystems they once controlled began to favor their competitors. The last of them disappeared around 1.8 million years ago, leaving behind nothing but fossils, imprints of a time when birds, not mammals, ruled the land. Their extinction was not immediate, nor was it entirely inevitable. But survival is about adaptation, and the world they had once mastered had transformed into something they could no longer dominate. The land that had belonged to them for so long no longer had space for creatures built on brute strength alone. And so they vanished, leaving behind only echoes of their once unquestioned supremacy. Yet even in their absence, their existence lingers as proof that nature has never been bound by our expectations, that for millions of years, the mightiest land predators did not roar or snarl, but instead let the wind carry the sound of their footsteps as they ran down their prey, silent, swift, and unchallenged. The terror birds may have ruled through speed and power, their dominance carved into the very fabric of South America's ancient landscapes. But in another corner of the world, on an island isolated from the chaos of continental evolution, a different kind of giant took its place in history. The elephant bird of Madagascar was not a predator, not a hunter fueled by instinct and muscle, but it was no less imposing. It did not need to chase its prey or wield a crushing beak. Its sheer size alone made it a creature unlike anything alive today, a silent colossus that once moved through Madagascar's forests with an almost mythical presence. Standing nearly 10 feet tall and weighing over 1,000 pounds, it was the heaviest bird to ever walk the earth, dwarfing even the modern ostrich. Its eggs alone were monstrous, larger than any known dinosaur egg, their smooth surfaces holding enough volume to feed entire families. But despite its intimidating stature, the elephant bird was not a terror. It was a creature of patience, of slow movements, and deep time, a herbivore that relied not on predatory instinct but on the rhythm of the island's ecosystem, shaping it as much as it was shaped by it. For centuries, it thrived, unchallenged in a land where no natural predators had evolved to threaten it, its only true enemy lying beyond the shores it had never needed to leave. That enemy, of course, was humanity. When the first people arrived in Madagascar, they entered a world where giants still roamed, a world that had not yet learned to fear them. The elephant birds, accustomed to an island untouched by large predators, were unprepared for the quiet, creeping force of human expansion. They were hunted for their meat, their eggs taken as easy sources of food, their habitats steadily transformed as forests burned and settlements spread. The same slow patience that had allowed them to thrive for thousands of years now worked against them, and by the time the final remnants of their kind faded into history, they had left behind no stories, no written records. Only massive, hollow eggshells buried in the sand, fragments of something too large to be forgotten, yet too distant to ever be recovered. Unlike the terror birds, they did not disappear in some distant prehistoric age, erased by the shifting forces of natural selection. They vanished under human hands, their extinction likely complete by the 17th century, meaning that, not so long ago, there were people who may have looked upon the last of them, who may have seen one move through the trees, casting shadows over the land like a creature from another time. And now, their absence feels almost impossible, as if something that grand, something that immense, should have never been allowed to disappear. But nature does not work on what should have been. It only carries forward what remains, leaving us to wonder what the world might still look like had patience been met with preservation instead of destruction. The elephant bird's towering presence may have once defined Madagascar's landscapes, its slow-moving silhouette casting shadows over an island untouched by large predators. But across the ocean, in another land shaped by isolation, an entirely different giant took its place. The moa of New Zealand was not just a bird. It was an entire lost lineage, a family of flightless titans that had evolved in complete separation from the rest of the world. With no natural land predators to fear, They had no need for speed, no reason to develop weapons of defense. They lived in a world where they were unchallenged, their only concern being the slow, endless cycle of survival, foraging beneath the dense canopies of the forests that had stood for millennia. But this peaceful existence, perfected by time, would become the very thing that sealed their fate. Unlike their distant cousins, the ostriches and emus that still wander the earth, the moa had lost even the remnants of wings, their evolution stripping them down to pure function. Long, powerful legs for striding across vast landscapes, elongated necks for reaching the highest leaves. Some stood over 12 feet tall, towering over the early human settlers who first laid eyes upon them. But to those settlers, the moa were not creatures of wonder or symbols of a world untouched by time. They were a resource. Massive, slow-moving, unable to fight back, they were a hunter's dream, a walking banquet that required little more than patience and a sharp weapon to bring down. And so the hunting began, relentless and unchallenged. The first humans to arrive in New Zealand, the Maori, found themselves in a land where survival was dictated by what could be taken from nature, and the moa, abundant and defenseless, became an easy target. But there was no balance in this hunt. No predators had ever existed to keep their numbers in check, so they had never evolved the instincts to flee, to hide, to protect themselves. One by one, they disappeared, driven to extinction not over millions of years, not by gradual shifts in climate or competition, but in the span of a few centuries, a blink of an eye in the timeline of evolution. By the time the last moa fell, sometime in the 15th century, their world had already begun to forget them, their towering forms replaced by nothing, their empty spaces filled only by silence. They were not creatures of some distant prehistoric age, not remnants of a world lost to ancient cataclysms. They walked the same earth that we do, lived under the same skies, their extinction not some inevitable consequence of time, but a decision made by human hands, whether knowingly or not. Their absence is not just a story of loss, but of how quickly destruction can come when balance is ignored, when survival is measured only in what can be taken, never in what must be left behind. And now, where they once roamed, their forests stand as quiet memorials to something that should have endured, something that, had history played out just a little differently, might still be there, moving like ghosts through the trees. The moa may have dominated the forests and open landscapes of New Zealand with their sheer size, their slow and deliberate movements shaping the rhythm of an island untouched by mammalian predators. But where there are giants, there are always those who hunt them. High above, in the vast skies that stretched over this lost world, another creature watched, waited, and struck with the kind of force that defied anything that exists today. The Haast eagle was not just large. It was a predator in its most perfected form, a raptor whose very existence was built around taking down prey that should have been untouchable. It was a living contradiction, a bird of the skies that relied entirely on creatures of the land, an aerial hunter with the power of something far more ancient, more primal, than anything that soars through the air today. With a wingspan reaching nearly 10 feet, it was immense, but its wings were shorter and broader than those of most eagles, built not for endless gliding, but for maneuvering through dense forests, for weaving through ancient canopies in near silence before dropping down like a shadow made of talons and muscle. And those talons, massive, curved like daggers, each one as long as a human hand, could crush bone on impact, gripping with a force so powerful it could drive straight through the thick hide of its prey. The moa, despite their towering size, had no defenses against such an attack. The eagle would slam into them with the momentum of a falling boulder, driving its claws deep, holding fast as its massive beak tore into flesh. There was no struggle, no escape. The Haast eagle was nature's answer to a world of giants, an apex predator designed to rule the land from above. But a predator is only as strong as its prey, and the fate of the Haast eagle was written the moment the moa began to disappear. When the first humans arrived, it wasn't just the massive flightless birds that were hunted. It was an entire ecosystem unraveling, one link at a time. The moa were the foundation, their presence supporting everything from the forest they fed on to the hunters that relied on them. As they vanished, the Haast eagle was left stranded, its role as a dominant predator now useless in a world that no longer had room for it. Within a few hundred years, the skies over New Zealand were empty of its presence, the great hunter reduced to nothing more than fossilized bones and fragments of legends. Unlike other birds of prey, it left behind no successors, no modern species that carry even a fraction of its power. It did not fade away due to changing climates or slow evolutionary shifts. It was erased, its survival ripped from beneath it before it had a chance to adapt. And now, when we look to the skies, the eagles that remain, even the largest of them, are shadows of what once was, reminders of a world where something truly monstrous once ruled from above, descending with the weight of history in its claws. The Haast eagle may have ruled the skies of New Zealand with an unmatched ferocity, but its existence was never separate from the world below. It was a predator shaped entirely by the presence of flightless birds, creatures that had evolved in isolation, free from the threat of land-dwelling hunters that had shaped the rest of the world. And this was not just a New Zealand phenomenon. Across islands scattered throughout the planet, the absence of large mammalian predators had allowed flightless birds to rise, to carve out roles that, anywhere else, would have been filled by something with fur and fangs. These birds were not simply curiosities of evolution. They were the architects of their environments, their presence woven into the very structure of their ecosystems in ways that went far beyond their feathered forms. Unlike their relatives that took to the skies, flightless birds had no option for escape when danger arrived, no ability to lift off and find safety among the clouds. Instead, they adapted to their surroundings in ways that made them essential. Some, like the moa, became slow-moving grazers, shaping the plant life around them as they fed, their constant foraging influencing which species thrived and which struggled to grow. Others, like the now extinct elephant bird of Madagascar, acted as seed dispersers on a massive scale, consuming fruits that no other creature could handle and spreading their seeds across the land, ensuring the survival of trees that still bear the marks of a vanished partner. Even the smaller species, like the kakapo of New Zealand, one of the few flightless birds that still lingers in the modern world, played their part, burrowing into the undergrowth, fertilizing the soil, keeping the cycle of life moving in ways that could never be replaced by something else. But their greatest strength, their ability to thrive in places untouched by land predators, was also their greatest vulnerability. Because the moment humans arrived on these islands, bringing with them dogs, rats, and other animals that had never before existed in these isolated worlds, the fate of the flightless birds was sealed. They had no defenses, no instincts to flee, no evolutionary tools to fight back against creatures that saw them not as ecosystem shapers, but as food, as easy targets, as things to be taken rather than parts of a delicate balance. And so they disappeared, not in slow declines, but in sudden collapses, entire species wiped out in a matter of generations, their roles left unfilled, their absence reshaping the landscapes they had once dominated. Now, the few that remain exist on borrowed time, protected by human hands yet still teetering on the edge of survival, their presence a fragile reminder of what was lost. And even in the places where the ghosts of these birds still linger, where their bones are found buried beneath layers of history, where the trees still drop fruits meant for mouths that will never return, the echoes of their influence remain, subtle but undeniable, because the islands they left behind are not the same without them. Their ecosystems still bearing the scars of a world that was never meant to exist without its flightless rulers. 7. The dodo and other extinct birds. If undiscovered species remind us of the vastness of what still remains, then extinct species serve as a haunting echo of what has already been lost, a reminder that the world is not only a place of discovery, but also one of irreversible erasure. Some vanish in silence, slipping away before anyone even realizes they are gone, but others leave behind a story so bitter in its finality that their absence becomes larger than their existence ever was. Few creatures embody this as completely as the dodo, a bird that became a symbol not just of extinction, but of how easily humanity can unmake what it does not understand. When sailors first set foot on the island of Mauritius in the late 1500s, They found a world untouched by the outside, an isolated ecosystem where evolution had unfolded without the usual constraints of predators and survival instincts sharpened by fear. The dodo, a large, flightless bird, had thrived here for thousands of years, its bulky form moving through the forests, nesting on the ground, unbothered by threats that did not exist. It had no reason to flee, no reason to fear, until humans arrived, bringing with them something it had never encountered before, a world where indifference could be fatal. The sailors saw the dodo not as a creature of wonder, but as a convenient meal. It was slow, easy to catch, and seemingly inexhaustible, a walking source of meat that did not fight back or run. But they were not the only threat. The ships that brought them carried rats, pigs, and monkeys. Animals that quickly turned the island into something unrecognizable, devouring dodo eggs, trampling nests, competing for food in ways the bird had never needed to anticipate. Within less than a century, the dodo was gone, wiped from existence so thoroughly that for years afterward, some even doubted it had ever been real. What remained were only sketches, a few written accounts, and scattered bones, a creature that had been so utterly removed from the world that its very presence seemed like a half-remembered story rather than a living thing that had once walked the earth. But the dodo was not alone in its fate. It was simply one of the first extinctions caused directly by human expansion, the first clear case of what happens when an ecosystem too delicate to resist is exposed to forces too powerful to stop. The great auk, a northern relative of penguins, suffered a similar end. Hunted for its meat and feathers until the last of its kind was strangled on a lonely island off Iceland in 1844. The passenger pigeon, once numbering in the billions, was reduced to a single captive bird named Martha, who died in a cage in 1914, leaving behind a silence where the skies had once darkened with their endless flocks. These extinctions are not just tragedies of the past. They are reminders of how easily a species can vanish, how fragile survival can be when the balance is tipped. The dodo did not disappear because it was weak or because nature had failed it. It disappeared because it did not know how to exist in a world where survival was no longer just a matter of adapting to the land, but of surviving the relentless expansion of humanity. It remains, in memory and in metaphor, as a cautionary tale of how quickly the irreplaceable can be lost, how easily something that has existed for thousands of years can be undone in mere decades, and how extinction, once it happens, does not allow for second chances. The dodo's fate may be the most infamous, but it was not the only bird to vanish beneath the weight of human expansion, nor was it the only one to disappear without realizing it was meant to fear those who had come to take everything from it. Far from the warm shores of Mauritius, in the cold, wind-lashed waters of the North Atlantic, another bird lived and died in much the same way, its fate sealed not by its own weakness, but by the unrelenting demands of a world that saw it as nothing more than a resource. The great auk, a creature once so abundant that it filled entire islands with its presence, met its end with the same quiet inevitability that has erased so many others, a story of survival that lasted for millions of years, only to be undone in the span of a few centuries. For those who first encountered it, the great auk must have seemed almost otherworldly, a bird that belonged more to the sea than the sky, its sleek black and white form cutting through the freezing waters with effortless precision. It was flightless, its wings reduced to stiff, paddle-like flippers, perfect for propelling it through the ocean, but useless against the grasping hands of the hunters who would eventually claim its last breath. It thrived in the northern reaches of the world, nesting on isolated, rocky islands where few other creatures could survive, living in vast colonies that stretched across the shorelines of Iceland, Greenland, Canada, and the British Isles. And for a time, it existed in a balance that had held for millennia, undisturbed, its life dictated only by the rhythm of the sea and the slow passing of the seasons. But then the world changed, and with it, so did the auk's place in it. For centuries, it had been hunted by indigenous peoples who took only what they needed, using its meat, eggs, and feathers in a way that did not threaten its survival. But when European explorers and traders arrived, they did not see the bird as part of a delicate system. They saw only its usefulness, the way its thick, insulating down could be stripped to stuff pillows, The way its meat could be salted and stored for long voyages. The way its eggs, left unguarded on the barren shores, could be taken without resistance. And so, year after year, the colony shrank, not because the bird could not adapt, but because it had no defenses against a world that no longer allowed it to exist. By the early 19th century, the great auk was already fading, reduced to scattered remnants of a population that had once numbered in the millions. Its final days were not marked by quiet extinction, but by desperation, by the knowledge that each bird killed was one step closer to an ending that could not be undone. In 1844, on a desolate Icelandic island, the last known pair of great auks was spotted, their single egg resting between them. When the hunters arrived, there was no escape. One bird was strangled, the other beaten to death, and the egg, perhaps the last hope of a future, was crushed beneath careless feet. And then it was over. The ocean carried on. The winds still swept across the cliffs where the birds had once stood, but the great auk was gone, its voice silenced, its absence unnoticed by the world beyond the lonely place where it had made its final stand. Like the dodo, like the passenger pigeon, like so many others, the great auk did not vanish because nature had failed it, but because it did not know how to survive in a world where its existence was no longer allowed. It remains, frozen in history, a relic of a time when the seas still belonged to the creatures that had ruled them for generations, a reminder that no species, no matter how strong, how numerous, how perfectly adapted, can withstand the relentless force of human need when that need knows no limits. The great auk's story ended on a desolate rock in the North Atlantic, its final breath lost to the wind, but the next great vanishing was not one of isolation. It was one of unimaginable scale, a disappearance so vast and total that it seemed almost impossible. The passenger pigeon was not a bird of the edges of the world, not a creature bound to a single, fragile habitat. It was abundance itself, life in numbers so overwhelming that the sky darkened when it moved, its endless flocks stretching across the horizon like living storms. To those who once looked up and saw them pass, it must have seemed as though the passenger pigeon could never disappear, that something so numerous could never be reduced to nothing. But abundance is not the same as invincibility, and the very thing that made them impossible to ignore was the same thing that made them easy to destroy. There was a time when these birds were so numerous that they could not be counted, only described. They moved as a force of nature, entire forests trembling beneath their weight as they settled in great, shifting masses, their wings roaring like thunder when they took flight. They nested in colonies that stretched for miles, their sheer numbers defying imagination, an unbroken tide of life that flowed across the American landscape. For millions of years, they had moved in this way, their survival secured by the vastness of their population, a strength built not on the resilience of the individual, but on the overwhelming power of the collective. And for a time, this was enough. But when humans saw their numbers, they did not see wonder. They saw opportunity. The passenger pigeon was easy to kill, a living resource that seemed inexhaustible, and so they were hunted not for necessity, but for profit, slaughtered in such numbers that their bodies were piled high in cities, their meat sold for pennies, their feathers and bones discarded as if they were nothing more than refuse. Trappers and hunters would wait beneath their roosts and bring them down by the thousands, shooting blindly into the flocks, netting them, suffocating them in smoke, beating them to death with clubs. And still, the birds came, and still, they fell, until the forests that had once held them fell silent, until the sky no longer darkened with their wings. By the time people realized what had happened, it was already too late. Their numbers had collapsed so completely that even their ability to reproduce was shattered. Passenger pigeons could not breed in small groups. Their survival depended on the great colonies, the critical mass that had once been their greatest strength. Now, that strength had been stripped away. The last wild bird was shot in 1901, and the last of them all, a single captive pigeon named Martha, spent her final years alone in a cage at the Cincinnati Zoo, a creature that had once belonged to a living storm now reduced to a solitary shadow. When she died on September 1st, 1914, the world did not change, the sky did not darken, and the forests did not stir with the loss. The silence had already settled long before she took her last breath. There is something almost unbearable in the way the passenger pigeon vanished, not through slow decline, not through the delicate unraveling of an ecosystem, but through sheer, unrelenting human greed. It was not a species that faded away. It was taken piece by piece until there was nothing left. And yet, its absence remains, not just in the empty sky, but in the knowledge that extinction is not something distant, not something reserved for ancient fossils and forgotten creatures. It is something that happens in real time, something that can take a species from billions to nothing in the span of a single human lifetime. The passenger pigeon should have been impossible to erase, but it was not, and in its loss, it carries a warning that, even now, the world has not fully learned. The passenger pigeon's absence left the sky empty, but the forests did not just lose the vast and uncountable. They also lost the bright, the strange, the unexpected. Among the greens and browns of America's woodlands, there was once a flash of yellow and emerald, a streak of color that did not belong to the parrots of the tropics, but to a bird that had made its home in the temperate world. The Carolina parakeet was a contradiction, a creature of the South but unbothered by the cold, a parrot that did not belong in the dense jungles of South America, but in the forests, swamps, and riverbanks of the United States. For centuries, it thrived, moving in flocks that lit up the trees with brilliant color, their sharp calls cutting through the air like distant laughter. And then, without warning, without any great final moment to mark its end, it was gone. Unlike so many of the birds that disappeared alongside it, the Carolina parakeet was not hunted to extinction for its meat. People did not look at it and see food, not in the way they did with the dodo, the auk, or the passenger pigeon. Instead, they saw its beauty and mistook it for something that could be taken without consequence. Its feathers, so bright they seemed unreal, became fashionable ornaments for hats. Its presence in farmland turned it into an enemy of crops. Its habit of flocking together, always returning to the place where others had fallen, made it easy to destroy in numbers too great to recover from. Farmers saw them as pests, shooting them down in waves, and the birds, in their desperate loyalty, always came back, unwilling to leave their dead behind. For a while, they remained, scattered but still present, still clinging to the wild places where they had always lived. But the world was changing faster than they could, the forest shrinking, the rivers poisoned by industry, the land reshaped to fit the needs of a species that had no space for anything that did not serve it. And so their numbers dwindled, not all at once, but slowly, until they faded from sight, their flocks no longer flashing through the trees, their voices no longer ringing across the landscape. The last known wild bird was gone by the early 1900s, and the last of them all, a lone parakeet named Incas, died in the Cincinnati Zoo in 1918, in the same building where Martha the passenger pigeon had taken her last breath just 4 years earlier. No one noticed as they vanished. No grand efforts were made to save them, no desperate last-minute attempts to bring them back from the brink. By the time people realized what had been lost, it was already too late. The forests of the South still stand, the rivers still wind through the land, but the color is gone. The flashes of green and gold that once danced through the trees reduced to nothing more than old paintings, faded feathers locked away in museum drawers, and the occasional memory of an old man who, as a child, once looked up and saw them there, brilliant against the sky. The Carolina parakeet was not just another bird lost to history. It was a ghost of what the world once was, a reminder that beauty alone is not enough to be spared, that even the bright and the unmissable can vanish if no one cares to keep them. The Carolina parakeet's colors have long since faded from the wild, its last cries lost to time, and yet its story is not entirely closed, nor is that of the passenger pigeon or the great auk. In a world where extinction was once thought to be absolute, where the loss of a species meant a silence that could never be undone, there are now whispers of something else. A possibility that science, with all its precision and ambition, might be able to reach back through time and pull something extinct into the present once more. It is an idea that borders on the edge of both hope and unease. The thought that the finality of extinction might not be as unbreakable as it once seemed. But even if the technology exists, even if the DNA of long-dead birds is coaxed back to life, The question remains whether revival is the same as restoration, and whether a species, once lost, can ever truly belong to the world again. For those that left behind something of themselves, a feather, a bone, the last fragments of their genetic code locked away in museum specimens, there is, at least in theory, a way forward. Scientists working in the field of de-extinction have already sequenced the genome of the passenger pigeon, its DNA preserved in century-old specimens, their brittle remains holding the blueprint of a life that once moved in numbers too vast to comprehend. The goal is not resurrection in the way people imagine, not a perfect recreation of what once was, but a reconstruction, a new version of the bird created by splicing its genes into its closest living relative, the band-tailed pigeon, altering the genetic code until what hatches is not quite the same, but not entirely different either. The great auk, too, exists in fragments of preserved skin and bone, its essence waiting in frozen cells and aging museum drawers, its possible return dependent on the ability to weave its lost DNA into the body of the razorbill, its closest surviving kin. And the Carolina parakeet, its bright colors preserved only in the painted illustrations of those who once saw it in the wild, might one day fly again if its genetic echoes can be recovered from the parakeets that still thrive in the forests of South America, their distant cousins carrying pieces of a bird long vanished. But even if the science is possible, even if the genes can be rewritten and the birds return to life, there is something far greater to consider: whether the world that destroyed them has changed enough to allow them to survive. Passenger pigeons moved in the billions, their very existence tied to their numbers, to the great flocks that no longer have a place in a land now fragmented, divided, reshaped to serve human needs. The great auk needed the cold, isolated islands where it once bred in safety, islands now overrun with invasive species, their former nesting grounds altered beyond recognition. The Carolina parakeet lived in a world where rivers were untamed and forests stretched unbroken, a world that no longer exists, its lands tamed, its habitats fractured, the very things that killed it still waiting, unchanged. The return of an extinct species is not just a question of science, of whether it can be done, but of whether it should, of whether bringing something back means truly restoring it, or if it would only create something that exists out of place, out of time, a living artifact of a past that no longer belongs to it. Perhaps the greatest tragedy is not that these birds vanished, but that they were lost in the first place, that the world they needed was taken from them before they had a chance to adapt, to fight, to survive. And even if their forms can be revived, even if their wings once again beat against the sky, the real question remains whether they will ever truly be able to call this world their own again, or if they will always be ghosts in a time that was never meant for them. 8. Human-caused extinctions, hunting, and overexploitation. If the possibility of lost species still hiding in the world offers a sliver of hope, then the reality of human-caused extinctions is something else entirely. A reminder of how quickly life can be erased when survival is no longer a matter of adaptation, but of human indifference. Some species vanish quietly, slipping away unnoticed until it is too late. Others, like Steller sea cow, are destroyed with such speed and efficiency that their disappearance feels less like an inevitability and more like an execution. It was a creature of impossible proportions, a relic of a time when the world was wilder, stranger, and less shaped by human hands. And yet, within less than 3 decades of being discovered, it was gone. In the frigid waters of the North Pacific, between the vast emptiness of Siberia and Alaska, there once existed a giant that defied expectation. Steller sea cow was not some fleeting, delicate creature on the edge of survival, but a mammal that could grow over 30 feet long, a slow-moving behemoth that glided through the icy shallows in small, gentle herds. It was a distant relative of the manatee, but where its modern cousins were often shy and reclusive, the sea cow had no reason to fear anything. For thousands of years, it thrived in the remote and largely untouched waters around the Commander Islands, feeding on kelp, basking in the cold, undisturbed by predators, living a life of unhurried simplicity. It had survived ice ages, shifting coastlines, and the ever-changing balance of the ecosystem around it. But it could not survive humans. Its fate was sealed the moment it was first described in 1741 by the German naturalist Georg Wilhelm Steller, who encountered it after a shipwreck left him stranded on Bering Island. Unlike most discoveries of new species, which take years to make their way into public knowledge, the existence of the sea cow was immediately valuable in the most brutal and practical way possible. It was a massive, slow-moving source of food in an unforgiving landscape. It had no instinct to flee, no natural defenses against hunters. Its thick, bark-like skin made it nearly impossible to kill quickly, but its sheer size meant that once it was dead, it provided an enormous amount of meat, fat, and hide. The stranded crew relied on it to survive. And soon, others followed. Fur traders, whalers, and explorers descending upon the region found the sea cow to be an irresistible resource, not just as a source of food, but as an animal that could be hunted with little effort. They were killed in staggering numbers, their carcasses stripped for blubber, their remains left to rot once the useful parts had been taken. And because they lived in tight-knit family groups, hunting them became even easier. The survivors would not flee, but linger near their wounded, a tragic display of instinctive loyalty that only made their destruction more efficient. There were no regulations, no conservation efforts, no second thoughts. The demand was immediate, the supply seemed endless, and in just a few short decades, the sea cow went from a thriving species to a cautionary tale of human greed. By 1768, just 27 years after it had first been described, the last known Steller's sea cow was gone. It was not lost to climate change, not driven to the brink by natural predators or disease, but wiped out entirely by human hands in an astonishingly short span of time. It had survived everything the natural world had thrown at it, but it could not survive rifles, harpoons, and the relentless, unsustainable appetite of a species that took without hesitation. Its extinction was not gradual, not the slow decline of a species fighting for survival. It was swift, deliberate, and final. The loss of Steller's sea cow is more than just a historical tragedy. It is a mirror held up to the present, a reminder that extinction is rarely an accident, and that when a species disappears under human pressure, it does not come back. Unlike the takahe or the night parrot, there is no hope of rediscovery, no whispers of sightings in remote places, no chance that it still exists somewhere, waiting to be found. It is simply gone, erased by those who never stopped to consider what their actions would mean. And if history has shown anything, it is that it will not be the last. If Steller's sea cow was a victim of its own abundance, hunted to extinction in a place where survival often came at the expense of whatever could be taken, then the quagga's fate was something colder, more methodical. A species erased not out of necessity, but out of convenience, an animal reduced to nothing more than a commodity before anyone truly understood what was being lost. Unlike the towering, lumbering sea cow, the quagga was not some alien creature of the distant oceans, but a familiar presence on the sun-scorched plains of South Africa, a creature that once ran in great herds across the open landscape, only to disappear so thoroughly that for decades, even its identity became a ghost of what it once was. It was a zebra, but not quite. A half-striped enigma, with the dark bands that define its relatives fading into a solid brown as they reached its back, giving it the strange appearance of an animal caught between two worlds. Part horse, part zebra, something that should have been common but instead felt rare even in life. It was this distinctiveness that made it stand out, that made it an easy target, its unusual coat turning it from a living animal into a resource. Its hide, stripped from its body, became a luxury, a material to be sold, a pattern more valuable once the creature that had worn it was gone. Its existence was reduced to profit, and its decline was not slow, not drawn out over centuries of ecological change, but immediate, brutal, and absolute. The quagga had once roamed freely, part of a delicate and ancient balance, grazing alongside wildebeests and antelope, shaping the land as much as it was shaped by it. But the moment European settlers arrived, everything changed. The land was no longer seen as a wild and untamed ecosystem, but as something to be conquered, parceled out, and turned into farmland. The vast herds that had once moved across the plains were suddenly unwanted, obstacles to progress, competition for the livestock that would take their place. Farmers and hunters alike saw the quagga not as an animal with a place in the world, but as a nuisance to be removed, a source of hides and meat, an expendable relic of a wilderness that no longer fit the vision of civilization creeping into its home. And so they were killed. Not selectively, not sparingly, but in numbers so staggering that the once thriving herds vanished in a matter of decades. They were shot for sport, slaughtered for their skins, exterminated to make way for cattle, their disappearance so rapid that by the time people truly realized what was happening, there were almost none left to save. The last known wild quagga was killed sometime in the late 1870s, its death unnoticed, undocumented, the end of its kind slipping by without ceremony. The last captive individual, a lone mare in an Amsterdam zoo, lived out her days in quiet obscurity, unknown to the world that had already forgotten her species. When she died in 1883, no one realized that she was the last, that an entire lineage stretching back millions of years had just ended in a single moment. Only later, when there were no more to be found, did people begin to ask if it was too late. For years, the quagga's identity was a mystery, its place in the natural world confused by its own disappearance. Without living specimens to study, scientists debated whether it had been a separate species or just a peculiar variation of the plains zebra. Only with the advent of modern genetics did the answer become clear. It had been a subspecies, a unique branch of a greater whole, different enough to be its own, but close enough to remind us of what had been lost. And in an ironic twist, this discovery led to an unprecedented effort to bring back what had been erased. Through selective breeding of plains zebras with similar traits, the Quagga Project has attempted to resurrect the appearance of the lost animal, creating something that looks like a quagga, even if the true creature, the one that once galloped across the wild, open landscapes, can never be fully recovered. But resemblance is not the same as restoration. The quagga that once lived is gone, not because it was weak, not because it failed to adapt, but because it stood in the way of human progress, because its stripes were worth more as a product than as a living thing. Its story is not just one of extinction, but of regret, a reminder that sometimes, by the time we recognize the value of what we have destroyed, the only thing left to do is wonder how we ever let it happen. If the quagga's disappearance was a consequence of indifference, a species wiped out before anyone truly grasped what was being lost, then the overhunting of whales and seals is something far darker. An extinction crisis driven not by neglect, but by calculated, relentless pursuit. Unlike the land animals that fell to rifles and traps, these creatures were hunted with a precision that turned their destruction into an industry, their bodies reduced to little more than raw materials before their blood had even cooled. The oceans, once vast and seemingly inexhaustible, became killing grounds, their silence broken only by the crack of harpoons and the slow, agonizing struggles of animals that had once ruled the sea. Whales, with their immense size and otherworldly presence, had long been figures of legend, creatures that existed on the very edges of human understanding. But the moment their oil became valuable, they ceased to be myths and became nothing more than commodities. Whalers pursued them with an obsession that bordered on madness, sailing into the frozen waters of the Arctic and Antarctic, into the deepest reaches of the Pacific, into storms and peril, all for the promise of the wealth hidden beneath layers of blubber. They were harpooned in staggering numbers, dragged to the sides of ships where they bled out, their bodies stripped down for lamp oil, corset stays, soap, and perfume additives, their carcasses discarded once their usefulness had been drained away. The great whales, the blue whales and fin whales, the bowheads and sperm whales, species that had existed long before humans ever set foot on land, were slaughtered so efficiently that populations that had numbered in the hundreds of thousands were reduced to mere dozens. They did not fall to predators or disease, nor did they die out over the course of millennia. They were simply hunted until they were gone. Seals fared no better. Their soft, insulating fur, perfect for surviving in the brutal cold of the polar seas, made them targets for an industry that saw them only as a resource waiting to be taken. They were clubbed on the ice, their skulls shattered in swift, practiced movements, their bodies skinned before they had fully stopped moving. The hunts were merciless, mechanical, an assembly line of death where entire colonies were wiped out in a single season, their absence unnoticed until it was too late. The northern fur seal, the elephant seal, the harp seal. Species that had once covered the ice in their millions were reduced to desperate remnants, their numbers plummeting so fast that even the whalers and hunters who had grown rich off their deaths began to wonder if they had gone too far. And yet, even as populations dwindled, even as certain species teetered on the edge of oblivion, the hunts did not stop. The need for oil, for fur, for profit outweighed the growing understanding that these animals were not limitless, that their absence would come at a cost no industry could undo. The oceans, once alive with the movements of creatures that had dominated them for millions of years, grew quieter. Fewer spouts broke the surface of the water, fewer slick, dark bodies hauled themselves onto the ice. The emptiness was not immediate, not all at once, but it was undeniable. It was only when the slaughter could no longer be ignored that the world began to reconsider. Conservation laws, hunting bans, protected marine sanctuaries. Policies were put in place to undo the damage, to allow what was left to recover. Some species have rebounded, their numbers creeping back from the brink, while others remain ghosts of what they once were, reminders of just how close humanity came to wiping them out entirely. But even now, the echoes of those centuries of overhunting linger. Illegal whaling still persists in defiance of bans. Seal hunts continue under the justification of tradition and economy, and the scars left by human greed run deep beneath the surface of the water. The lesson should have been clear, that no species, no matter how vast its numbers, is truly safe from destruction. But history has shown that lessons are rarely learned before the damage is done. The whales and seals that remain today are the survivors, the lucky few that escaped the fate of the great auk, the stellar sea cow, the countless others that vanished before the world realized it could lose them. And if the past is any indication, survival is never guaranteed. Not when there is still profit to be made, not when the same mistakes have been repeated before. If the overhunting of whales and seals was an industry built on blood and oil, reducing living creatures to nothing more than raw materials, then the fur trade and trophy hunting carried the same cold efficiency, but draped it in something more insidious. Justification. It was never just about survival, never just about necessity. It was about fashion, status, dominance over the natural world, a relentless pursuit of beauty that saw entire species erased for the sake of coats and trophies mounted on walls. The animals that suffered under these industries were not always the largest, not always the most essential to ecosystems, but that never mattered. What mattered was how much their fur was worth, how impressive they looked when displayed as proof of a successful kill. The fur trade began as an economic lifeline, a currency that shaped the course of history, drawing explorers into the wilderness, fueling wars, toppling civilizations, leaving destruction in its wake. Beavers, once abundant in North America, were driven to the edge of extinction, their dense, waterproof pelts transformed into hats so fashionable that no one cared if the species itself vanished. Trappers spread into the most remote corners of the continent, leaving behind empty rivers, silent forests, landscapes stripped of life in exchange for wealth. It was the same story in Siberia, where sable populations collapsed under the weight of demand, the same in South America, where otters were slaughtered for their thick, luxurious coats. The animals that once thrived in the coldest, most brutal environments were the ones that suffered the most, their fur a prize so valuable that nothing, not distance, not weather, not even dwindling numbers, could stop the hunt. But fur alone was not enough. If the trade in pelts was a slow bleed, then trophy hunting was something sharper, something more personal, a pursuit not of necessity, but of ego. The great predators, the lions of Africa, the tigers of India, the bears of the Americas, became symbols of conquest, their deaths transformed into proof of skill, of status, of the idea that nature existed to be mastered. A single shot, a triumphant pose beside the fallen body, and the creature that had once ruled its domain was reduced to a decoration. It was not about the meat, not about survival. It was about the thrill, about the idea that something powerful had been taken down, about possession rather than appreciation. Some hunters justified it as conservation, arguing that by paying for the privilege of killing a lion, an elephant, a rhino, they were funding efforts to save the species as a whole. But money never replaced what was lost, never accounted for the disruption left behind. A single dominant male removed from a pride could result in chaos, in the deaths of cubs as new males fought for control. An old elephant, supposedly past its prime, could still hold the knowledge that younger ones relied on to survive. The numbers alone never told the full story, and for every carefully managed hunt, there were countless others that were nothing more than slaughter. Poaching, driven by the same thirst for trophies, saw tigers and rhinos vanish from landscapes where they had once been kings, their skins and horns smuggled across borders, traded like currency, their bodies nothing more than a means to an end. And yet, despite the damage, despite the extinctions and near extinctions, the demand never truly vanished. The fashion industry shifted, fur coats became controversial, but they never disappeared entirely, still draped over the shoulders of those who could afford to ignore where they came from. Trophy hunting, despite its declining public support, persisted in places where the laws allowed it, where the right amount of money could still buy a life. The patterns of destruction remained the same, only the justifications changed. The landscapes that once echoed with the sounds of the creatures lost to these industries remain, but they are quieter now, emptier, the ghosts of beavers, otters, wolves, tigers, bears, and countless others lingering in places where they should still exist. And while conservation efforts have saved some from the brink, have restored populations that once seemed doomed, the past is a warning that is too often ignored. Because the truth is, as long as there is value in taking, as long as there is profit in killing, there will always be those willing to repeat history, no matter how many times it has led to ruin. If the fur trade and trophy hunting had left behind emptier landscapes, places where creatures once roamed but now only existed in memory, then the idea of bringing them back carries a certain allure. A promise that the damage done is not irreversible, that extinction itself might not have to be permanent. Science has always been driven by the desire to defy limitations, to undo mistakes, to reach for the impossible. And now, as genetic technology advances, the concept of de-extinction, reviving species that humans wiped out, has moved from the realm of science fiction into something that may one day be reality. But the question is not just whether we can do it, but whether we should, and whether the world we've reshaped in their absence has a place for them anymore. The idea begins with DNA, the fragile blueprint of life itself, hidden away in the bones, skin, and preserved remains of creatures that no longer walk the earth. The woolly mammoth, the passenger pigeon, the thylacine. Each of them vanished because of human actions, but traces of their existence still remain, locked in museum specimens, frozen in permafrost, lingering in the genetic fingerprints of their closest living relatives. With the right technology, with CRISPR and cloning and selective breeding, their genes could be pieced back together, their lost traits resurrected, their bodies reconstructed cell by cell until something close to what once was breeds again. It is a process filled with promise, but also with complications that extend far beyond the laboratory. Because what does it mean to bring something back when the world it knew is gone? A mammoth could be created, its shaggy form a marvel of scientific achievement. But the vast tundras it once roamed have changed, reshaped by climate shifts and human expansion. A passenger pigeon could hatch, its instincts still tuned to the massive flocks that once darkened the skies, but it would find itself alone, released into a world that no longer functions the way it did when billions of its kind moved as one. The thylacine, the Tasmanian tiger, could be cloned, but without the ecosystems it once ruled, without the prey it once hunted, would it truly be the same animal, or just a shadow of something that can never fully return? And then there is the ethical weight of it all. Reviving a species does not undo the past, does not erase the greed, the short-sightedness, the relentless destruction that caused its extinction in the first place. Bringing back what we have lost does not change the fact that we are still losing more, that countless species are still vanishing every year, not in the distant past, but in real time, victims of deforestation, pollution, overhunting, and climate collapse. Would de-extinction be a step toward redemption, or merely a way to distract from the losses still unfolding before our eyes. Yet the possibility is too powerful to ignore. The thought that the great auk, the dodo, the stellar sea cow might one day exist again is intoxicating, a glimpse into a future where extinction is no longer final. If done with care, if paired with conservation efforts that protect the species still clinging to survival, it could be something more than just scientific curiosity. It could be a way to restore balance, to heal wounds that have festered for centuries. But the greatest challenge is not in the science, not in the ability to bring something back, but in what happens next. Because resurrection is not the same as salvation, and no amount of genetic engineering can change the simple truth that if we do not change the way we treat the world around us, if we do not protect what still remains, then the next extinction will not be one that can be undone. 9. The lost big cats. The patterns in mysterious disappearances reveal a quiet inevitability. Species slipping away before anyone can fully understand why, their absence becoming another unsolved question in the long history of extinction. But not all lost creatures fade without a trace. Some leave behind a legacy, their memory woven into history, culture, and even legend. The Barbary lion was one such creature, a predator that once ruled the mountains and forests of North Africa, a beast of mythic proportions that symbolized strength and power long before its numbers began to dwindle. Unlike species that disappeared in remote, unobserved corners of the world, the decline of the Barbary lion happened in full view of human civilization. Yet, despite its presence in history, its extinction played out with the same tragic finality, another apex predator reduced to nothing by the relentless expansion of human dominance. For centuries, the Barbary lion was more than just an animal. It was a symbol, a creature that loomed large in the imagination of the people who lived alongside it. Roman emperors once paraded them through their arenas, pitting them against gladiators in brutal spectacles of blood and dominance. Later, rulers and aristocrats across North Africa and Europe kept them as prized possessions, their thick, dark manes setting them apart from the lions of the savannas. Unlike their relatives in open grasslands, Barbary lions adapted to the dense forests and rugged mountains of the Maghreb, hunting large prey such as Barbary stag and wild boar, moving like ghosts through the shadows of the Atlas Mountains. They were fierce, elusive, and, for a time, untouchable. But as human populations grew, as cities expanded and empires carved up the land, the balance began to shift. Hunting was the first and most obvious threat. As firearms became more advanced, lions were no longer the untouchable rulers of their territory. They were hunted for sport, for prestige, and later, as conflicts between humans and wildlife escalated, simply to be removed. Farmers and settlers saw them as a danger to livestock, and colonial governments placed bounties on their heads, pushing them further and further toward the edges of survival. But hunting alone was not what sealed their fate. The forests that had once sheltered them were being cleared, their prey becoming scarce, and the once vast wilderness they roamed was shrinking with each passing decade. By the late 19th century, sightings had become rare, and by the early 20th, the Barbary lion had been reduced to a mere handful of survivors, clinging to existence in the most remote parts of the Atlas Mountains. The last confirmed wild Barbary lion was reportedly shot in Morocco in the 1940s, but like many species that teeter on the edge of extinction, rumors persisted. Unverified sightings trickled in over the years. Stories of lions still roaming the mountains, of tracks found in the snow, of distant roars echoing through the valleys. Some even speculated that the lions kept in captivity, particularly those once held in the royal menageries of Morocco, might carry the bloodline of the lost predator. But whether any pure Barbary lions still exist, even in zoos, remains uncertain. What is clear is that the wild population is gone, and with it, an entire chapter of North Africa's natural history has been erased. The extinction of the Barbary lion was not an accident, nor was it inevitable. It was the result of choices, decisions made by humans to expand, to control, to dominate a landscape that had once belonged to something far older, far wilder. Its loss is a reminder that even the most powerful creatures are not immune to the forces of history. that even the strongest can be made vulnerable when their world begins to disappear around them. And yet, its memory lingers, not just in stories and symbols, but in the possibility that somewhere, in a hidden gene pool, in the traces left behind in captive lions, a part of it may still remain. The Barbary lion's disappearance was a stark reminder that even the fiercest predators can be erased when the world they depend on is dismantled piece by piece. But it was not the only great cat to vanish under the weight of human expansion. The Caspian tiger, once stretching across an immense range from eastern Turkey to the forests of western China, followed a similarly tragic path, one that began with dominance and ended in absence. Unlike the lions of North Africa, which were hunted for sport and power, the Caspian tiger was seen as a threat, an obstacle to progress, a creature to be removed in the name of civilization. And so, like so many before it, it was wiped from the landscape, leaving behind only fragments of its story, traces of a lost predator that had once ruled the river valleys and reed-filled wetlands of Central Asia. It was one of the largest tigers to ever exist, rivaling even the Siberian tiger in size, with males sometimes growing over 10 feet in length. Unlike their more famous relatives, which roamed the forests of the Russian Far East, Caspian tigers thrived in a vastly different world, one of dense riparian forests, marshlands, and tangled vegetation along the great rivers of Central Asia. They hunted wild boar, red deer, and Bactrian deer, moving silently through the reeds and shadows, masters of an environment that was neither true jungle nor open plain. Their range was vast, covering Iran, Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and beyond, with different cultures throughout history regarding them with a mix of reverence and fear. The Persian Empire saw them as symbols of strength, their skins reserved for rulers and warriors. In Russia, where they were called the Turan tiger, they were both admired and hunted, their presence woven into myths that spoke of power and danger. But for all their strength, they could not stand against the forces that slowly closed in on them. Their decline was not immediate, not a single event, but a drawn-out process, a slow suffocation of their existence. By the late 19th century, Russian expansion into Central Asia had begun transforming the landscapes they depended on. The Soviet government, seeing the tiger as a threat to agriculture and settlement, launched eradication campaigns to clear them from the land. Entire regions were depopulated of tigers, their numbers falling not just from hunting, but from the destruction of their prey. The wetlands and forests where they once thrived were drained and plowed under for cotton farming, their world shrinking until there was nowhere left to hide. By the mid-20th century, they were ghosts. Occasional tracks in the mud, rare reports of distant roars, rumors of a few survivors in the most remote corners of their former range. But sightings became fewer, and by the 1970s, they were officially declared extinct. Even so, their story did not end there. Unlike some extinct species, the Caspian tiger left behind a living trace, a genetic connection that linked it to another great predator. Studies of their remains revealed something remarkable, that they were nearly identical to Siberian tigers, separated only by subtle adaptations to their different environments. This discovery opened the door to an unusual possibility that, perhaps, through conservation efforts and rewilding programs, a close genetic relative could one day reclaim the lands where the Caspian tiger once roamed. Efforts have been proposed to introduce Siberian tigers into parts of Central Asia, an attempt to restore a balance that had been lost, to bring back not the exact tiger that vanished, but something close enough to remind the land of what was taken. The Caspian tiger's disappearance was not the first time humans wiped out a predator, and it will not be the last. Its fate was sealed not by a single generation, but by a gradual erosion, a tightening of borders, a relentless reshaping of the world in ways that left no space for it to survive. Yet, in the echoes of its past, in the wild places that still remember its presence, there remains a question, not just of loss, but of possibility. Because extinction is final, but landscapes change, and history, sometimes, offers a chance for something once thought lost to return. The Caspian tiger's story, like that of so many lost predators, was not one of sudden disappearance, but of slow erasure, a steady chipping away of its world until there was nothing left to sustain it. The same pattern repeated itself in Southeast Asia, where two tigers, once rulers of their own isolated domains, met the same fate. The Javan tiger and the Bali tiger, two distinct subspecies native to Indonesia, were creatures of myth and power, symbols of the dense jungles and rugged landscapes they called home. Yet despite their strength, despite their deep-rooted presence in the cultural and ecological fabric of their islands, they could not withstand the relentless pressure of human expansion. One was gone by the mid-20th century, the other likely not long after, their final moments unrecorded, their absence now just another empty space in the forests they once roamed. The Bali tiger was the first to vanish, its existence tied to an island so small that it was never given the chance to retreat or adapt. Unlike its mainland relatives, which had vast landscapes to disappear into, the Bali tiger was confined from the start, limited to the forests and coastal regions of an island that was already changing rapidly due to human activity. It was the smallest of all tiger subspecies, with a sleek build and a deep orange coat marked by fewer stripes than its larger relatives. But its size did not make it any less formidable. It was a predator perfectly adapted to its environment, hunting wild boar, deer, and smaller mammals that thrived in the dense vegetation. For centuries, it coexisted with the island's people, appearing in folklore, feared and respected but never truly understood. Yet, as colonial powers arrived and Bali's human population grew, the tiger's fate was sealed. By the early 20th century, hunting had become routine, both for sport and out of fear, and its habitat was being steadily consumed by agriculture and development. The last confirmed Bali tiger was killed in 1937, a solitary female whose death marked the official end of her kind. But, like many extinct species, rumors persisted. Stories of tracks in the mud, glimpses of striped shadows in the undergrowth. But with no confirmed sightings, the island eventually fell silent, its last tiger nothing more than a memory. The Javan tiger's story followed a similar, though more prolonged, path. Unlike Bali, Java is a vast island with mountainous terrain and deep forests, a landscape that should have given a predator more room to survive. And for a time, it did. Javan tigers were larger than their Balinese relatives, but still smaller than those on the mainland, stocky and muscular, navigating the thick jungles with an effortless grace. They were adaptable, preying on everything from wild boar to small mammals, avoiding human settlements when they could, defending their territory when they had no choice. But Java, too, was changing. By the mid-20th century, its forests were being cleared at an astonishing rate, its human population swelling, its wild spaces shrinking year after year. The tiger, once the ruler of the land, became an unwelcome intruder, pushed into the last remnants of forest reserves that were growing too small to support them. Unlike the Bali tiger, which disappeared quickly, the Javan tiger held on, its numbers dwindling but not yet gone. Reports of sightings continued into the 1970s, some even into the 1980s, but none were confirmed. Conservation efforts came too late, and as the forest continued to disappear, so did the tiger. What makes their loss even more haunting is that they were not just casualties of history. They were casualties of a world that was still changing, still expanding, still consuming. Unlike the Caspian tiger, which was wiped out by deliberate eradication campaigns, the Javan and Bali tigers vanished under a quieter force. Habitat destruction, a slow fragmentation of their world until survival became impossible. There was no dramatic final hunt, no defining moment when they ceased to exist. Instead, they faded, slipping away unnoticed, their presence lingering only in old photographs, skulls in museum collections, and the stories of those who still remember a time when the forests were alive with the sound of something wild. Their extinction is a reminder that loss does not always happen in a single, decisive blow. Sometimes it is a gradual disappearance, a retreat until there is nowhere left to go. And though the jungles of Java still stand in places, though Bali still holds fragments of its wild past, the tigers that once belonged to them are gone, leaving only questions of what could have been if the world had given them just a little more time. The disappearance of the Javan and Bali tigers was not the result of a single event, but a slow, relentless process, one that still continues in different forms across the world. the forces that drove them to extinction, poaching and habitat destruction, are the same ones that now threaten countless species, pushing them toward the same quiet fate. These forces do not always act together, but when they do, they create an almost unstoppable cycle, stripping away both the animals and the land they depend on, leaving nothing but empty forests and fading memories of what once lived there. Some species vanish before they are even understood, their disappearance recorded only in old field notes or scattered bones in museum collections. Others linger on the brink for years, their populations reduced to fragments, struggling against pressures too vast to overcome. Poaching has always been more than just killing for survival. It is driven by demand, by the value placed on the body parts of rare and endangered animals, by the belief that something as simple as a horn, a pelt, or a bone can hold power, status, or medicinal properties. It is not just the work of individual hunters, but of entire networks. Illegal markets stretching across continents, fueled by desperation, greed, and centuries-old traditions that see animals not as beings, but as resources. Tigers are hunted for their bones and skins, rhinos for their horns, elephants for their ivory. Some species are killed for food, others simply because they are seen as threats to human settlements. And though laws exist, enforcement is often weak, the lure of profit outweighing the risk of punishment. The effects of poaching are immediate. Each death removes another breeding individual, another chance for a species to recover. But its impact does not stop there. It disrupts entire ecosystems, removing key predators, breaking food chains, and creating imbalances that ripple outward, changing the very structure of the landscapes these animals once helped shape. But even if poaching were to stop tomorrow, habitat destruction would continue to push species toward extinction, a force just as devastating but far less visible in its destruction. Unlike hunting, which targets individuals, habitat loss erases entire populations at once, wiping out the forests, wetlands, and grasslands that animals need to survive. It is a slow, methodical kind of loss. The clearing of land for agriculture, the expansion of cities, the carving up of wild spaces into smaller and smaller fragments until there is no place left untouched. Deforestation, mining, road construction, and industrial development all contribute to the shrinking of natural habitats, leaving animals with no corridors to move, no food to find, no space to exist. And while some species can adapt, shifting their behavior, surviving in the margins of human-altered landscapes, others cannot. Some need vast, undisturbed territories to hunt, to breed, to simply exist without interference. And when those spaces disappear, so do they. This destruction is not always sudden. In some places, it begins with a single road cutting through a forest, opening up once secluded areas to loggers, poachers, and settlers. In others, it happens in sweeping transformations, entire landscapes cleared within a few years, leaving nothing but barren fields where dense jungle once stood. The loss is not just measured in trees or acres, but in the vanishing of entire ecosystems, the collapse of populations that depended on those lands for survival. Some of these species might hold on for a while, reduced to isolated pockets, their genetic diversity dwindling, their numbers too small to recover. Others will simply disappear, not with a final dramatic moment, but with a slow dwindling, their presence fading until one day they are simply gone. And yet, despite the devastation, the cycle does not always have to end in loss. There are places where forests have been restored, where protected areas have allowed species to return, where conservation efforts have pushed back against extinction. But these successes are fragile, always in danger of being undone by the same pressures that caused the decline in the first place. The fight against poaching and habitat destruction is not just about saving individual species, but about preserving entire ecosystems, recognizing that the loss of one creature is never just an isolated event. Every extinction is a story of what could have been prevented, a warning of what will happen if the world continues on its current path. And for those species that are still here, those that remain on the edge but have not yet fallen, the question remains: how much time is left before their story ends the same way? The impact of poaching and habitat destruction is a story of loss, but also of uncertainty. because extinction is not always as definitive as it seems. Official declarations are often made only after years, sometimes decades, of silence, when no confirmed sightings remain, when the forests and grasslands seem to have forgotten their former inhabitants. But nature does not always follow human timelines, and history is filled with examples of species thought to be lost, only to reappear in the most unexpected places. It raises the question, could any of these big cats, believed to have vanished, still be clinging to survival in some remote corner of their former range, unseen and unrecorded? For many, the answer is almost certainly no. The Bali tiger, confined to an island where every inch of land has been accounted for, is beyond hope, its small population wiped out before conservation efforts even had a chance to begin. The same is likely true for the Javan tiger, though its end was more ambiguous. Sightings were reported long after it was declared extinct, and for years, whispers of its presence persisted. Tracks found in the mud, fleeting glimpses of something moving through the undergrowth. But no evidence was ever conclusive. Some still believe that deep in the most untouched pockets of Java's remaining forests, a handful might have survived, but as time stretches on, those hopes fade, and without solid proof, the answer remains the same. If any still live, their numbers are too few to rebuild the future. The Caspian tiger's case is different, not because it might have survived, but because its genetic lineage never truly disappeared. Though it was hunted to extinction, studies have shown that it was not distinct from the Siberian tiger, but a regional population, shaped by the environment rather than evolutionary separation. This means that, in a way, it still exists. Not in the reeds of Central Asia where it once roamed, but in the forests of the Russian Far East, where its closest relatives continue to live. Efforts have been proposed to reintroduce Siberian tigers into parts of Kazakhstan, an attempt to restore a lost predator to its former range, not by resurrecting the dead, but by filling the space they once occupied with something genetically and ecologically similar. If such efforts succeed, the Caspian tiger, in a sense, might return. Not exactly as it was, but close enough that the landscape could once again feel its presence. But of all the lost big cats, it is the Barbary lion that inspires the greatest hope. Unlike the others, it did not vanish into dense jungles or remote mountain ranges. It was pushed into the most inaccessible parts of North Africa, where the vast, rugged terrain of the Atlas Mountains could have hidden survivors for decades. The last confirmed wild Barbary lion was killed in the 1940s, but even after that, reports trickled in. Shepherds spoke of encounters, hunters claimed sightings, and in the most isolated parts of Morocco and Algeria, some believed that a small, elusive population might still exist, living unseen in the vastness of the landscape. Whether these reports were real or simply the echoes of a species refusing to be forgotten is uncertain, but even if no true Barbary lions remain in the wild, their bloodline still lingers. Many lions kept in captivity, particularly in zoos and private collections, have been found to carry Barbary lineage, offering a rare chance to preserve at least a piece of what was lost. Conservation programs have worked to breed lions with the closest genetic ties to the Barbary strain, raising the possibility that one day they might be reintroduced to the landscapes where their ancestors once roared. Yet, for all these possibilities, one truth remains. If any of these big cats were still alive in the wild, their numbers would be critically low, their populations unsustainable without intervention. The world has changed too much, their habitats too diminished, the pressures too great. If they do still exist, they are ghosts, living on borrowed time, waiting for the moment when they will finally disappear for good. But extinction is not just an end. Sometimes it is a question. And as long as that question remains unanswered, as long as there is even the slightest possibility, the search for what was lost continues. Because history has shown that not every disappearance is permanent, and sometimes, against all odds, the wild still holds secrets that have yet to be uncovered. 10. Marine extinctions caused by humans. But the loss of one species is rarely an isolated event, and when the balance of an ecosystem is disrupted, the consequences ripple outward in ways that are difficult to predict. The Baiji River dolphin, once a graceful inhabitant of China's Yangtze River, became the first dolphin species to be declared extinct due to human activity, a haunting testament to the power of relentless industrialization and unchecked environmental exploitation. For millions of years, it navigated the murky waters, its sonar-guided existence perfectly adapted to the ever-shifting currents of the Great River. But within a span of just a few decades, its fate was sealed by the growing dominance of human presence along the Yangtze's banks. It was not hunted to extinction, nor was it felled by a single catastrophic event. Instead, it was erased slowly, piece by piece, its decline mirroring the increasing entanglement of human ambition and natural destruction. The Baiji was an ancient creature, a living relic of a time when the Yangtze was free from the weight of concrete dams, cargo ships, and pollution. It had evolved in near isolation for over 20 million years, its pale skin a reflection of the turbid waters it called home, its sensitive echolocation attuned to the rhythms of a river that once moved at its own pace. But when industry tightened its grip on China's longest river, the Baiji found itself in a world that no longer had space for it. The construction of massive dams altered the natural flow of the water, reshaping the very ecosystem it depended on. The relentless expansion of shipping routes transformed once quiet stretches of the river into highways of turbulence and noise, drowning out the Baiji's ability to communicate and navigate. The pollution from factories and agriculture poisoned the waters, accumulating in the food chain, while overfishing stripped the river of the very prey it relied upon. Each change, on its own, might have been something the Baiji could endure, but together, they created a gauntlet of survival that proved impossible to overcome. In the latter half of the 20th century, sightings of the Baiji became less frequent, though for a long time, people refused to believe it was disappearing. Conservation efforts, slow to take form, lacked the urgency needed to counteract decades of habitat destruction. A few individuals were captured in attempts to breed them in controlled environments, but the delicate nature of their existence meant that survival in captivity was unlikely. By the time scientists conducted an extensive search in 2006, hoping to find even a handful of survivors, the river had already fallen silent. No Baiji was seen, no echo of its sonar call detected, no sign that it had managed to escape the tide of human expansion. And yet, despite the overwhelming evidence, no one could bring themselves to say the final words. Extinction is a heavy truth to acknowledge, especially when it comes at the hands of human activity, but the reality was unavoidable. The Baiji was gone. Unlike the vanishing of a species in a remote jungle or distant ocean, the loss of the Baiji was a tragedy witnessed in real time. Generations of fishermen had seen the change, older voices recalling the days when Baiji swam alongside their boats, younger ones growing up in a river that no longer held them. It was not a disappearance hidden by time, nor one softened by the comfort of natural selection. It was an extinction caused by negligence, by a failure to act until the final moments when no action could undo what had already been set in motion. The Baiji's absence is more than just a missing species. It is a warning, a reflection of the way humans carve their ambitions into the landscape without considering what might be lost in the process. The Yangtze still flows, its waters thick with sediment and the hum of machinery, but the Baiji's story remains as an unspoken wound in its currents, a reminder that some losses can never be undone. The absence of a creature from its natural habitat is rarely felt all at once. Instead, it happens in increments, the empty spaces growing wider until the loss is no longer just a possibility, but an undeniable reality. The Japanese sea lion was once a familiar sight along the rocky shores and isolated islands of the Sea of Japan, its dark, sleek form moving through the waves with the effortless grace of an animal that had spent millions of years adapting to its ocean home. It was a species that had coexisted with coastal communities for centuries, an unspoken presence in the daily lives of fishermen and traders who had seen them basking on the shorelines or slipping beneath the surface in search of fish. But familiarity did not translate to protection, and as the pressures of human expansion, war, and commerce tightened their grip, the fate of the Japanese sea lion was sealed in a slow, steady decline that would eventually erase them from the world entirely. For centuries, these sea lions had been hunted, but never to the point of collapse. Indigenous peoples had long taken what they needed, using the meat for sustenance, the blubber for oil, and the skins for various practical purposes. But it was the rise of large-scale commercial hunting in the late 19th and early 20th centuries that turned the tides against them. The demand for their skins, oil, and even internal organs, believed to have medicinal properties, drove the population into a freefall. Hundreds were slaughtered at a time, entire colonies wiped out in single expeditions, and with each passing year, their numbers dwindled. But it wasn't just hunting that sealed their fate. Overfishing stripped the seas of the very fish they relied on, leaving them struggling to find food in waters that had once been abundant. Industrial expansion and military conflicts further encroached upon their breeding grounds, disrupting the fragile balance that had once allowed them to thrive. By the time conservationists and scientists began to recognize the urgency of their decline, the damage was already irreversible. Sightings grew rarer, each one treated like a flickering ember in a dying fire, until eventually, there were none left at all. The last confirmed Japanese sea lion was seen in the 1950s, and while rumors persisted for a time, whispers of isolated survivors hiding in the vastness of the ocean, no evidence ever surfaced to prove that they still existed. What had once been a thriving species, numbering in the tens of thousands, was now reduced to old photographs, scattered bones, and the distant memories of those who had seen them with their own eyes. The coastline where they once rested remains unchanged in many ways, the waves still rolling in, the sun still setting over the horizon, but the sea lions are no longer there to greet the dawn. Their disappearance is more than just a loss of biodiversity. It is a reminder of the fragile relationship between humans and the natural world, a relationship that too often tips toward destruction before balance can be restored. The ocean does not grieve, nor does it carry the weight of history in the way that humans do, but somewhere beneath the surface, in the silent spaces where they once swam, there is an absence that cannot be ignored. The vanishing of a species is never an isolated tragedy, and when the balance of an ecosystem is disrupted, the consequences stretch far beyond what is immediately visible. The loss of the Japanese sea lion was not just the story of a single species slipping into oblivion. It was part of a much larger pattern, a relentless depletion of marine life that continues to unfold beneath the surface. Industrial fishing, with its vast trawlers and mechanized efficiency, has transformed the oceans into an extraction site where life is removed faster than it can replenish, where the pursuit of profit takes precedence over the delicate equilibrium that has sustained marine ecosystems for millions of years. The once thriving fisheries that had long provided food and livelihoods for coastal communities are now caught in a cycle of diminishing returns, their waters emptied by an industry that operates on a scale beyond anything nature can withstand. The sheer scale of industrial fishing is unlike anything the oceans have encountered before. Enormous factory ships haul in thousands of tons of fish at a time, their nets stretching for miles, sweeping up entire schools without discrimination. The seabed is scoured by bottom trawlers, leaving behind a wasteland where fragile coral and centuries-old ecosystems are crushed beneath the weight of human ambition. Bycatch, unintended victims of these vast operations, adds another layer of devastation, as dolphins, sea turtles, and countless other marine creatures are pulled up alongside the target species, discarded as waste or left to die entangled in forgotten nets. Even those that escape are not untouched. The disruption of their habitats, the depletion of their food sources, and the relentless noise of machinery turn once thriving waters into a hostile environment where survival becomes an increasingly desperate struggle. For coastal communities that have relied on fishing for generations, the consequences are not just ecological, but deeply personal. The small-scale fishermen who once knew the rhythms of the sea, who could predict the movements of fish by the change in the wind or the pull of the tides, now find themselves competing against fleets that strip the waters bare before they have a chance to recover. The traditions passed down through centuries are unraveling, replaced by a new reality where local knowledge holds little power against the vast machinery of industrialized harvest. Families who once depended on the sea are left with empty nets, their futures uncertain as they watch the waters grow quieter, the familiar abundance reduced to scattered remnants of what once was. Beneath the surface, the repercussions extend even further. Predator-prey relationships that took millions of years to stabilize are now unraveling in the span of a few decades, as keystone species are removed from the food chain faster than nature can adapt. The collapse of one population triggers a cascade of unintended consequences, forcing remaining species to shift their behaviors, often with devastating effects. Entire ecosystems are thrown into disarray, and what was once a balanced, self-sustaining world becomes a fractured landscape where gaps cannot be easily filled. The ocean, vast as it is, cannot endure endless extraction without consequence. Its depths may seem limitless, its resources abundant beyond measure, but every hull, every discarded creature, every empty stretch of seabed tells a different story. One of a world unraveling under the weight of human demand, a cycle of depletion that, unless reversed, will leave behind a silence far greater than any single extinction. The disappearance of marine life is not always immediate, nor does it always come from the depths of the ocean. Sometimes, it begins at the water's edge, where life that was once inseparable from the sea is slowly driven toward an irreversible end. The great auk, a bird that once thrived along the cold, rugged coastlines of the North Atlantic, was one such creature. An animal that belonged as much to the ocean as any fish or whale, yet vanished in the face of relentless human exploitation. It was a bird that had adapted perfectly to its environment, sleek and powerful in the water. Its wings evolved into flippers that allowed it to dive deep beneath the surface in pursuit of fish. Though it could not fly, it had no reason to, for the sea provided everything it needed, and the isolated islands where it nested had once offered refuge from the dangers of the land. But no adaptation could prepare it for what came next, for the growing reach of human hands that saw it not as a living part of the marine world, but as a resource to be taken without restraint. For centuries, the great auk had been hunted, its meat a source of sustenance, its eggs gathered by those who lived near its colonies. But the killing was never enough to threaten the species, until the demand grew beyond what nature could endure. As European exploration and trade expanded, so too did the pressures placed upon these birds. Their feathers were prized for pillows and clothing, their fat used for oil, their bodies harvested in staggering numbers by sailors and traders who saw them as nothing more than a convenient source of profit. Entire colonies were wiped out in single expeditions, their eggs crushed underfoot as men moved carelessly among the nesting grounds, gathering as much as they could carry without any thought for what would be left behind. The very islands that had once protected them became their greatest vulnerability, for they had no instinct to flee, no defense against the hands that reached for them. The connection between the great auk and the marine environment was unbreakable, and as their numbers dwindled, so too did the echoes of their presence in the ecosystem. These birds had played a crucial role in the delicate balance of their world, their movements through the water stirring nutrients, their presence in vast numbers shaping the life around them in ways that could not be easily replaced. Their disappearance was not just the loss of a single species, but the unraveling of an intricate web, a disruption that left behind a silence where there had once been the calls of thousands. By the time the final great auks were seen in the mid-19th century, their fate had already been sealed, their existence reduced to the last desperate remnants of a species pushed beyond the point of no return. It was on a remote Icelandic island in 1844 that the last known pair of great auks met their end, hunted down by men who had been sent to collect specimens for museums. An irony too cruel to ignore, that the last of their kind was taken not for survival, but for the sake of preserving what had already been lost. The ocean they had once dived into without fear remained unchanged, the waves still crashing against the cliffs, the fish still darting below the surface, but the great auk was no longer there to chase them. Their absence lingers in the spaces they once filled, a reminder that even the most well-adapted creatures are not immune to the pressures of human greed, that the sea does not protect those who depend on it when the forces against them are too great. The tides continue to rise and fall. The winds still sweep across the northern waters, but the great auk remains nothing more than a memory, a ghost of the ocean's past, forever tied to the world it once called home. The absence of a species leaves a void that can never truly be filled, an emptiness that lingers in the places where life once thrived. When the last great auks were taken from their nesting grounds, their story became one of irreversible loss, a warning written in the silence they left behind. But the weight of extinction does not always have to be final, and in the vastness of the oceans, where so much life still clings to the edges of survival, there remains a chance to alter the course before it is too late. Conservation is often a race against time, a battle fought in the shadows of past mistakes, where each effort to protect what remains carries the weight of what has already been lost. Though the damage done to the marine world is immense, though the forces of industrial fishing, habitat destruction, and climate change continue to threaten the very foundation of life in the sea, there are moments when intervention has turned the tide, when species pushed to the brink have been pulled back from the edge. The sea turtles that have nested along the same beaches for millions of years, their ancient migrations disrupted by plastic pollution and fishing nets, are still here because of the hands that have worked tirelessly to shield them from harm. Entire coastlines have been transformed into protected spaces, where the glow of artificial lights no longer confuses hatchlings trying to find their way to the water, where poachers who once saw eggs as an easy profit are met with vigilant eyes determined to ensure that new generations make it to the sea. The humpback whales, once hunted to the point where their haunting songs were nearly silenced, have returned to waters where they had all but disappeared, their numbers rising because the harpoons that once pursued them were finally laid to rest. The efforts that have saved these creatures are not simple, nor are they ever truly finished, for every victory is fragile, every gain threatened by the same forces that nearly wiped them away. Yet, for every success, there are species that remain in the balance, their futures uncertain, caught between the will to protect them and the pressures that continue to drive them toward extinction. The vaquita, a small porpoise that drifts through the murky waters of the Gulf of California, is now one of the most endangered marine animals on Earth, its fate tied to the illegal fishing nets that still ensnare its kind despite desperate attempts to remove them. The dugongs that once grazed in the shallows of Southeast Asia have vanished from entire regions, their numbers dwindling as seagrass meadows disappear beneath the weight of coastal development. Even the great sharks that have patrolled the oceans for millions of years, their presence vital in keeping marine ecosystems balanced, are now hunted for their fins, their populations cut down by a demand that does not wane. Conservation is not just about laws or protected areas or the removal of threats. It is about a fundamental shift in the way humans see the creatures that share this planet, about recognizing that these lives are not expendable, that the loss of a species is not just an abstract concept, but a fracture in the fabric of the world itself. The oceans, vast as they are not immune to collapse, and every creature that vanishes takes with it a piece of something greater, something that cannot be easily repaired. The question is not whether endangered sea creatures can be saved, but whether the effort to save them will come soon enough, whether the actions taken now will be enough to keep their stories from becoming echoes of the past, fading into the silence of a world that waited too long to care. 11. Extinctions due to habitat destruction. Just as invasive species creep into fragile ecosystems, reshaping them in ways that native life never evolved to withstand, habitat destruction does something far more direct. It erases entire homes, leaving species nowhere to go. Forests, wetlands, coral reefs. Each one is a delicate, interwoven system that has taken millennia to establish its balance. And yet, in a matter of years, sometimes even months, they can be reduced to barren landscapes, stripped of the life they once supported. The West African black rhino was one of the countless casualties of this relentless destruction, a victim not just of poaching, as many believe, but of a much broader and more insidious force, the disappearance of its habitat. This subspecies of rhinoceros once roamed freely across the savannas and semi-arid regions of West Africa, an ecosystem that depended on its presence as much as the rhino depended on the land itself. It shaped the environment in ways imperceptible to the human eye. Its movements, its feeding habits, even the way it carved pathways through the underbrush contributed to the natural order of things. But the land it called home was vanishing, eaten away by agricultural expansion, deforestation, and human settlements stretching further and further into what had once been wild terrain. When forests are cleared and landscapes are reshaped for human use, it isn't just a loss of trees or open spaces. It's a breaking of connections that species have relied on for survival. The West African black rhino needed specific types of vegetation to thrive, plants that disappeared as land was converted for crops and livestock grazing. It needed vast, uninterrupted territories to roam, but fences, roads, and expanding urban areas fragmented its world into smaller and smaller pockets, until even finding a mate became an insurmountable challenge. As these pressures mounted, the population dwindled, and with fewer rhinos left, poaching only accelerated the inevitable. In 2011, the West African black rhino was officially declared extinct, its fate sealed not just by the bullets of hunters, but by the relentless, creeping loss of the land that had once sustained it. The forests and grasslands it had once wandered through were no longer the same. Now repurposed for human needs, their original inhabitants erased with little thought to the long-term consequences. The extinction of a species like this is not an isolated event. It is part of a broader pattern, one that unfolds quietly, often without immediate notice, until it is too late to reverse. Every tree cut down, every wetland drained, every highway carved through untouched wilderness sets off a chain reaction, a slow unraveling that affects far more than just the species immediately displaced. In tropical rainforests, where deforestation rates are among the highest in the world, thousands of species face a similar fate to the rhino. Creatures that may never even be documented before they vanish forever. Orangutans in Borneo and Sumatra, jaguars in the Amazon, countless amphibians that depend on the humidity and shade of dense forest canopies. All are being pushed to the brink as their homes shrink year after year. The numbers are staggering, but extinction is not just a statistical reality. It is the story of individuals, of animals searching for food in places where the resources no longer exist, of creatures wandering aimlessly through an unfamiliar and inhospitable world that no longer recognizes them. The forests, the wetlands, the vast untouched lands that once sprawled across the planet are disappearing at an unprecedented rate, and with them, so too are the countless species that have no means to adapt to a human-dominated landscape. Unlike natural extinctions of the past, which occurred over thousands or even millions of years, what is happening now is swift and irreversible, a process accelerated by human activity at a speed that evolution cannot keep pace with. The loss of the West African black rhino was not an anomaly. It was a warning, one of many, that entire species can be wiped from existence not just by direct action, but by the silent, creeping transformation of the world they depend on. The tragedy is not only in their disappearance, but in the realization that, by the time we acknowledge the damage, the world has already shifted irreversibly. The disappearance of species due to habitat destruction is often a gradual, almost imperceptible unraveling, but sometimes extinction is personified in a single, solitary figure, a being that becomes the last fragile thread connecting a species to existence. Lonesome George was that figure. For decades, he was the only known survivor of the Pinta Island tortoise, a living relic of a world that had already crumbled around him. He roamed alone in captivity, a slow-moving testament to the irreversible damage inflicted on the ecosystems of the Galapagos Islands, where human activity had rewritten the landscape in ways that left no place for his kind. The once thriving population of Pinta Island tortoises had been devastated not just by hunting, but by something far less obvious. Introduced species, invasive goats that stripped the island of its vegetation, leaving behind a barren, eroded wasteland where once there had been enough food and shelter to sustain generations of tortoises. The ecosystem that had sustained George's ancestors for centuries had been reduced to something unrecognizable, and by the time conservationists took notice, he was all that remained. For years, scientists searched desperately for another of his kind, hoping that somewhere, hidden in the remote corners of the Galapagos, another Pinta Island tortoise had managed to survive. George himself was placed in breeding programs, paired with closely related tortoises in the futile hope that he might produce offspring that could carry a piece of his lineage forward. But the decades passed, and no eggs ever hatched. Each year he grew older, and the world watched as the inevitable inched closer. On June 24, 2012, Lonesome George was found lifeless in his enclosure, and with him, an entire subspecies was gone forever. His death was not just the loss of a single animal. It was the final moment of a slow extinction that had begun long before he was born, an extinction set in motion by human actions that at first had seemed inconsequential, but had ultimately reshaped an entire island's ability to sustain life. His story, however, did not end with his passing. In the years since, Lonesome George has become more than just a symbol of loss. He has become a call to action, a reminder of what happens when the warning signs of ecological collapse are ignored until it is too late. His preserved body now stands as a permanent exhibit, not as a relic of the past, but as a confrontation with the present, a tangible representation of what is at stake if history continues to repeat itself. Conservation efforts across the Galapagos have since intensified, leading to the removal of invasive species, the restoration of habitats, and even the discovery of hybrid tortoises carrying traces of Pinta Island genetics. Though George himself left no descendants, his existence sparked renewed urgency in protecting what remains, in ensuring that no other species reaches the point where only one lonely individual is left to carry its name. His legacy is not just in the lessons learned from his loss, but in the fight to prevent the next extinction from being inevitable. Lonesome George's story was a lesson in how fragile ecosystems can be, how small disruptions can ripple outward until an entire species disappears. But extinction does not always arrive in the form of a single, vanishing creature. It can unfold in silence, as landscapes are reshaped so thoroughly that the original inhabitants no longer recognize the world they once knew. Urbanization is one of the most relentless forces behind this transformation, a slow, creeping wave of concrete and steel that erases ecosystems piece by piece, leaving no space for the creatures that once thrived there. Unlike deforestation, which is often sudden and obvious, the spread of cities and infrastructure happens in stages. First, a road cuts through a forest, then houses appear, then a network of power lines, parking lots, shopping centers, and suddenly, what was once a thriving habitat is a grid of streets where nothing wild can survive. The process feels natural, even necessary, from a human perspective. But from the perspective of the life that once inhabited those spaces, it is a quiet catastrophe, a slow suffocation of the intricate connections that once made survival possible. Every expansion of a city claims land that had already been occupied, not by people, but by species that had lived there for centuries, perfectly adapted to that specific patch of earth. Birds that once nested in ancient trees find themselves displaced, their food sources gone, their songs drowned beneath the hum of traffic and the constant glow of artificial lights that distort their migratory patterns. Amphibians that relied on seasonal wetlands to breed are left stranded, their delicate life cycles disrupted by storm drains and pavement that no longer allows rain to collect where it once did. Mammals, large and small, either retreat further into the shrinking wilderness or attempt to adapt, navigating a world designed without them in mind, dodging cars, scavenging through human waste, forced into behaviors that often bring them into conflict with the very species that displaced them. Beyond the direct loss of land, urbanization alters ecosystems in more insidious ways. Rivers, once flowing freely, are straightened and confined, their banks reinforced with concrete, their waters polluted with runoff that carries chemicals, oil, and microplastics into places where life once flourished. The air itself changes, thickening with pollutants that coat leaves, poison insects, and slowly degrade the health of any creature that breathes it in. Artificial light invades the night, disrupting the rhythms of nocturnal animals, confusing everything from fireflies to bats, cutting them off from the signals they have followed for millions of years. And as temperatures rise in sprawling cities covered in asphalt and glass, the very climate shifts, creating urban heat islands that make survival even more difficult for any life that has not already been pushed out. Yet perhaps the most profound impact is fragmentation, the breaking apart of what were once continuous, interconnected habitats. A forest can survive when it stretches unbroken for miles, but when it is sliced into smaller and smaller pieces by roads and development, it loses its ability to function as a whole. The creatures that depended on its vastness are suddenly trapped in isolated pockets, their gene pools shrinking, their food sources dwindling, their futures narrowing with every passing year. Some try to cross these artificial barriers, venturing onto highways, into neighborhoods, into places where survival is not just difficult but impossible. Others remain, their numbers declining until, like Lonesome George, they become the last of their kind, stranded in a world that no longer has space for them. The spread of cities is often seen as progress, a sign of human advancement, a necessary expansion to accommodate growing populations. But beneath the skyline, beneath the layers of pavement and steel, there is a cost that is rarely acknowledged. The silent disappearance of ecosystems that once stretched across the land, the slow unraveling of connections that took millions of years to form. The process is not always visible, not always immediate, but it is relentless. And by the time the full extent of the damage is realized, the landscapes that once teemed with life may already be too altered to repair. The expansion of cities does not just erase habitats, it also forces creatures into smaller, more vulnerable spaces where their survival depends on their ability to remain unseen. But not all species have the luxury of adapting, of finding new ways to exist in a world reshaped by human hands. Some are simply taken, hunted until nothing remains but fading memories and the occasional artifact, a skull in a museum, an old photograph, the echo of a species that once was. The Schomburgk's deer was one of those lost creatures, a species that once roamed the floodplains of central Thailand, its antlers branching like delicate crowns, an intricate lattice of bone that made it stand out even among other deer. But beauty, as it often does, became a curse. It was not enough for the Schomburgk's deer to exist. It had to be possessed, turned into a trophy, a prize, an object that signified wealth or status. And so, it was hunted, not in the slow, creeping way that some species decline, but in a rapid, brutal disappearance, a vanishing that was both deliberate and avoidable. The deer had lived alongside people for centuries, navigating the seasonal floods of the Chao Phraya River basin, grazing in the open wetlands that stretched beneath the monsoon skies. It had no reason to fear humans at first. It was not a predator, not a threat, not something that should have inspired hostility. But the encroachment of agriculture meant that the land that had once been its sanctuary was now being drained, reshaped, carved into rice fields where there was no longer space for herds to roam. As its habitat dwindled, the deer became easier to find, easier to hunt, easier to drive toward extinction without ever stopping to consider the consequences. The final blow came with the demand for its antlers, believed by some to have medicinal properties, though there was never any evidence that they did. Belief, however, was enough. And belief, paired with relentless hunting, meant that by the early 20th century, there were no more sightings in the wild. For years, the assumption was that they were gone, completely wiped from existence, their herds reduced to nothing. The last confirmed Schomburgk's deer was a captive individual in a Bangkok temple, living out its final days not in the vast open floodplains it had evolved to inhabit, but in the confines of a space where it could do nothing but wait for extinction. It died in 1938, and with that single loss, an entire species was erased. No more fawns would take their first steps in the tall grass. No more herds would move through the rising waters of the rainy season. No more would their antlers rise like fragile, living sculptures above the fields. They were gone, and the world barely noticed. But extinction is not always absolute, at least not immediately. Decades after the species was declared lost, a single set of antlers surfaced in Laos, sparking questions, faint hopes, speculation that maybe, just maybe, a remnant population had survived in some hidden corner of Southeast Asia, beyond the reach of poachers and deforestation. Yet no evidence followed, no footprints in the mud, no distant calls in the night, nothing but the weight of absence and the knowledge that if they did survive, it was only a matter of time before they too disappeared. In the end, the Schomburgk's deer became another reminder of how easily a species can be wiped away, not by accident, not by forces beyond control, but by the choices of those who saw no reason to stop. The Schomburgk's deer is gone, its presence reduced to old records and the occasional relic, but its story is not unique. Again and again, species disappear because the places they once lived have been altered beyond recognition, stripped of the intricate balance that once made survival possible. The question that remains is not just whether we can prevent further loss, but whether it is possible to undo the damage already done, to restore the landscapes that were taken, to give back what was lost, to rebuild ecosystems from the fragments that remain. At first glance, the answer feels simple. Replant the forests, remove the concrete, let the land breathe again. But restoration is not just about adding trees or clearing away debris. It is about understanding the delicate relationships that once made an ecosystem function, the hidden dependencies that cannot be rebuilt with good intentions alone. It is not enough to replace what was destroyed. What matters is whether life can return to what is left. A forest is not just its trees, just as a river is not just water. When a habitat is lost, it is not only the visible elements that disappear, but also the unseen. Soil microorganisms, fungal networks, insect populations, the complex layers of interaction that take centuries to form. A rainforest cut down for farmland cannot simply be replanted and expected to return to its former state. The soil has been depleted, the climate altered, the animal species that once played a role in spreading seeds or aerating the ground are no longer there to continue their work. Even if every tree is replaced, the forest itself is missing its foundation. Wetlands drained to make way for cities cannot easily be reflooded without disrupting new land use patterns. And even when restoration efforts succeed in bringing back water, the original biodiversity does not always return. Some species have already adapted to their absence. Others have died out entirely, and the equilibrium that once held everything in place has been permanently altered. But restoration is not impossible. There are places where degraded lands have been brought back to life, where forests have reclaimed barren hillsides, where rivers have been allowed to carve their own paths again, where species thought to be gone forever have reappeared in the spaces that were once theirs. It takes time, more time than it took to destroy those places in the first place. It takes patience and understanding that ecosystems do not heal on human schedules, that balance cannot be forced, only encouraged. Some efforts rely on active intervention, reintroducing lost species, reviving the plant life that serves as the foundation for the rest, controlling invasive species that have taken hold in the absence of natural competitors. Others rely on stepping back, on letting nature decide its own course, on removing human interference rather than increasing it. Both approaches have their successes and their failures, their limitations and their triumphs. But the hardest part of restoring lost habitats is not the science or the logistics. It is the willingness to make space for nature again. It means prioritizing long-term recovery over short-term convenience, accepting that some landscapes will never be exactly as they once were, but that they can still be something valuable, something alive. It means recognizing that extinction is permanent, that no matter how much land is restored, species like the Schomburgk's deer will never return, and that every effort made today is not just about repairing the past, but about ensuring that fewer species follow the same path. Restoration is possible, but only if it is seen as more than an afterthought, more than a way to fix what has already been broken. It must be a commitment, an acknowledgement that the damage was never inevitable to begin with, and that the only real question is whether we are willing to give back what was taken before it is too late. 12. Animals that went extinct in the last 100 years. Just as humanity takes pride in its advancements, in its ability to explore the depths of the ocean and the vastness of space, there is an uncomfortable truth that lingers in the background, one that is often overshadowed by progress. The world is losing species at an alarming rate, not in some distant, abstract past, but within the lifetimes of people still walking the earth today. The lesser bilby, a small nocturnal marsupial once native to Australia's arid deserts, is one such casualty, slipping away into extinction before most even realized it was in danger. Unlike its larger relative, the greater bilby, which still clings to survival, the lesser bilby existed in an environment few humans truly understood, thriving in the unforgiving expanse of sand dunes and sparse vegetation where survival was an intricate balance of adaptation and instinct. For thousands of years, this small creature had carved out an existence in the heart of Australia's deserts, burrowing into the dunes and emerging at night to search for seeds and insects. Its body, built for the punishing heat of the day and the bone-chilling cold of the night, was a testament to nature's meticulous craftsmanship. It did not need human intervention to survive. It had done so long before people arrived on the continent. But nature's defenses meant little when faced with a force unlike anything it had encountered before. The arrival of European settlers set in motion an unstoppable chain of events: habitat destruction, competition from invasive species, and the introduction of predators like foxes and feral cats, creatures that had never before roamed the bilby's fragile world. As the years passed, the signs of the lesser bilby's decline went largely unnoticed. Unlike the charismatic megafauna that command attention, this small, burrowing marsupial was not the subject of conservation campaigns or public outcry. It vanished quietly, slipping into extinction sometime in the mid-20th century. By the time researchers began searching for evidence of its continued existence, all that remained were skeletal remains and owl pellets, and the distant echoes of stories told by indigenous communities who had known of the creature long before scientists had ever documented it. The last confirmed specimen was found in the 1930s, but unverified reports persisted for decades, fueling the faint hope that somewhere, in some untouched corner of the desert, a few might still survive. That hope, however, was built on little more than the human desire to believe that extinction is not as final as it seems. Yet, if there is one undeniable truth about extinction, it is that it does not announce itself. There is no final moment witnessed by the world, no grand event that marks the passing of a species. It happens in silence, in the slow disappearance of tracks in the sand, in the absence of tiny burrows where there were once many. The loss of the lesser bilby is not just the story of one forgotten species, but a reflection of the many creatures that disappear without fanfare, victims of an ever-changing world that does not pause to acknowledge their absence. And in the quiet spaces where they once lived, the dunes shift with the wind, covering the last traces of a species that was, for a time, resilient enough to survive the desert, but not the world humanity built around it. The disappearance of the lesser bilby was a quiet one, slipping beneath the weight of time with barely a whisper, but not all extinctions are so easily overlooked. Some are loud, brutal, and deliberate, unfolding not as an accident of neglect, but as a calculated removal of a creature deemed inconvenient. The Mexican grizzly bear, once a formidable presence in the rugged landscapes of North America, did not simply fade away. It was driven to its end by the very species that once feared it. Unlike the desert-dwelling bilby, the Mexican grizzly was no small, elusive creature hiding beneath the sands, but a powerful predator roaming the high mountain forests and open grasslands of northern Mexico and the southwestern United States. It was a subspecies of the grizzly bear, smaller than its northern relatives, yet no less imposing, a creature perfectly built for survival in a land of extremes. For centuries, the Mexican grizzly coexisted with the land, feeding on roots, berries, and whatever small animals it could catch, a keystone species in an ecosystem that had balanced itself long before humans attempted to impose their own order upon it. Indigenous cultures respected it, understanding that its presence was part of a natural rhythm that could not be disturbed without consequence. But as settlers moved in, bringing with them cattle, fences, and the relentless expansion of agriculture, the bear's existence was no longer seen as part of that balance. It was, instead, an enemy, an unpredictable force that threatened livestock, a target for hunters eager to prove their dominance over nature, a nuisance to be eradicated rather than understood. The killing was systematic. Farmers and ranchers, fearing for their cattle, poisoned carcasses and left them as bait. Hunters tracked the bears down, not for survival but for sport, for the thrill of bringing down a creature that had once roamed without challenge. The forests and mountains that had been its sanctuary became a battleground, and one by one, the bears fell. By the early 20th century, their numbers had dwindled to the point where they were no longer a threat to livestock. Not because they had learned to avoid human settlements, but because there were so few left to be seen at all. Sightings became rare, Reports of their presence turned into little more than rumor, and still, the killing did not stop. By the 1960s, the Mexican grizzly bear was declared extinct, though a handful of unconfirmed sightings in the years that followed fueled the lingering hope that perhaps, somewhere in the remote mountains, a few survivors remained. But hope is not enough to undo what has already been done. The land remembers them, in the quiet spaces where they once foraged, in the forests that no longer echo with their heavy footsteps, in the absence of something that was once too powerful to be ignored. Unlike the lesser bilby, whose extinction came and went in silence, the Mexican grizzly bear was not lost to time. It was lost to choice. It was not nature that decided its fate, but humanity, and in that choice, the world was left just a little emptier, a little less wild, haunted by the memory of a creature that had once ruled the land, until the land no longer belonged to it. The loss of the Mexican grizzly bear was an act of destruction driven by fear and the need for control, a deliberate erasure of a creature that had once commanded its own space in the world. But not all extinctions are violent. Some unfold in slow motion, not through gunfire or poison, but through the quiet, creeping devastation of habitat loss and human interference that leaves no room for a species to exist. The Spix's macaw, a brilliant blue parrot once native to the riparian forests of Brazil, did not vanish in a single, decisive moment. Its disappearance was a gradual unraveling, a series of moments where the spaces it once occupied were taken from it, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but a handful of survivors clinging to a world that could no longer support them. Unlike the Mexican grizzly, which had been hunted into oblivion, the Spix's macaw was not killed off because people saw it as a threat. In fact, it was loved, admired, coveted. That admiration, however, did not translate to protection. Instead, it made the bird a target. Its striking blue feathers and rarity made it one of the most sought-after birds in the illegal pet trade, each captured individual fetching a price high enough to make conservation seem secondary to profit. Even as its numbers in the wild dwindled, collectors continued to take them, ignoring the simple fact that the more they were taken, the fewer remained to ensure the species' survival. The forest itself did not fare much better. The Spix's macaw relied on a specific type of habitat, gallery forests that stretched along rivers in northeastern Brazil. And as deforestation stripped the land bare for agriculture and livestock, the bird's last refuge disappeared. For years, it clung to existence with only a handful of individuals left in the wild, their calls echoing through an emptying forest. Conservationists watched, hopeful yet helpless, as one by one, those last survivors vanished. In the early 2000s, the species was declared extinct in the wild, a phrase that sounds definitive but in reality only marks the moment when hope dims into something fragile and uncertain. Unlike other lost species, the Spix's macaw still existed, just not where it was supposed to. Captive populations remained, scattered across breeding programs and private collections, an artificial lifeline keeping the species from being completely erased. It was this strange limbo, this existence between extinction and preservation, that made the bird's story so compelling, a story dramatic enough to inspire the animated film Rio, which introduced millions to a species they had never seen and might never see outside of a screen. In the years that followed, efforts were made to undo what had been done. Breeding programs expanded, and in 2022, a small group of Spix's macaws was reintroduced to the wild, returning to a home that had been altered beyond recognition. Whether they will survive, whether they will reclaim the forests that had nearly forgotten them, remains uncertain. But their story is not just one of loss. It is a reminder that extinction is not always permanent, that sometimes, when the world is willing to correct its mistakes, there is a chance, however small, to bring something back. Yet, even in their return, there is an unspoken truth that lingers. They never should have needed saving in the first place. The Spix's macaw may have been given a second chance, pulled back from the edge by human hands, but not every species is granted that luxury. Some vanish without a way back, their final moments unrecorded, their last individuals fading into history before anyone truly understands what has been lost. The Javan tiger was one of them. A ghost of the forests, a predator once dominant in its domain, reduced to nothing more than whispers by the time the 1970s arrived. It was not the first tiger to disappear, and it would not be the last. But its extinction marked something irreversible, the end of a lineage that had ruled the dense jungles of Java for thousands of years. Unlike its larger relatives in mainland Asia, the Javan tiger was smaller, more compact, an apex predator perfectly adapted to the island's thick forests and rugged terrain. It hunted in the shadows, slipping through dense undergrowth, its stripes blending seamlessly with the filtered sunlight that danced through the trees. For centuries, it had no true rivals, existing in a delicate balance with the ecosystem it helped shape. But balance is fragile when met with human expansion, and by the early 20th century, Java's forests had begun to shrink. What was once an uninterrupted wilderness became fragmented, cleared for agriculture, carved apart by roads, and transformed into spaces where humans flourished while everything else was pushed aside. The tigers, now confined to smaller and smaller pockets of land, found themselves trapped between a world that no longer had room for them and the people who saw them as both a danger and a trophy. They were hunted relentlessly, their numbers declining year after year, not because they could not survive, but because they were no longer allowed to. The last confirmed sightings in the 1970s spoke of individuals barely holding on, isolated and outnumbered, fighting a losing battle against deforestation and poaching. Some still hoped that a few might have survived, hidden away in the depths of Java's remaining forests. But as the years passed and the silence stretched on, hope faded into reluctant acceptance. The Javan tiger was not simply another species lost to time. It was a warning, a reminder of how quickly the world can change, how easily something that once seemed untouchable can be erased. Its absence lingers in the forests that no longer tremble beneath its paws, in the landscapes that once echoed with its presence but now belong to something else entirely. Unlike the Spix's macaw, it will not return. No breeding programs exist to bring it back. No reintroductions are planned to correct the mistakes that led to its disappearance. It is gone in the truest sense, and in its place, only regret remains. Regret for what was taken, for what was ignored, and for the realization that once a species is gone, no amount of wanting will ever bring it back. The Javan tiger is gone, its absence a permanent scar on the landscapes it once ruled, a reminder that extinction is not just something that happened in the distant past, but something unfolding in real time, in places we can still touch, in ecosystems we continue to alter without fully understanding the consequences. And yet, the world does not stop when a species disappears. The forests close in, the rivers still run, and new generations grow up in a reality where those creatures never existed at all. The loss of a species is rarely felt immediately. It is slow, quiet, sometimes invisible to those who do not know what they are looking for. But the lessons left behind, if we are willing to see them, tell us everything about the way we shape the world and the way the world, in turn, responds. Extinction does not happen in isolation. It is not the singular tragedy of one animal disappearing from the face of the earth, but a chain reaction, an unraveling of an entire system that depended on its presence. When a predator vanishes, its prey flourishes unchecked, altering the balance of vegetation, shifting the entire structure of the ecosystem in ways that are often unpredictable. When pollinators die out, plants that relied on them begin to decline, entire food webs destabilizing in ways that ripple outward beyond what we can immediately measure. The loss of any species, no matter how small, is not just about that species. It is about everything connected to it, everything that lived in the spaces it left behind. We have seen this happen time and time again. In the shrinking forests of Indonesia where the Javan tiger was hunted into legend, in the dried-out riverbanks of Brazil where the Spix's macaw once thrived, in the silent fields that no longer carry the weight of the Mexican grizzly bear's footsteps. In each case, the pattern is the same: habitat loss, human expansion, poaching, climate shifts. Disruptions that, by themselves, may not seem enough to push a species over the edge, but together become an unstoppable tide, pushing them further into the margins until there is nowhere left to go. And in every case, by the time we recognize what is happening, it is already too late. But perhaps the most unsettling lesson is this: Extinction is rarely inevitable. It is not some distant, abstract force beyond our control, not a natural order that we are powerless against. It is a result of choices, decisions made to prioritize industry over environment, to take without giving back, to act only when the damage is too severe to ignore. And that means it can be prevented. The Spix's macaw was pulled back from the brink not because nature suddenly corrected itself, but because people chose to intervene. The same could have been done for the Javan tiger, the Mexican grizzly, and countless others if only the warning signs had not been ignored. That is what recent extinctions teach us. Not just that species disappear, but that they do so because we let them, because we look away until the silence is all that remains. And perhaps the greatest lesson of all is that we still have a choice, even now, even as the list of lost species continues to grow. Whether we learn from that or not is entirely up to us. 13. Extinct animals that might still be alive. Somewhere in the vast and intricate weave of nature's hidden corners, where the past and present blur into something neither fully remembered nor completely forgotten, there exists a quiet possibility that extinction is not always absolute. There are moments when the absence of a creature feels more like a lingering presence rather than a final disappearance, an echo stretched across time rather than a silence sealed in history. It is in this strange liminal space that the thylacine, the so-called Tasmanian tiger, still roams. Not in confirmed reality, but in whispered testimonies, in flickering shadows at the edge of a hunter's flashlight, in grainy footage that defies easy dismissal, and in the minds of those who cannot let go of the belief that something, somewhere, has survived. It was declared extinct in 1936, the last known individual dying in the cold confines of a Hobart zoo, pacing in restless confusion, unaware that it was the last of its kind. And yet, long after that supposed final breath, the stories never ceased. People deep in the wild landscapes of Tasmania and even mainland Australia spoke of encounters with a creature that should no longer exist. Elongated bodies moving with an unnatural fluidity, distinctive stripes barely visible in the low light, large jaws gaping open in a way no known predator does. The sightings are often fleeting, just a few seconds between certainty and doubt, the human mind struggling to reconcile what it knows with what it sees. Some of these accounts come from seasoned bushmen, people who know the land and its creatures as intimately as their own reflections, people who have nothing to gain from deception. And yet, their words remain trapped in the realm of speculation, filed away as misidentifications or fabrications, because science demands proof, and proof is something that has never quite materialized. For decades, cameras have been set up in the depths of Tasmania's forests, motion sensors waiting for a moment that never comes, though occasionally, a blurred image emerges, tantalizing but never conclusive. Expeditions have gone into the wilderness armed with the latest technology, hoping that this time, something will emerge from the undergrowth that does not belong to the known world. And yet, the land keeps its secrets well. Even as recent as the past few years, new reports surface. Farmers discovering livestock slain in ways that no recognized predator would. Drivers catching glimpses of something crossing the road that moves unlike anything else. The testimonies accumulate, neither wholly convincing nor easily dismissed, leaving the question suspended in a state of uncertainty. But what if? What if extinction, in some rare instances, is not an absolute but a threshold, one that a few might cross back and forth, evading finality just long enough to remind us that the world is still filled with mysteries? The thylacine, if it still walks in the deepest recesses of the wilderness, is not merely an animal clinging to survival. It is an idea, a symbol of the unknown that lingers on the fringes of human understanding, a reminder that the natural world does not always conform to our need for closure. Whether it truly lives or is merely a ghost conjured from hope and memory, the search continues, because some absences are too haunting to accept. There is something uniquely unsettling about the idea of an extinction that may not have happened, a disappearance that is neither complete nor entirely disproven, as if the natural world is playing a quiet trick on human certainty. Just as the thylacine lingers in the collective imagination, slipping between folklore and reality, another creature moves through the tangled corridors of possibility. The ivory-billed woodpecker, a bird so striking in its black and white contrast, so distinct in its double-knock call, that it should be impossible to overlook. And yet, for decades, it has remained just beyond reach, never fully there, but never entirely gone, an absence that refuses to settle into finality. Once inhabiting the vast, swampy forests of the southeastern United States, the ivory-bill was a creature of deep wilderness, a bird that required vast tracts of unbroken, ancient forest to thrive, places where decaying trees harbored the beetle larvae that sustained it. But these forests were carved apart, their towering cypress and oaks felled for timber, the tangled floodplains drained and repurposed, leaving behind a landscape that could no longer hold what it once did. By the mid-20th century, sightings had dwindled to nearly nothing, and the species was declared extinct. Yet, extinction has a strange way of unraveling in the human mind, not as a sudden and absolute loss, but as a slow unraveling of certainty, punctuated by those who refuse to believe the silence is permanent. Reports continued, whispered first by those who knew the forests best: hunters, fishermen, biologists who had spent their lives studying birds and who were not given to mistakes. They spoke of glimpses, of large black and white wings flashing through the trees, of a haunting call that did not match anything living. The 1990s brought a renewed search, and then, in 2004, something happened that briefly shattered the certainty of extinction. A team of researchers in the swamps of Arkansas reported multiple sightings of a bird that should no longer exist. A video was taken, brief and blurry, but enough to set the ornithological world on fire. Was this the long-lost ivory-bill? Could a species thought to be gone for over half a century still persist, hidden in the few remaining fragments of its world? The debate raged. Experts scrutinized the footage, analyzed recordings of woodpecker drumming, dissected every second of evidence. Some were convinced, pointing to details that no other bird could match. Others dismissed it, saying it was nothing more than a misidentified pileated woodpecker, a common species that bore a passing resemblance. Expeditions followed, teams armed with high-speed cameras, sound recorders, and the determination to capture proof beyond doubt. But the forests remained indifferent, giving away nothing more than fleeting sounds, ambiguous images, the frustrating nearness of something just beyond reach. Still, there are those who believe. Those who walk through the last great remnants of bottomland forests and feel that something ancient still moves among the shadows. Maybe the ivory-billed woodpecker is gone, its last breath taken long before humans realized what they had lost. Or maybe it persists, a hidden survivor of a world that has tried to erase it, clinging to the last places where the modern age has yet to intrude fully. The answer remains suspended between belief and proof, between those who have seen and those who demand certainty. In the end, the question is not just whether the bird still exists, but whether we are willing to accept that not all disappearances are final, that sometimes nature holds on to its secrets longer than we expect. There is something about the possibility of the unseen that captivates the human mind, a need to believe that the world is still capable of hiding monsters, that something vast and ancient might still be lurking just beyond the limits of human reach. If the ivory-billed woodpecker teeters between presence and extinction in the dense, tangled forests, then the Megalodon exists in an entirely different realm. One where evidence is secondary to fear, where the ocean's depth serves as a perfect refuge for the imagination. A creature once real, once dominant, but now lost to time, or so science insists. And yet, the whispers persist, fed by blurry sonar images, misidentified shadows, and a deep, primal reluctance to let go of the idea that something so colossal could simply vanish without a trace. At the heart of the Megalodon conspiracy theories is a contradiction. A creature that was once so dominant, so unmistakably powerful, now reduced to rumors and speculation. The fossil record tells a simple story. It was real, it was immense, and it disappeared roughly 3.6 million years ago. Its jaw could engulf a small boat. Its teeth, some still found on beaches today, are larger than a human hand, relics of an apex predator that ruled the oceans with no equal. But its extinction, though widely accepted, has never quite settled in the public consciousness. The ocean, after all, is the last great abyss, a world so unexplored that entire ecosystems remain undiscovered. If the giant squid could exist in secret for so long, why not something even greater, something that knows how to stay hidden? The modern myth of the Megalodon's survival has been fueled by supposed sightings. Fishermen reporting enormous, shadowy figures moving beneath their boats, sonar readings that hint at something impossibly large, photographs of massive teeth that some claim are too fresh to be millions of years old. But perhaps nothing fueled the fire quite like a now infamous documentary aired by the Discovery Channel, a mockumentary that blurred the line between fact and fiction, presenting fabricated evidence as if it were real, misleading audiences into believing that a living megalodon had been caught on camera. Even after the deception was revealed, the idea had already taken root, and for many, the question of the megalodon's existence was no longer about science. It was about belief. The reality, however, is far less dramatic. The oceans may be vast, but a predator of that size, one that would need to consume an enormous amount of food to sustain itself, could not remain hidden indefinitely. No reliable evidence has ever surfaced. No carcasses, no verified footage, no remains of fresh kills bearing the unmistakable marks of a giant shark. The deep sea, while mysterious, does not contain the food sources a megalodon would need to survive. It thrived in warm, shallow waters, environments that today are teeming with humans, with boats, with research vessels constantly mapping, scanning, searching, and yet nothing. But perhaps the fascination with the megalodon is not really about whether it exists, but about something deeper. A refusal to accept that some things are truly gone, a need to believe that the natural world is still capable of shocking us. The possibility of something ancient, something powerful beyond human control, taps into a primal instinct, the same instinct that once made early humans fear the dark waters where unseen things lurked. Maybe the megalodon is long extinct, its bones dissolved into the ocean floor, its presence relegated to history. Or maybe, for some, it is more alive as a legend than it ever was in reality, a creature that will never die as long as the depths remain unknowable, as long as there is room for doubt, as long as the human mind still longs for monsters. Perhaps the most enduring aspect of these legends is not the creatures themselves, but the way they linger in human consciousness, slipping between skepticism and belief, logic and longing. If the megalodon is a nightmare drawn from the ocean's abyss, then the Loch Ness Monster is something else entirely. A creature that exists not in the deep, open sea, but in the stillness of a single, ancient lake, where the water is dark enough to keep secrets and the human imagination is restless enough to keep looking. It is not just about whether Nessie is real. It is about the kind of world we want to live in, one where mysteries still exist, where the possibility of something extraordinary hiding just below the surface makes reality a little less predictable. The legend of the Loch Ness Monster has existed in some form for centuries, but it was in 1933 that the modern myth truly took hold, when a newspaper reported a strange sighting. A large, serpent-like creature breaking the water's surface, witnessed by a couple driving along the shore. What followed was an explosion of interest, a frenzy of accounts from fishermen, tourists, and locals, all claiming to have glimpsed something moving beneath the loch's dark waters. Then came the infamous surgeon's photograph, the grainy black and white image of a long neck rising above the waves, a photograph that would define the legend for decades, even long after it was revealed to be a hoax. But the damage, or perhaps the magic, had already been done. The idea of Nessie had taken root, and no amount of scientific reasoning could fully erase it. Loch Ness itself seems almost designed to fuel such a myth. A vast, deep lake with water stained by peat, limiting visibility to mere feet below the surface, creating an environment where something large could, in theory, remain hidden. Sonar scans have yielded strange, unexplainable shapes, though never anything definitive. Photographs emerge now and then, almost always blurred, indistinct, leaving just enough ambiguity to avoid outright dismissal. Expeditions have come and gone, armed with the latest technology, yet each search ends in the same frustrating place. just enough uncertainty to keep the legend alive, never enough proof to end it. But Nessie is not alone. Across the world, lakes, rivers, and remote landscapes hold their own cryptids, creatures that seem to exist in the space between folklore and possibility. In Canada's Lake Okanagan, the legendary Agapogo is said to lurk beneath the surface, a serpentine being that indigenous stories described long before modern sightings. In the Congo Basin, tales of Mokolmbembe, a supposed dinosaur-like creature, persist among locals, drawing cryptozoologists deep into the rainforest in search of something that should have died millions of years ago. The stories vary, but the pattern remains the same. A place untouched by time, a creature that defies extinction, a handful of encounters that cannot be easily explained, all feeding into an idea that refuses to die. The skeptics argue, with good reason, that these creatures are born not from nature, but from the human need to believe in something larger than life, to reach beyond the ordinary and brush against the unknown. The believers counter with a different kind of reasoning. So much of the world remains unexplored, so many species are discovered every year, so many mysteries remain just out of reach. In the end, cryptids are not simply about whether they exist or not. They are about what they represent. A world that is still unfinished, still unpredictable, still capable of holding wonders we have yet to uncover. Whether or not the Loch Ness Monster moves beneath the surface of the water, its presence is undeniable because it continues to be seen, if not in reality, then in the imagination of those who refuse to stop searching. For every creature that exists in legend, there are countless others that remain undiscovered, not because they are hiding in the depths of folklore, but because they exist beyond the reach of human exploration, in places where the world has not yet been fully mapped, where the wilderness is still wild enough to keep its secrets. The Loch Ness Monster and other cryptids may belong to the realm of speculation, but the idea that unknown species are still out there is not a matter of belief. It is a reality, one that plays out every year as new forms of life are cataloged in rainforests, deep-sea trenches, and isolated mountain ranges, places so untouched that they might as well belong to another time. There is something humbling about the realization that, despite centuries of scientific discovery, the natural world remains unfinished, an open-ended story with countless pages yet to be written. Biologists estimate that millions of species, perhaps the majority of life on Earth, are still undocumented, existing only as fleeting traces in uncharted ecosystems, living and dying without ever crossing paths with human eyes. The dense rainforests of the Amazon, the towering canopy of Borneo, the hidden valleys of the Himalayas, the vast, crushing silence of the deep ocean. These are not just landscapes, but entire worlds unto themselves, places where evolution has continued its quiet work far beyond the reach of civilization. The evidence is not just theoretical. Every year, new species are named. A tiny, translucent octopus found drifting in the depths of the Pacific, a brilliantly colored tree frog perched on a branch in Madagascar, a previously unknown big cat caught on a camera trap in a remote jungle. These discoveries do not make headlines the way that cryptid myths do, but they are no less astonishing. Some of these species are small, unassuming, easy to overlook, but others are large, seemingly impossible to have gone unnoticed for so long. The Vukwang ox, or Saola, was unknown to science until 1992, despite being a large, hoofed mammal roaming the forests of Vietnam and Laos. The giant squid, once thought to be mere sailors' lore, was finally captured on film in the 21st century, proving that creatures of unimaginable scale can still remain hidden in the vastness of the ocean. And yet, the unknown is not just a matter of remote locations or undiscovered species. It is also about time. Some creatures thought to be long extinct have resurfaced, slipping through the cracks of history to reveal that extinction is not always as final as it seems. The coelacanth, a deep-sea fish believed to have vanished 66 million years ago, was found alive and well in 1938, swimming in the waters off South Africa. The night parrot of Australia, unseen for over a century and presumed extinct, was rediscovered in 2013, surviving in the most inhospitable corners of the outback. These are not myths, not fabrications, but proof that the world still holds mysteries, that the line between what is known and unknown is thinner than we imagine. If there are still places on Earth where humans have never set foot, where the air carries sounds never recorded, where the trees conceal life that has never been named, then the question is not whether undiscovered species still exist, but how many more are waiting. It is a reminder that, no matter how much we claim to understand, there is always something just beyond the edge of our knowledge, something moving unseen through the dense shadows of the world, something that, perhaps, will one day emerge and rewrite the boundaries of what we think we know. 14. Lazarus species, animals thought to be extinct but rediscovered. But just as galaxies can evolve in unexpected ways, defying our attempts to categorize them neatly, life on Earth has its own way of challenging the finality of extinction. The natural world, vast and intricate, often holds secrets that slip past our awareness, and sometimes, what we thought was gone forever emerges from the depths of history as if time itself had folded in on itself. Among these astonishing rediscoveries, few creatures have rewritten the story of life on Earth as profoundly as the coelacanth, a fish so ancient that its fossils date back hundreds of millions of years, a species that was presumed to have vanished alongside the dinosaurs 66 million years ago, only to reappear as a living enigma in the 20th century. Imagine, for a moment, the sheer magnitude of what this meant. A species consigned to history, reduced to nothing but imprints in stone, studied only in the form of long-dead relics embedded in layers of rock. Paleontologists classified the coelacanth as a relic of a past world, a creature of the Devonian, Carboniferous, and Cretaceous. Epochs so distant from ours that their landscapes are almost alien. And then, in 1938, a South African museum curator named Marjorie Courtney-Latimer was examining a local fisherman's catch when she noticed something unlike anything she had ever seen. A blue-hued, lobed-finned fish, its body covered in thick, armor-like scales, its eyes almost vacant yet strangely aware. It wasn't just an oddity, it was impossible. It should not have been there, and yet it was. News of the discovery sent shockwaves through the scientific world. This was not merely a new species. It was a resurrection of something thought irretrievably lost. For decades, the coelacanth had been considered part of Earth's distant past, a ghost from an era when the continents themselves were arranged differently, when dinosaurs still roamed the land and the ancestors of modern mammals were small, insignificant creatures lurking in the underbrush. And yet, here it was, very much alive, drifting through the deep, almost unchanged from its prehistoric ancestors, as though the passage of eons had barely touched it. What made the coelacanth even more extraordinary was not just its survival, but its biology. Unlike most fish, it possessed limb-like fins, capable of a peculiar, almost tetrapod-like movement that hinted at its ancient lineage. This wasn't just any fish. It was a living connection to the very moment in evolutionary history when vertebrates first began their transition from water to land. Its internal structure suggested a kinship with the earliest ancestors of amphibians, reptiles, birds, and even mammals. It was as though a lost chapter of evolution had been miraculously preserved, hidden away in the abyssal depths where time itself seemed to move at a different pace. Even more astonishing was the realization that this was not a one-time anomaly. Further expeditions uncovered a second population of coelacanth in Indonesia, proving that this was not merely an isolated survivor, but a species that had persisted quietly, evading detection by humans for millennia. It was not extinct. It had simply been living in places we had not yet looked, in deep volcanic slopes and underwater caves, where the crushing pressure and eternal darkness formed a world of their own, separate from the one we so often assume to be the entirety of existence. The rediscovery of the coelacanth forces a reevaluation of what extinction truly means. If a species can vanish from human sight for tens of millions of years and then return, how many other lost creatures might still be out there, hidden in the depths of the ocean, the dense canopies of untouched forests, or the remote stretches of the world that remain largely unexplored? The coelacanth is a reminder that nature is not as predictable as we might like to believe, that history is never fully written, and that sometimes, against all odds, life finds a way to slip through the cracks of time and reappear, defying everything we thought we knew. If the coelacanth was a relic of an ancient ocean, slipping through time in the deep, then the night parrot was something far more elusive. A creature of silence and shadows, a whisper of life moving through the vast, arid landscapes of Australia, always just beyond reach. Unlike the great rediscoveries of the deep sea, where the world is still largely unexplored, the night parrot was an absence felt in places that had long been mapped, walked, and studied. It was not hidden in an abyss, but in a land where everything should have already been seen. And yet, for over a century, it remained nothing more than rumor and speculation, a bird so rare that it became something closer to folklore than reality. For decades, all that remained of the night parrot were a few dusty museum specimens, relics collected in the 19th century that served as the only proof that such a bird had ever existed at all. No confirmed sightings, no recordings, no photographs. Just the lingering idea of a small, green parrot that supposedly once thrived in the harsh spinifex grasslands of Australia. It was thought to have vanished into the dry winds of time, its existence reduced to a handful of bones and faded descriptions in forgotten journals. Ornithologists searched, but always in vain. Some believed it had gone extinct at the turn of the 20th century, another victim of changing landscapes, invasive predators, and an environment growing ever more inhospitable. Others, however, refused to let it become just another name on the long list of creatures lost forever. The possibility, however slim, that the night parrot still lived somewhere in the outback kept a quiet determination alive. And then, in 2013, after more than a century of absence, the impossible happened. A man named John Young, a naturalist who had spent years obsessively chasing rumors, fragments of old accounts, and fleeting traces of something unseen, finally found what no one else could: a living night parrot. The evidence was undeniable. A blurred photograph, a feather, a recording of its strange, echoing calls in the darkness. Proof that the bird was still out there, moving unseen through the Australian wilderness, surviving despite every assumption that it was gone. The rediscovery of the night parrot was not just a scientific triumph. It was an unraveling of certainty, a reminder that the natural world does not always conform to our expectations. A bird that had been dismissed as extinct for over 100 years had been quietly existing all along, slipping through the cracks of human knowledge, outwitting our searchlights and cameras, thriving in places where it was least expected. Its survival defied everything that had been assumed about its fragility, its scarcity, and its supposed inability to persist in a world that had changed so much since it was last seen. But finding it was only the beginning. The night parrot's rediscovery raised more questions than it answered. How had it remained so perfectly hidden for so long? How many were left? Could it still be saved, or had it been pushed too close to the edge of oblivion? The very fact that it had eluded detection for over a century suggested an extraordinary level of secrecy in its behavior. Perhaps it had adapted to avoid predators, remaining motionless at the faintest sign of danger, flying only under the cover of night, its movements so scarce and unpredictable that even experienced trackers had missed it. The night parrot's return was not just a confirmation of its survival. It was a testament to how little we truly know, how much remains unseen even in places we believe to be well explored. It proved that extinction, at least in some cases, is not an absolute state, but a perception shaped by our own limitations. For over 100 years, the night parrot existed not in reality, but in the space between belief and doubt, a creature of uncertainty. And then, in a single moment, it crossed back into the world of the living, not a ghost after all, but a survivor. If the night parrot had been a whisper in the darkness, a ghost bird slipping through the cracks of time, then the takahe was something different. A creature of weight and color, bold yet hidden, a contradiction that defied expectation. It wasn't a bird of the deep ocean trenches or the untouched desert. It had lived in broad daylight, in the open landscapes of New Zealand, where its striking blue and green plumage once stood out against golden tussock grass. And yet, despite its size, despite its unmistakable presence, it vanished, not just from sight, but from belief. By the late 19th century, The takahe was declared extinct, one of many species lost to the pressures of habitat destruction and introduced predators. And for decades, that was the accepted reality. Another bird, another name on a list, another chapter closed. But extinction, as history has shown time and time again, is not always what it seems. In 1948, a doctor and amateur naturalist named Jeffrey Orbill refused to accept that the takahe was truly gone. Driven by an unshakable belief that something so unique, so resilient, could not have simply disappeared without a trace, he set out into the remote, rugged mountains of Fiordland. It was an environment both breathtaking and brutal, an expanse of glacial valleys, jagged peaks, and dense, unrelenting wilderness. If the takahe had survived anywhere, it would have been here, in a place where human intrusion was scarce, where the land had remained as wild and untamed as it had been for thousands of years. What happened next was one of the most extraordinary rediscoveries in modern history. Against all odds, Orbill and his team found them. Large, flightless birds with deep blue feathers and bright red beaks, moving slowly through the alpine grasslands, as if they had never been gone at all. It was as if time had folded over itself, revealing a species that had been hidden in the mountains, waiting to be found. The takahe had not been wiped from existence. It had simply retreated into the most remote corners of its homeland, living in secret, its numbers dwindling but never reaching zero. The rediscovery of the takahe was a moment of triumph, but it was also a stark reminder of how close the world had come to losing something extraordinary forever. Unlike some species that vanish into obscurity, with only a handful of people mourning their absence, the takahe was an icon of New Zealand's natural heritage. Its return was not just a scientific revelation, but a cultural one, a moment that reignited a deep sense of responsibility to protect what remained. And yet, finding the takahe was only the beginning. The real challenge lay in keeping it from slipping away again. Conservation efforts began almost immediately, but they were not simple. The very world that had kept the takahe alive in secrecy was also one that made it vulnerable. Introduced predators, stoats, cats, and rats, had already driven many of New Zealand's native birds to extinction, and human development had encroached upon what little suitable habitat remained. Efforts were made to breed the birds in protected environments, to create predator-free reserves where they could live without the looming threat of eradication. Scientists and conservationists monitored populations, tracking every movement, every fluctuation in numbers, knowing that one miscalculation could push the species back toward the brink. Today, the takahe is no longer a legend or a relic. It is alive, walking the land that almost forgot it. But its survival is not a passive miracle. It is the result of relentless human effort, a fight against the odds to undo the damage of the past. It stands as proof that extinction, in some cases, is not a definitive end but a question of whether or not we are willing to search, to believe, and most importantly, to act before it is too late. The takahe did not survive by accident. It survived because, against all assumptions, someone refused to stop looking. If the takahe's survival was the result of persistence and sheer human determination, then the rediscovery of lost species in the modern era is increasingly a story of something else. Technology, working as an extension of that same relentless curiosity, reaching into places once thought inaccessible. Where the past relied on luck, patience, and the sharp eyes of a lone naturalist scanning an endless landscape, the present has something more. A vast arsenal of tools capable of detecting life where human senses fail, of listening to the quietest calls, of seeing in places where even the most determined explorers would struggle to tread. The lost are still out there, but now we have ways to find them. One of the most powerful weapons in this search is bioacoustics, a technology that listens when the world seems silent. So many creatures move through their environments unnoticed, not because they are rare, but because they are cautious, quiet, and hidden in places that humans cannot easily reach. Traditional field surveys rely on sightings, on physical evidence, but bioacoustic monitoring changes the equation entirely. It works by placing recorders deep within forests, under the canopy, along riverbanks, and in the vast, untouched corners of the world, capturing the sounds of nature in ways no human could. It was through this technology that researchers rediscovered the ivory-billed woodpecker, once thought extinct, and it is how conservationists continue to monitor the elusive night parrot, a species so secretive that even now, after its rediscovery, it is rarely seen but often heard, its eerie calls captured in the dark. Then there is the power of satellite imagery, a tool that transforms the search for lost species from something slow and painstaking into something vast and methodical. In the past, scientists combed through dense forests on foot, searching for signs of animals that might not even be there. Now, satellites peer down from orbit, mapping remote regions, analyzing vegetation changes, detecting patterns that hint at hidden populations of creatures thought to be gone. This technology was instrumental in locating new groups of endangered species, revealing the presence of uncharted wildlife corridors and habitats that might still shelter life where we least expect it. What once took decades of fieldwork can now be accomplished in hours, the eyes in the sky narrowing the search before a single step is even taken on the ground. Perhaps even more astonishing is the role of environmental DNA. EDNA, a technology that requires no sightings, no tracking, no direct evidence beyond the microscopic traces that life itself leaves behind. Every animal, from the largest mammal to the smallest insect, sheds DNA into its surroundings, through skin cells, hair, scales, or even the water it swims through. A single water sample from a seemingly empty lake can reveal the genetic presence of species that have not been seen in decades, proving they are still there even when they refuse to show themselves. In recent years, EDNA has been used to confirm the presence of species that had not been physically observed, cutting through the uncertainty of absence and proving that sometimes what seems extinct is merely unseen. Drones, too, have reshaped the way lost species are found. In places where the terrain is too rugged, the forests too dense, or the wetlands too treacherous for humans to navigate, drones slip through with ease, scanning landscapes, capturing footage, recording sounds. They can fly over the most inaccessible regions of the Amazon, hover above the thickest jungle canopy, and search for creatures that might otherwise remain hidden indefinitely. What once required weeks of dangerous travel, of hacking through unforgiving wilderness, can now be done in minutes, expanding the range of what is possible, of where we can look. Technology has not replaced the need for explorers, for scientists who follow their instincts, for those willing to believe that extinction is not always final. But it has changed the way that search unfolds, making it faster, broader, more precise. It has given us the ability to listen to voices we could not hear before, to see in places where we could not look, to confirm what might otherwise remain just a rumor. The stories of the coelacanth, the night parrot, the takahe, they were found through human perseverance, through an unwillingness to accept disappearance as a certainty. But the next rediscovery, the next species waiting in the shadows, may well be found by something else. A satellite scanning an uncharted forest, a recorder picking up a sound in the dead of night, a drop of water revealing the presence of something that has not been seen in 100 years. The world has always held secrets. Now, more than ever, we have the tools to uncover them. If technology has given us new ways to uncover what was once lost, then it also raises an unsettling question. How much else is still out there, hiding beyond the limits of what we think we know? The rediscovery of species like the night parrot, the takahe, and even the coelacanth forces a quiet reconsideration of what extinction truly means. If animals can disappear for decades, even centuries, only to re-emerge as if they had never left, then how many others are still moving unseen through the world, miscounted, misplaced, not truly gone, but simply beyond our reach? The very idea of extinction, once thought to be an irreversible finality, begins to feel more like an assumption, a verdict delivered with too little evidence. There is something deeply human about the way we decide when a species is lost. In most cases, extinction is not declared because every last individual has been accounted for, but because enough time has passed without a confirmed sighting, because the search has yielded nothing, because it becomes easier to believe something is gone than to keep hoping it might still be there. And yet, time and time again, nature has refused to conform to that expectation. In the depths of unexplored oceans, in forests so dense they remain unmapped, in remote valleys and mountain ranges where few have ever set foot, life persists in defiance of our certainty. The idea that we have cataloged every living thing, that the species we have written off are truly absent, feels increasingly fragile. The evidence is there, if one looks closely enough. The stories of rediscovered species are not just rare exceptions. They are patterns repeating themselves across the world. The Fernandina Island tortoise, thought extinct for over a century, found again on an isolated volcanic island in the Galapagos. The Volscau's chameleon, unseen for 100 years, reappearing as if nothing had changed. The Omura's whale, a species so elusive that it was only confirmed to exist in the 21st century, despite being there all along. The Javan tiger, declared extinct but still whispered about by those who claim to have seen its shadow in the rainforest. These rediscoveries do not just hint at the possibility of more, they practically demand it. But the truth is that time is not on their side. Many of these species, even if they do still exist, are not simply lost, they are dwindling. Their rediscovery is often not a cause for celebration but an urgent warning, a final chance to intervene before the mistake of assuming their absence turns into a self-fulfilling prophecy. The moment a species is labeled extinct, conservation efforts halt, habitats are destroyed, protections are lifted. And if some of these creatures are still out there, surviving at the very edges of existence, then the real danger is not just that we have failed to find them. It is that we may lose them for real before we ever do. Somewhere, in the depths of an uncharted cave system, in the canopy of a rainforest no one has yet explored, in the vast silence of the deep ocean, something is still out there, moving through a world that has already written its obituary. The question is not whether more extinct species remain hidden. The question is whether we will find them in time. 15. Cloning extinct animals. Is it possible? And just like how galaxies form through chaotic collisions and delicate balances of cosmic forces, scientists are now trying to reconstruct something just as complex: life itself. The idea of bringing extinct animals back from the dead, whether by cloning or selective breeding, sounds like the plot of a sci-fi movie, but it's very much a real scientific pursuit, full of both promise and ethical dilemmas. The extinction is more than just sticking some ancient DNA into a lab dish and hoping for the best. It's a painstaking, often frustrating process that hinges on whether we have enough viable genetic material and a compatible living relative to act as a surrogate. The most famous method, cloning, works by taking preserved DNA from an extinct species and inserting it into an egg cell that has had its own genetic material removed, ideally implanting that embryo into a closely related species that can carry it to term. But DNA is fragile, and the longer an animal has been extinct, the more degraded its genetic code becomes, making cloning essentially impossible beyond a certain point. That's why mammoths, which died out relatively recently and left behind frozen remains, are considered candidates, while dinosaurs, whose DNA is long gone, are not. When cloning isn't an option, scientists turn to selective breeding and genetic engineering, essentially editing the genes of a close living relative to make it resemble its extinct ancestor. This is the approach being taken with the aurochs, the wild ancestor of modern cattle, and the passenger pigeon, where genetic tweaks are being made to bring back lost traits. It's a more roundabout way of recreating an extinct species, more like sculpting a copy rather than reviving the original, but in many cases, it's the only path forward. The big question, of course, is whether we should even be doing this. Sure, resurrecting lost species sounds like a noble act of redemption, a way to undo human-caused extinctions, but ecosystems have moved on without them, and introducing a species that no longer has a place in the world could cause more harm than good. Then there's the question of whether a cloned or engineered version of an extinct species is even the same thing as the original or just a modern imitation. It's not just about whether we can do it. It's about whether we truly understand what bringing something back really means. And if cloning extinct animals is already a moral and scientific minefield, then the woolly mammoth resurrection projects are where all those debates get magnified. Scientists aren't just talking about bringing back some long-lost frog or bird. They're aiming to recreate a multi-ton, Ice Age behemoth that once roamed the frozen landscapes in herds. The reason the woolly mammoth is at the center of de-extinction efforts is partly because we actually have its DNA, thanks to frozen specimens preserved in permafrost, but also because it's relatively closely related to an animal that still exists today, the Asian elephant. Theoretically, by inserting mammoth DNA into an elephant embryo and modifying its genome to bring back mammoth-like traits. Thicker fur, a layer of insulating fat, smaller ears to prevent frostbite. Scientists hope to create a hybrid that behaves like its ancient counterpart. But here's where things get messy. Even if they manage to engineer an elephant-mammoth hybrid, is it really a woolly mammoth? Or just an elephant with some extra cold weather features? Then there's the practical side of things. Woolly mammoths weren't just individuals wandering around. They were ecosystem engineers that shaped the tundra, knocking down trees and maintaining the vast grasslands that once stretched across the Arctic. Some scientists argue that bringing them back could help slow climate change by restoring these lost landscapes, allowing the permafrost to stay frozen and preventing it from releasing massive amounts of greenhouse gases. But that's assuming they can even survive in the modern world, which is nothing like the Ice Age conditions they were built for. Would they integrate into existing elephant social structures? Or would they be completely alien to both elephants and their ancient environment? And even if this one species were resurrected, would it make any meaningful difference? Or would it just be a novelty? A genetic experiment that satisfies human curiosity rather than nature's needs? The people behind these projects argue that this is a step toward reversing human destruction. But there's an underlying irony in the idea of fixing extinction with technology rather than addressing the root causes of why species disappear in the first place. Maybe it's not about whether we can bring mammoths back, but whether we should be looking to the past to fix the present, instead of preventing more losses in the future. And while the woolly mammoth resurrection is an attempt to turn back the clock on a lost ecosystem, the effort to bring back the passenger pigeon is a reminder of just how much humans have reshaped the natural world in ways that can't simply be undone. Unlike the mammoth, which vanished thousands of years ago due to a combination of climate change and human hunting, the passenger pigeon was wiped out in an absurdly short span of time, going from numbering in the billions to absolute extinction in less than a century. These birds weren't just another species flitting around the North American skies. They were a force of nature, moving in massive, sky-darkening flocks that reshaped entire forests, their presence altering plant growth, seed dispersal, and even the behavior of other animals. But relentless hunting and habitat destruction turned one of the most abundant birds on Earth into nothing more than museum specimens and black and white photos of Martha, the last of her kind, sitting alone in a cage until she died in 1914. And now, more than a century later, scientists are trying to undo that loss, not by cloning, since no viable passenger pigeon cells exist, but by genetically modifying its closest living relative, the band-tailed pigeon, to recreate a bird that behaves like the original. The plan is to identify the key genetic traits that made the passenger pigeon unique: its highly social nature, its rapid breeding, its ability to thrive in massive flocks, and then edit those traits into the DNA of band-tailed pigeons to produce something functionally identical. The idea is that if enough of these birds are released, they might eventually re-establish the species, bringing back the lost ecological role they once played. But even if this works on a technical level, that doesn't guarantee success in the real world. The forests that passenger pigeons once dominated have changed, the pressures that led to their extinction haven't disappeared, and without the enormous flocks that define their existence, would a few genetically modified birds scattered in the wild even behave like true passenger pigeons? There's also the uncomfortable reality that this entire effort is an attempt to undo a human-caused catastrophe with even more human intervention, almost as if fixing a mistake with technology is easier than admitting we haven't learned how to stop making the same mistakes. Maybe the question isn't whether we can bring back the passenger pigeon, but whether we're willing to confront why it disappeared in the first place, and whether resurrecting it is a step toward ecological healing or just another way to rewrite history without addressing the deeper problem. And if bringing back the passenger pigeon is already tangled in questions of whether a resurrected species can actually function in the world we've reshaped, then the broader ethical debate over reviving extinct species gets even messier. On the surface, it seems like a noble pursuit, undoing past mistakes, restoring lost biodiversity, maybe even fixing ecosystems that have been thrown out of balance by human intervention. But the reality is that de-extinction isn't just about whether it's scientifically possible. It's about whether it's responsible, necessary, or even fair to the animals being brought back into a world that no longer belongs to them. These species didn't just vanish in a vacuum. They disappeared because their environments changed, because human activity wiped them out, because the delicate web of life they were part of collapsed. Resurrecting them doesn't necessarily fix those problems. It might just create new ones. There's also the issue of whether we're really bringing these animals back or just making lab-created imitations of them. A cloned mammoth raised by elephants in a world without Ice Age tundras isn't really a woolly mammoth. A gene-edited pigeon that shares some traits with its extinct ancestor but never gets to experience the massive flocks that defined its species isn't truly a passenger pigeon. Even if these projects succeed, they're not restoring history. They're creating something new, something that looks and behaves like what was lost, but is ultimately shaped by human hands, human decisions, and human limitations. And then there's the question of where these resources should be going. While scientists pour money and effort into reviving creatures that have already been erased from nature, thousands of species are on the brink of extinction right now, struggling against habitat destruction, climate change, and human expansion. Wouldn't it make more sense to focus on preventing the next mass extinction rather than trying to reverse one that's already happened? There's something deeply ironic about trying to fix the past while continuing to repeat the same patterns that led to these losses in the first place. Maybe the real ethical question isn't whether we should bring back extinct species, but whether we're ready to take responsibility for the ones still left. And if the ethical dilemma of reviving extinct species already raises the question of whether we're actually restoring life or just playing genetic dress-up, then the next unavoidable concern is whether these resurrected creatures could even survive in the world we've built. Because cloning an animal isn't the same as giving it a future. The environment that once shaped them is gone or radically altered, the ecosystems they relied on have shifted, and the very conditions that led to their extinction in the first place haven't magically disappeared just because we figured out how to piece their DNA back together. A cloned woolly mammoth, for example, wouldn't step into the vast, frozen steppe it once dominated, but into a landscape fragmented by human activity, where the climate is warming faster than at any point in its evolutionary history. A passenger pigeon, engineered to resemble its lost ancestors, wouldn't find the endless forests and sky-darkening flocks that defined its existence, but a patchwork of urban sprawl, fragmented woodlands, and a world that has moved on without it. Even beyond the environmental challenges, cloned animals often face biological and health issues that make their survival even more precarious. Cloning isn't a perfect process. Genetic material degrades over time, meaning that even the most carefully reconstructed DNA might carry mutations or weaknesses that didn't exist in the original population. Many cloned animals suffer from shorter lifespans, immune system deficiencies, or developmental issues that make them less viable in the wild. And then there's the issue of social structure. Many species, from elephants to birds to wolves, aren't just defined by their physical traits, but by the complex behaviors passed down through generations. A cloned animal raised in isolation or among a different species wouldn't inherit the instincts and learned behaviors that allowed its ancestors to thrive, meaning it might not even know how to function properly in the wild. Would a cloned mammoth know how to migrate, how to find food, how to interact with others of its kind, especially if it's the only one? Would a reconstructed passenger pigeon still have the deeply ingrained flocking instincts that made its species what it was, or would it just be a band-tailed pigeon in slightly different packaging? The problem isn't just whether these animals can physically exist in today's world. It's whether they can truly live in it. Nature isn't a static thing where you can drop a missing puzzle piece back into place and expect it to work. It's an ever-changing, interconnected system where species adapt together, evolve together, and disappear together. Bringing one back doesn't mean it automatically fits anymore, and even if it does survive, it won't be the same creature it once was. Maybe that's the real flaw in the idea of de-extinction. It assumes that the past is something we can recreate, when in reality, it's something that has already been rewritten. 16. The sixth mass extinction. Is it happening now? As we move from the discussion of past planetary changes, the question arises, are we, at this very moment, living through Earth's sixth mass extinction? Unlike the 5 previous extinction events, which were triggered by cataclysmic natural forces such as volcanic activity, asteroid impacts, or drastic climate shifts, this one appears to be driven by a single species, us. The rate at which species are vanishing is not just alarming. It is unprecedented in the history of human existence. While extinctions have always been a natural part of evolution, occurring as weaker species succumb to competition or environmental shifts, what is happening now is something entirely different. Species are not being lost at the slow, measured pace of natural selection, but are instead disappearing at a rate estimated to be 100 to 1,000 times faster than the natural background extinction rate. This is not some distant, abstract problem affecting only obscure plants in remote rainforests or tiny, unremarkable insects that we never notice. It is happening all around us, in ways both visible and invisible. Once familiar birds no longer fill the skies in the same numbers. Pollinators like bees are struggling to survive in environments that no longer support them, and marine ecosystems are collapsing under the weight of overfishing, pollution, and acidification. The coral reefs, which have existed for hundreds of thousands of years and support nearly a quarter of marine species, are rapidly bleaching and dying. Large mammals, elephants, tigers, rhinos, creatures that have walked this planet for millions of years and have been interwoven into human mythology, culture, and history, are dwindling, not due to natural predators, but because of habitat destruction, poaching, and the ever-expanding human footprint. It is not just the species that disappear, it is the intricate web of life that they are a part of. A single lost species can set off a cascade of consequences, disrupting food chains, altering ecosystems, and even impacting human societies that rely on these delicate balances for survival. Consider the forests that regulate carbon levels, the insects that pollinate crops, the fish that sustain millions of people. These are not merely statistics in a scientific report, but elements that directly affect the stability of civilizations. The extinction of species is often thought of as a loss of biodiversity, but in reality, it is a loss of resilience. The more we strip away the complexity of life on Earth, the more vulnerable we become to the very environmental disasters we fear. Climate change, food shortages, and pandemics that arise from disrupted ecosystems. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of this crisis is that it is largely unnoticed by those who are not looking for it. Unlike the sudden devastation of an asteroid impact or the violent eruptions of a supervolcano, this extinction is slow enough to slip beneath our awareness, but fast enough that future generations may never know a world where tigers roam freely, rainforests hum with life, or the oceans teem with vast schools of fish. It is a crisis unfolding in the background of our daily lives, woven into the decisions we make about how we consume, build, and expand. And while extinction is often discussed in the language of statistics and scientific assessments, at its core, it is a deeply human issue, one of responsibility, of the choices we make, and of whether we have the collective will to acknowledge what is happening and act before it is too late. If the rapid loss of species signals that the sixth mass extinction is already underway, then climate change is one of the most relentless forces accelerating it, not as a distant threat, but as an active, ongoing pressure reshaping the very conditions that life depends on. Unlike habitat destruction, which eliminates species by directly taking away the physical spaces they need to survive, climate change works in a more insidious way. It alters the rules of existence, transforming familiar environments into something unrecognizable, forcing species into a race they are not prepared for. For millions of years, life has evolved within the boundaries of stable climates, with each species adapting to a particular range of temperatures, rainfall patterns, and seasonal rhythms. But now, those boundaries are dissolving. The temperature rises just a few degrees, the rain arrives too early or too late, the seasons shift, and suddenly, The conditions that once sustained entire ecosystems no longer exist. Some species have the ability to move, to migrate toward cooler regions, higher altitudes, or deeper waters, but this escape is not always possible. Many are bound to habitats that offer no refuge, trapped on mountain peaks that grow hotter with nowhere left to climb, in oceans that grow too warm and acidic with no escape, in forests where the very trees that shelter them are dying. For species that are highly specialized, those that have spent thousands or even millions of years evolving in harmony with a particular ecosystem, climate change does not simply make life difficult, it makes survival impossible. The golden toad of Costa Rica, once abundant in the misty cloud forests, vanished in the late 20th century, one of the first recorded casualties of a changing climate. Coral reefs, already stressed by pollution and overfishing, are bleaching at an unprecedented rate as rising ocean temperatures push them beyond their limits, and with them, an entire underwater world of biodiversity collapses. But the effects of climate change are not confined to distant jungles or remote islands. They are already rippling through the natural world in ways that touch human lives more deeply than we often realize. As insect populations decline under erratic weather patterns and habitat loss, crops struggle without pollinators, and the delicate balance of food production begins to shift. Fisheries that have sustained coastal communities for generations are disappearing as warmer waters drive fish to new, inaccessible regions or disrupt breeding cycles. The frequency of extreme weather events, hurricanes, droughts, wildfires, has turned vast landscapes uninhabitable, forcing both people and wildlife into migration patterns that bring new conflicts and unforeseen pressures. Perhaps what makes climate-driven extinctions so unsettling is that they are happening at a speed life is not built to handle. Evolution, the slow and steady mechanism that has always allowed species to adapt, simply cannot keep up with the rapid upheaval of the climate system. Where in the past, entire species had thousands of years to adjust to new environmental conditions, they now have mere decades, sometimes only years, before the changes overtake them. And though there is a tendency to see this crisis as a problem of the distant future, the truth is that it is already here, unfolding in real time, altering the composition of forests, reshaping the biodiversity of oceans, and silencing species that have existed for millennia. What is at stake is not just the survival of individual creatures or ecosystems, but the integrity of the planet as a living system, one that has supported human civilization since its earliest days. The question is no longer whether climate change is driving extinctions. It is how much longer we will ignore the evidence before recognizing that the unraveling of nature is not separate from us, but something that will define the future of the world we live in. If climate change is reshaping the planet's ecosystems faster than species can adapt, then deforestation, pollution, and poaching are the forces that are actively dismantling them, stripping away the foundations of survival before life even has a chance to respond. These are not abstract environmental issues happening in distant corners of the world. They are deeply connected to the choices people make every day, from the food they eat to the products they buy to the ways economies expand, without considering what is left in their wake. The destruction of forests, the contamination of air and water, and the relentless hunting of animals for profit or tradition are not just harming individual species. They are dismantling the intricate networks that hold entire ecosystems together, unraveling the very fabric of life in ways that often go unnoticed until it is too late. Deforestation is not just about cutting down trees. It is about erasing entire worlds. A single stretch of rainforest cleared for agriculture or development is not just losing vegetation. It is displacing countless species, many of which exist nowhere else on Earth. Every fallen tree means lost shelter for birds, primates, and insects, lost hunting grounds for predators, lost food sources for herbivores. But the impact does not stop at wildlife. Forests regulate the climate, store carbon, filter water, and prevent soil erosion. And when they disappear, the consequences extend far beyond their boundaries. Entire communities that rely on them for food, medicine, and livelihoods are left vulnerable, while the global climate crisis accelerates as vast amounts of stored carbon are released into the atmosphere. The Amazon, often called the lungs of the planet, is reaching a tipping point where it may no longer function as a rainforest at all, shifting instead to a dry, degraded landscape incapable of sustaining the life that has flourished there for millennia. Pollution, in all its forms, seeps into every corner of the environment, often in ways that are invisible until the damage is irreversible. Plastic waste chokes marine life, with whales and seabirds found dead with stomachs full of discarded bottles, bags, and microplastics that will never break down. Industrial runoff poisons rivers, lakes, and oceans, turning once thriving waters into toxic wastelands where fish suffocate and ecosystems collapse. Air pollution, driven by fossil fuel consumption and industrial emissions, does not just warm the planet. It suffocates it, causing respiratory diseases in both humans and animals while disrupting weather patterns that have guided natural cycles for centuries. And perhaps the most insidious form of pollution is the one that goes largely unnoticed: chemical contamination. Pesticides and herbicides, designed to protect crops, seep into the soil and water, killing not only pests but also the insects and birds that maintain ecological balance. Heavy metals and endocrine-disrupting chemicals work their way up the food chain, weakening immune systems, reducing reproductive success, and ultimately driving populations toward extinction. Poaching, though often portrayed as an isolated crime committed by individuals, is in reality a deeply entrenched industry driven by demand, corruption, and desperation. It is not just about the killing of an elephant for its ivory or a rhino for its horn. It is about the systematic targeting of species, some of which have already been pushed to the brink of extinction. The illegal wildlife trade fuels organized crime networks, profiting from the destruction of the very creatures that have existed long before human civilization took shape. But beyond the financial motivations, poaching also thrives on myths, traditions, and a disconnect from the consequences. The belief that tiger bones hold medicinal properties, that shark fins symbolize status, or that exotic pets are symbols of wealth drives an industry that sees living beings as commodities rather than integral parts of ecosystems. And even when laws are put in place, enforcement is often weak, leaving species like pangolins, orangutans, and sea turtles increasingly vulnerable. What makes these threats so devastating is not just their scale, but the way they intertwine, reinforcing each other in a cycle of destruction. Deforestation creates the perfect conditions for poaching, as cleared land makes once hidden species easier to hunt. Pollution weakens already struggling populations, making them more susceptible to disease and habitat loss. And all of it, combined with climate change, pushes ecosystems past their breaking points, making recovery more difficult, if not impossible. These are not isolated issues, nor are they problems that can be ignored until some distant future. They are happening now, shaping the world in ways that future generations will have no choice but to confront. The question is not whether we can reverse the damage. It is whether we are willing to recognize that this destruction is not separate from human lives, but deeply embedded in the way societies function. The loss of a species is not just the loss of an animal or a plant. It is the loss of a thread in the intricate web of existence that has sustained life for millions of years, and the more threads that are pulled away, the closer we come to unraveling it entirely. If deforestation, pollution, poaching, and climate change are the forces unraveling the web of life, then the real question is whether anything can be done to stop it, or at the very least, slow it down before too much is lost. The sheer scale of destruction makes it easy to believe that the momentum is too great, that the damage is already set in motion and beyond the reach of human intervention. But extinction is not an unstoppable force of nature. It is a consequence of human actions. And just as human activity has driven this crisis, it also holds the power to alter its course. The difference between the species that will survive and those that will be lost forever is not just a matter of fate. It is a matter of choice, of whether there is enough collective will to shift the systems that have placed so much pressure on the natural world. Reversing the trajectory of extinction is not about a single action or breakthrough. It requires a transformation in the way societies value and interact with the environment. Conservation efforts have already shown that species once thought to be beyond saving can recover if given the chance. The bald eagle, California condor, and black-footed ferret were all at the edge of extinction, their populations reduced to mere handfuls, but through legal protection, habitat restoration, and breeding programs, they have slowly clawed their way back. Even species like the mountain gorilla, long threatened by habitat loss and poaching, have seen their numbers rise due to relentless conservation efforts. But saving individual species is only part of the equation. Protecting entire ecosystems, preserving rainforests, wetlands, coral reefs, and grasslands, ensures that thousands of species, not just the most charismatic ones, have a future. When vast areas of land and ocean are designated as protected reserves, biodiversity has a fighting chance, and ecosystems can begin to heal. Preventing mass extinction is also inseparable from how resources are used and how industries operate. Unsustainable agriculture, overfishing, and deforestation are not just environmental issues. They are economic ones, tied to consumption patterns that prioritize short-term profits over long-term survival. The global food system alone is a major driver of habitat destruction, but shifting towards more sustainable farming practices, reducing waste, minimizing reliance on harmful pesticides, and protecting pollinators could drastically reduce its impact. The same is true for energy production. We're transitioning away from fossil fuels and toward renewable sources not only mitigates climate change, but also reduces the pollution that poisons ecosystems. Technological advancements, from lab-grown meat to biodegradable materials, offer glimpses of a future where human progress does not come at the cost of the natural world. But whether those solutions are widely implemented depends on the willingness to challenge deeply ingrained economic and political structures. But even with large-scale efforts, individual choices still matter. Every action, choosing sustainable products, reducing plastic use, supporting conservation organizations, demanding stronger environmental policies, sends a ripple through the system, shifting the way industries and governments respond. The reality is that people have more influence than they often realize, not just as consumers, but as citizens, voters, and members of a species that has the capacity for both destruction and restoration. The difference between a future where ecosystems collapse and one where they recover is not a matter of inevitability, but of how much resistance there is to apathy. How many people refuse to accept extinction as the cost of human expansion? There is no undoing the damage that has already been done. Species lost will never return, and ecosystems pushed past their tipping points may never fully recover. But the future is still unwritten. What exists today does not have to be erased tomorrow. The forests that remain do not have to be cleared. The oceans that are struggling do not have to be emptied. The species still fighting for survival do not have to vanish. The sixth mass extinction is not just a chapter in Earth's history unfolding without control. It is a crisis with a choice embedded in it, a question of whether human beings are willing to acknowledge their role not only as the force that accelerated destruction, but also as the one that can decide when it ends. If slowing down extinction is a matter of choice, then doing nothing is a choice as well, one that comes with consequences far greater than most people are prepared to accept. The idea that human civilization can somehow remain separate from the collapse of the natural world is an illusion, one that has been reinforced by the distance between modern life and the ecosystems that sustain it. But extinction does not happen in isolation. It is not just about vanishing species or the loss of distant rainforests. It is about the unraveling of systems that have quietly shaped every aspect of human existence, from the stability of food supplies to the air people breathe to the predictability of the climate itself. If the world continues on its current path, if deforestation, pollution, poaching, and climate change continue unchecked, then the future is not just one where a few animals disappear. It is one where entire ecosystems collapse, and in their absence, the conditions that allow human societies to function begin to erode. The first and most immediate effects would be seen in the world's most fragile environments, places already on the brink of collapse. Coral reefs, which support a quarter of all marine life, would continue to bleach and die, leaving behind underwater wastelands where once thriving fish populations could no longer survive. The oceans, already struggling under the weight of overfishing and acidification, would lose key species, setting off chain reactions that disrupt entire food webs. Coastal communities that rely on fishing would find their livelihoods disappearing, and nations that depend on seafood as a primary protein source would face growing food insecurity. On land, the continued destruction of forests would not only drive species to extinction, but would also accelerate climate change, as the planet's natural carbon sinks are erased, releasing stored carbon into the atmosphere and amplifying global warming at a speed that human infrastructure was never built to withstand. But the collapse of biodiversity is not just an environmental issue. It is a direct threat to human survival in ways that go beyond food and climate. The loss of pollinators like bees and butterflies would send shockwaves through agriculture, reducing crop yields and making food shortages a reality, even in wealthier nations that have never had to confront them. The destruction of wetlands, which act as natural water filtration systems, would lead to worsening water crises, leaving millions of people without access to clean drinking water. Deforestation, particularly in tropical regions, would bring more frequent and deadly pandemics, as the destruction of natural habitats forces wildlife into closer contact with human populations, increasing the likelihood of viruses jumping between species. And with each ecosystem that collapses, the planet becomes less resilient to disasters, as forests that once prevented landslides, mangroves that once shielded coasts from hurricanes, and wetlands that once absorbed floodwaters are no longer there to provide protection. Perhaps the most dangerous consequence of doing nothing is the slow realization that the damage is irreversible, that by the time people recognize what has been lost, it will be too late to restore it. The world has already seen glimpses of what happens when ecosystems fail. Fisheries that collapse and never recover, agricultural regions that turn to deserts, forests that burn and do not grow back. But those are just fragments of what could come. A planet where mass extinction continues unchecked is not just a poorer world in terms of biodiversity. It is a fundamentally different world, one where the balance that has sustained life for millions of years no longer exists. It is a world where extreme weather events are not rare but constant, where food and water shortages fuel conflict, where disease spreads unchecked, and where the idea of stability, of a future that looks anything like the present, becomes a distant memory. Doing nothing does not mean maintaining the world as it is now. It means watching as it changes into something unrecognizable, something harsher and less forgiving, something that future generations will inherit without the ability to undo. Extinction is not just the loss of life. It is the loss of possibility, of resilience, of the connections that make the planet livable. And the longer the world hesitates, the fewer options remain, until eventually, there are no choices left at all. 17. The future. Can we prevent more extinctions? Building on the urgent challenges discussed previously, the question now shifts to the future. Whether the tide of extinctions can be slowed or even reversed through deliberate human intervention. Conservation efforts around the world are not just abstract policies or distant initiatives. They are deeply personal struggles, often fought by individuals who dedicate their lives to protecting species on the brink. From biologists trekking through dense rainforests to indigenous communities safeguarding ancestral lands. From activists standing against deforestation to scientists working tirelessly to revive genetic blueprints of lost species, the battle for biodiversity is waged in countless ways, often against overwhelming odds. In many cases, the fate of entire species has rested in the hands of a few people making difficult decisions. Whether to relocate a dwindling population, artificially breed a species that can no longer sustain itself in the wild, or fight against corporate interests that see nature as a resource rather than a living system. Some victories are celebrated, like the return of the California condor from the brink, the rewilding of European bison in forests they once roamed freely, or the painstaking efforts to bring back the black-footed ferret from near oblivion. Yet, for every success, there are silent losses. Species that vanish before most people even realize they exist, erased by habitat destruction, climate change, and human expansion. Conservation is not just about saving individual species, but about maintaining ecosystems, preventing collapse before it's too late. Reforestation projects, marine protected areas, sustainable agriculture, and anti-poaching units are all pieces of a complex puzzle. But without global commitment and policy shifts, They remain patchwork solutions to a problem that requires systemic change. The real challenge lies in balancing human needs with the needs of the planet, ensuring that economic growth does not come at the cost of irreversible destruction. The future of conservation depends not just on scientists and environmentalists, but on political leaders, corporations, and everyday individuals who must decide whether to support sustainability or continue down a path of depletion. Whether extinction remains an unstoppable force or a crisis that can be mitigated will ultimately be determined by the choices humanity makes today. As the discussion shifts from broader conservation efforts to the specific role of protected areas, it becomes clear that national parks and reserves are not just designated spaces on a map, but living, breathing sanctuaries where nature is given the chance to exist without constant threat. These lands are more than just tourist attractions or scenic landscapes. They are the last refuges for countless species, places where ecosystems can function as they have for millennia, largely undisturbed by the relentless push of human expansion. For the people who dedicate their lives to maintaining them, rangers patrolling against poachers, ecologists monitoring fragile populations, indigenous communities fighting for ancestral stewardship. These spaces are not theoretical solutions to conservation problems, but deeply personal battlegrounds where the survival of wildlife is often a daily struggle. Beyond their ecological significance, these parks and reserves serve as a reminder of what the world once was, a glimpse into landscapes that existed long before cities, highways, and industrialization reshaped the planet. For those who visit, they offer a rare opportunity to step outside the confines of human-dominated spaces and witness nature on its own terms, where rivers carve through valleys without artificial barriers, where forests stretch beyond the horizon without the interruption of roads, and where animals move freely, unaware of the political borders that humans impose. But these places are not just about preserving beauty for admiration. They are essential for the survival of countless species, many of which rely on these protected areas as their last viable habitat. Without them, entire ecosystems would collapse, unable to withstand the pressures of deforestation, climate change, and resource extraction that continue to consume the world beyond their borders. Despite their importance, these protected areas are constantly under threat. Illegal logging, mining, encroachment, and political decisions that prioritize short-term economic gain over long-term environmental stability. There is also the question of how to balance conservation with accessibility, ensuring that these places remain protected while still allowing people to experience and appreciate them, fostering a connection that can inspire future generations to fight for their preservation. The challenge is not just in setting aside land, but in maintaining and defending it, ensuring that national parks and reserves remain more than just lines on a map, but thriving ecosystems that continue to sustain life, not just for the species that call them home, but for the planet as a whole. While protected areas serve as critical refuges, ensuring their effectiveness requires more than just setting boundaries. It demands constant vigilance, monitoring, and adaptation to an ever-changing world. This is where technology has become an indispensable tool, transforming conservation from a reactive effort into a proactive one. Tracking endangered species is no longer limited to footprints in the mud or scattered sightings. It has evolved into a sophisticated network of satellites, drones, GPS collars, camera traps, and even artificial intelligence, all working together to piece together the lives of species that might otherwise vanish unnoticed. For the scientists and conservationists who dedicate their lives to protecting these animals, these tools are not just instruments of research, but lifelines that offer hope in a fight that often feels impossible. GPS collars and radio tags allow researchers to track the movements of individual animals across vast distances, revealing migration patterns, territorial ranges, and the unseen dangers they encounter along the way. This kind of data has already saved species like the snow leopard, whose secretive nature once made conservation efforts nearly impossible, or elephants, whose movements through shrinking habitats have been mapped to prevent human-wildlife conflicts. Drones now fly over dense rainforests and open savannas, providing real-time updates without disturbing the animals below, spotting everything from illegal logging operations to herds of endangered species struggling to find water in drought-stricken lands. Camera traps hidden in the wild capture rare glimpses of animals that might otherwise remain ghosts in the landscape, their mere presence confirming that a species thought to be on the edge still clings to survival. Beyond tracking movement, technology is also unraveling the genetic mysteries of endangered species. Environmental DNA, or EDNA, allows scientists to detect the presence of a species simply by analyzing the water it swims through or the soil it touches, eliminating the need for direct sightings. Artificial intelligence sifts through vast amounts of data from satellite images and remote sensors, identifying habitat loss and poaching activities with a speed and accuracy that human observation alone could never achieve. But while these advancements offer unprecedented insight, they also raise deeper questions. Whether data alone is enough to drive meaningful action, whether tracking an animal's decline in real time truly changes its fate, and whether the very technology designed to save species can ever keep pace with the forces driving them toward extinction. The future of conservation will not be determined solely by technology, but by the willingness of those who wield it to act before it is too late. For all the advancements in technology, all the efforts of conservationists, and all the policies meant to protect what remains, the question ultimately comes down to something far more personal. Whether individuals, in their everyday lives, have the power to make a difference. It's easy to believe that the fate of endangered species, vanishing forests, or collapsing ecosystems is beyond the reach of ordinary people, that these are battles fought in distant places by experts with specialized knowledge. But the reality is that every decision, every purchase, every habit either contributes to the problem or becomes part of the solution, and the small, seemingly insignificant choices of millions of individuals add up to something either destructive or transformative. It's in the food that is chosen, whether it comes from sustainable sources or industries that carve through rainforests and drain the last resources of an already fragile planet. It's in the products that are bought, whether they fuel illegal wildlife trade, deforestation, or pollution, or whether they support ethical and sustainable alternatives. It's in the way energy is used, whether consumption is careless or mindful of the impact that demand has on the land, the air, and the water. It's in the willingness to speak out, to hold governments and corporations accountable, to demand that the destruction of habitats and species is not treated as an inevitable cost of progress. It's in the decision to learn, to care, to not look away, because the loss of a species is not just a footnote in history. It is a permanent erasure of something that once belonged to the world. But perhaps the most powerful action is in changing the way nature is perceived, not as something separate, distant, or irrelevant to daily life, but as something deeply connected to every breath, every meal, every future generation that will inherit the choices made today. Protecting the planet is not a task for a select few. It is a responsibility that belongs to everyone, whether they stand in the heart of a rainforest or in the middle of a city. The question is not whether individuals can make a difference, but whether enough people will realize that they already do. If individual choices shape the present, then the sum of those choices will determine the future, whether the living world continues to unravel or whether it finds a way to recover. The fate of biodiversity is not written in inevitability. It is constantly shifting, shaped by every action taken or ignored, every forest cut down or protected, every species pushed to extinction or given the chance to survive. The future of life on Earth is not just an abstract concept. It is something that will be felt, seen, and lived through, not only by the animals and plants teetering on the edge, but by the people who depend on the stability of the natural world far more than they may realize. Ecosystems are not just collections of species. They are intricate, delicate systems where every organism plays a role, from the smallest insect pollinating crops to the largest predators maintaining balance. When those systems collapse, the consequences ripple outward, reaching places no one expects. The loss of bees and other pollinators threatens global food production. The destruction of rainforests accelerates climate change, driving temperatures higher, shifting weather patterns, and making survival harder for every species, including humans. The decline of fish populations forces communities that rely on the ocean for food and livelihood into deeper uncertainty. The idea that biodiversity can be lost without consequence is an illusion, and every disappearance weakens the foundation of life itself. But the future is not yet decided. There are species that have been pulled back from the brink, habitats that have been restored, movements that have turned the tide against destruction. There are scientists dedicating their lives to reviving extinct species, conservationists reintroducing animals to lands they once roamed, communities proving that protecting nature and sustaining human life are not opposing forces, but deeply connected. Whether the future is one of recovery or loss depends on whether these efforts continue, whether enough people believe that biodiversity is worth fighting for, whether governments and industries recognize that endless exploitation is not a path forward but a dead end. What happens next is not beyond control. It is a choice, and one that will be felt for generations to come. After this long and fascinating journey through time, from the strange creatures of the ancient seas to the tragic losses of the modern world, we've seen just how fragile life can be. Extinction is a story of both destruction and resilience, of species that vanished forever and those that managed to cling to existence against all odds. But this isn't just history. It's a reminder that the future of countless species, including our own, is still being written. Every action we take, every choice we make, plays a role in shaping the planet's story. Maybe one day, science will bring some of these lost creatures back. Maybe new species will rise where others have fallen. Or maybe, if we're not careful, we'll be the next chapter in Earth's long list of extinctions. Thanks for watching. If you made it this far, you're officially an extinction expert, or at least someone who cares about the fate of life on this planet. If you enjoyed this deep dive, consider giving this video a like. It helps more people discover it. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Quiet Universe for more journeys through the mysteries of our world and beyond. Who knows? The next extinct species we discuss might not be an animal. It might be something far more unexpected. Stay curious, and I'll see you in the next one.